9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year, everybody! Welcome to our impromptu Barroom Network Happy New Year show. With me to start things off is Mike North. Mike North, how are you, my friend?
Couldn't be better, Aldo. I mean, I'm watching a little football today. Happy New Year to everybody. Beautiful time for us. We're going out of 2020, getting into 2021. Hopefully it will be a better year for everybody as far as just their general way of living is concerned, and then people that we lost. I know I lost my dog Lucky, but I also we lost Danny Lee, who was a giant in the business, Seth Mason. These guys both, I mean, without them, my vision couldn't have been realized.
Right.
Of a radio station in Chicago, which has done nothing but employ people, and also podcasts like our own have been the offspring of all that happened at that wonderful station, The Score, back in 1992. So a lot of thoughts go through your head around this time, people you've lost. So Danny Lee, and to the Lee family, and to his wife Karen, condolences, of course. And he was just a great man, a great radio man before The Score with WXRT. So just a tremendous loss. And then when you lose a pet, that's another thing. But
Yeah.
I would still, after losing Lucky, I would still give me and Bijou a B+ because we're not younger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I hate to say it. Now's the time, if you were going to be older,
Sure.
is now because of what's happened. But the time to be younger is when we grew up. We talk about it all the time on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. And I'm so sorry for your loss. Lucky was a great dog. I got to meet him. He was delightful. Just such a lovable, big dog. At first, you look at him, you're afraid, but he was so lovable. He says,
That's just from the days in Humboldt. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. When I was being chased.
There was always a dog on a leash with a cop on the other end. I understand.
That's right. And so sorry for the loss of Don Lee.
He was a wonderful dog, and be 14 years. So you can't. A lot of people losing people and stuff like that. But he was family. But they also animals like I'm after Donna, it's Doodles as far as my two favorite in the household. Doodles and I have a bond, and they just bring a lot to the table. So
they really do. They really do. And our dog Doodles is getting up there in age, and so we're kind of bracing for that time. It's scary.
You start thinking about it a couple of years before when they reached their life expectancy, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Because we knew that labs lived to be like he was a part lab, but he was a lot more lab than anything else. He looked like a puppy lab, and you hear that they lived to be 12 to 13, and he was 14. So
okay, wow,
to be 14. So you knew we were, you're on borrowed time by that point.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to leave because he was so well loved by you and me. Provided such a beautiful home for him and treated him with such care. So
we used to eat together.
Yeah.
He'd go, I think what I'm eating is better than what you're eating. That's
right.
It's talking to him and everything. It's a magical thing.
That's right. And I got to tell you, you were bringing up Don Lee, who was the owner of the Score Sports Radio and just a giant in the radio industry. And people have asked me, hey, how did you get Mike North? How is Mike North on the Barroom Network? And so what I like to tell them is, I think that this for Mike is like a replay of what he did with the Score. He helped to build the Score. He had this idea, and then he learned his talents. He became a multimillionaire working at the Score. And I think that the Barroom Network, he identifies with what we've been doing.
Identify even with the people that are gone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have a whole different roster now. It's grown by leaps and bounds. I think it's going to be one of those deals. And also, I'm an entertainer. I like to be behind the mic. And it gave me that opportunity when I saw the right situation, Eldos. And then, so basically, loved every minute of it, as you know, loved every minute of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from the time we met, there was some things you got to iron out at the beginning, you know, and you get some wrinkles out here and there.
Right.
But I think what has happened between me and you, I wouldn't trade. I mean, it's about relationships, which I think is important. And, you know, it also has been a vehicle which I've been able to promote on other stations that I'm on. Also, it's helped my handicapping career. It also is like the preliminary bout before I go on AM 1000 with Carmen, the developer. Because if you listen to the Bears Barroom, and then you listen to what, like we were on at 9:30 this morning, tomorrow we'll be on again at 8 o'clock, you'll hear the same things. But I get, like with us, it's like getting in that batting cage, man, you know, and I've ironed out a lot of things, and it's because of this show. I mean, you don't stop loving what you did. I don't care if you're over here, if you're over there, you don't stop. I don't care what town you do. And I know guys, I'm fortunate. I've never had to leave town. I know guys, Dick Biondi was in 26 markets. And he's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, how about that?
He had to jump from he's been everywhere from Chicago to Myrtle Beach, God bless the man.
Mm-hmm.
He loved what he did. But he also had his own mind. And he had his own innovation. That's why we still remember him.
Mm-hmm.
The ones you don't remember are the ones that follow. The ones you remember are hopefully the guys that helped the business a little bit and did what they had to do. And there's a ton of them. So it's a beautiful business. It's fun. And it's a job I know that a million guys would have wanted. I never took it for granted as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you've shared a lot of stories with me. We've been working on a project, and so I know a lot of what you went through in order to be the best in the industry. It wasn't like you were embraced by a lot of the established media.
No, I was to the electronic media. It's a fact that I was the Antichrist. I mean, and everything we ever did, when I was what people did, there's no doubt about it. I don't care. I mean, I could tell you some stories, but people making things more difficult for you and stuff like people that won't promote you, you know, there's pettiness in a business. The media business is one of the pettiest businesses, and you know this, in the world, you know. I mean, I've met gangsters that have more honor than some of the people I've met in the media business, to be honest with you. What they told you was going to happen, whether you liked it or not. And what the other people tell you sometimes, not all, but some, is going to happen. It don't. So, you know, that's what being on the streets is all about. You got to figure out, if you can, what's the right thing and what's not the right thing.
Right. You know, Mike, one of the things that I've loved to study over the years is how people reinvent themselves. And you are a case study for that. You know, you moved from a sports broadcaster to really focusing on your handicapping.
Right.
And you've become one of the nation's very best. In fact, Joe Mando, who we were talking to earlier, he writes, Mike North is the best. Won me a lot of money this year.
Yeah, well, he sees me on Twitter. Joe sees me on. Well, what happened is, I know what you're going to ask about. You know, I hadn't been on in Chicago for 8 years. So you heard Adam Rifkin the other day saying the final part of what the movie's about, Raging Mouth, is going to be, how the hell did you get back in? After you started the thing, then there's money issues and this and that, and self stuff that you did your own self,
right?
That conspired, all of it, including yourself, to push you out. And you're told there's never going to be another chance. And then one day, because you go on, you keep working, you keep grinding. But I said I can't go on with the style that I have under the guise of a talk show host, just a general talk show host. Even though I could do that right now. I could do 4 hours every day right now, standing on my head. So what do I have to do? I got to become a handicapper, but I'm not going to be getting in anywhere because I can't only become a handicapper. I got to become a winning handicapper. Now I have to figure out, how am I going to do that? I figured it out. after 40 years of careful planning. And I think I got a couple bucks in my pocket left from those 40 years. You know what I mean? And I started winning in the Sun-Times and on the Bears Barroom. And then a guy named Adam Delavitt called me from ESPN, which was the cherry on the Sunday with those guys.
Yeah.
There were 2 stations that had gone under during the time I was at the Score.
Right.
So they tried. They tried to even get me way long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
So now and they're all good guys.
Yeah.
And it's a great station now.
Yeah.
It really is. It's just they're doing much, much better. And Adam's the guy that said, we got to go get him. And he did with Jim Pastor. And that's how it started. Now I'm with Mike Thomas and them. And Carmen and I and Randy Merkin. And Prop Swap is a great sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't abandon us or the station during the COVID or anything. So they're Chicago guys and Hawthorne Racecourse. So when you have sponsors, when you're picking right picks and you have entertaining radio with great production and promotion by the station, you're not going to lose.
That's right.
Okay? And even if we were losing one of us, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
If we're both winning, it's okay. And if we're both losing, it's okay because it's about the entertainment.
Right.
And at the end of the day, okay, I'm losing with you, which right now I'm pissed off. But the show sucks on top of it. So, you know what I mean? And nobody has told me that. In fact, I have people telling me, they want the app, they want this, they want that. I get messages.
Awesome.
From people. So it's been a big hit.
Awesome. And one of the things that I want to make sure our listeners and viewers should do is that they should listen to the most recent episode of the Mike North Advantage. Tell them about who you had on as the guest and what you guys talked about.
Well, first of all, you and I are big movie fans. That's another reason we've hit it off.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we both worked in TV.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with a woman who never been in TV in her life, and she helped me win 2 Emmys because we had an independent production, BB.
Mm-hmm.
She's a pioneer for women in radio. She was hosting shows in '92. She's a pioneer for sport. I keep hearing about everybody else. She got 2 Emmys because we weren't lazy. We were not lazy. We wanted to do more. We had those shows from Pasta Pasta, and they were unbelievable. So, to me, the TV thing's been a deal. And, I get a kick out of people that are appearing on TV with the awards behind them. I was going to do that. I was going to put the 4 awards for being best talk host. The Clio I got for best commercial.
Nice.
Drew Hayes had to give that to me. He goes, "Look, you want a commercial thing?" I go, "Which one?" He goes, "The one." I go, "Okay, thank you." And they didn't really like it at first. I said, "Guys, it's going to be good." Bing, Clio.
Yeah.
So I like to win. I'm not one of those guys. I don't like awards.
No, bring them on.
I won awards, and there were people I know that worked at either XRT and the Score that were pissed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, because it's a competitive business.
It is. Well, tell people about the show with Adam.
Oh, Adam.
Yeah.
I got off the track. I was like the elder. Adam Rifkin got on the show, and we've been mixing it up lately. I'm getting some people like Jeff Palmentary on. Adam, I got some other plans, but also sports guests as usual. And I saw the last movie star with Burt Reynolds, and I've been looking for I'm honest to God, 5-6 years on somebody to do something about a life story. Because every time people find out, like if you look back, there was an article in the Reader. Look up Reader, Mike North. Excellent article written by a guy in the 90s.
Yeah. And
it tells you everything.
Mm-hmm.
Good, the bad, and everything. One of the best read articles, fair article, though. And I said, people tell me it's a good movie. It would be a good movie. So I kept hearing this for 7-8 years, but I couldn't. I was looking at everybody, from Spike Lee to, it didn't matter. And all of a sudden I see the last movie star, and I'm going, who the hell wrote this thing? Who the hell directed this thing? And it says Adam Rifkin. So I go, get on Twitter, which has been for many people, Aldo, as you know, for us, big.
Mm-hmm.
Because you meet people you don't. I mean, Olivia Newton-John was following me. Okay, come on now. Belinda Carlisle from the Go-Go's followed. I mean, come on. Okay, that's some big people then. Anyway, I couldn't tell you. Adam was, I'm following the guy. I don't know why. I type in whoever did this is what an autobiography, as you saw with Burt Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, what a guy! What a whoever directed. I think Adam, you direct this. Great job. Boom. Well, he appreciated that. He's a Chicago guy, and he calls this guy Jeremy Morrison. He goes, "Who's this Mike North?" He goes, "There's only one guy." He says he's a talk show host. And he says, "Man, his story's unbelievable too."
Mm-hmm.
And so I flew out to California. We met. Long story short,
Mm-hmm.
and we put it together. And now we're going to get ready to get this thing going, as you heard the other day. Brummy Bear, there he is. Anyway, so that's what we're excited about. And Adam then came on the show. And if you can listen to that show, it is about an hour of film. I mean, it's a film class.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm telling you, I listened to it already. And I'm going to listen to it again tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
I get up sometimes early, 4 o'clock. I put the damn thing on. Listen to our show. I go, God, we're fantastic. And then all of a sudden you get a guy teaching a class about period pieces, about how you do it, about, you knew something about the business. And I think the proudest part was what you just said. Adam says the crux of the movie is going to be in BB, but also how you got back in.
Right.
First, you got more money than everybody else. And then once you were out, usually you're out.
Right, exactly.
I don't care if you're Stern. I don't care. They're out on Peripheral. So, and so I think Adam's got the crux of it down. I trust the guy, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we've got a picture of the Chicago skyline as a background for us. And if you are going to talk about Chicago media and really national media, but definitely Chicago media, then Mike represents one of those skyscrapers up there because he really is a special person in the world of sports broadcasting. And we're so fortunate to have him. And
I'm fortunate to have you guys.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, and everybody here at the network speaks so highly of you, and it just thrilled.
Everybody that's been there, they left. Love people that are there now. I support the Bears Barroom. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to promote other people, but if you left, I still got their competitor in me, you know? And Joe, and then you get some private messages. Mike, can you do this? Mike, can you do that?
Right.
And then there's wind. I'm going to say, but that doesn't mean I don't love them.
Yeah,
I do retweet some of their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. Before I get you out of here and let you enjoy your New Year's Day with your beautiful wife, BB.
My wife, BB. Jesus. Oh, by the way, Aldo, are you putting on any weight? I don't think you are.
I'm not, but I have been eating like I want to put on weight.
I have been eating like I think if I got on the scale, I'd be about 5 pounds over right now. But I always go on a diet after the holidays. But if I have a tip, don't be like me and obsess about it while you're supposed to be having a good time. Nobody's seeing us anyway. Nobody wants to even see each other. You know, you see a beautiful girl walking down the street, right? You honk at her and she turns, she got a mask on her face. You know what I'm just saying? I'm not saying. You know?
Hey,
I mean, you want to talk about a boring time to be alive? I mean, it's fun. We got good entertainment. Thank God for TV and sports and everything else. But seriously, you know.
Yeah.
How much do we crave going in a diner now and having a club sandwich? You know?
Yeah, how about that? Please.
Without walking in like you're robbing the joint, like you're in Reservoir Dogs.
Before I let you out of here, there's a couple of people who want to say hello to you.
All right,
Joe Mando and Johnny Santucci.
I love you, and I love
What's Uncle Mike?
What's up, fellas? Look at you guys. They're ready to play already, Aldo.
Yeah, well, and doesn't Santucci look like that guy in the corner who saying, hey, when are you going to pay me for that bet you made last week?
I needed money collected. I'm bringing Tooch with me.
I got to get ready for the Fiesta Bowl, Mike.
Oh, I'm
Got
gonna
the
tell you,
Iowa State here, right down the road.
You like Iowa State?
I like to watch. Yeah, they got that good running back, Brees.
Don't worry
Brees
about
Garland.
it. I'm gonna put you out of your misery right now. I'm gonna put you out of your
Brees
misery. If Johnny, do you like Iowa State?
I like to root for him, but Oregon's Pac-12 champion. So
if you had to put your hard-earned money on it, did you go to Iowa State?
no, I live about 35 minutes from there.
Okay, I live 35 minutes from this restaurant, but that don't mean I go to. Hold on. All I'm going to tell you is I'm going to Oregon in that game. +4. That's a present for you guys because you've been members of the Barroom with the Godfather of the Barroom. Yeah, I don't know if you know this. He tells me all the time.
Give us your best Brando, Aldo.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah. What a lazy man he was. My God.
Jeez.
He won an Academy Award by walking around, come on. I mean, he was notoriously, if you ever hear Christopher Reeves talk about him, not a fan. On Superman, not a fan of Brando's. Lazy, no account. I mean, didn't show us anything. Just brutal.
And that was the same thing on Apocalypse Now. He would not get out of his trailer. He and Coppola are like 2 or 3 days while the crew is waiting, just talking about shit.
And John Wayne was always ready. That's all I'm gonna say. And so was Robert Mitchum. Hey, Brando, he's the greatest actor of all time, not in our household. My dad never came home to 3 boys and said, "Hey guys, there's a Brando movie out." No, it was John Wayne. It was like Errol Flynn, David Niven. Not Brando.
Well, I'll tell you, John and Joe are going to start up their show again called I Have a Stream, where they talk about movies, and they would love to have you on as a guest.
I want any time with these guys.
Yes.
Just talk. I can't get in to see you.
Anytime. I'll hang out anytime, Uncle Mike.
I'm just telling you. Mandel, too. I mean, Mandel, Mike, you're a good guy. Yeah. And then you turn around. Let's wait to book him. I mean, I don't understand. I have a dream, though. You got that from I Have a Dream, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
It's beautiful, man. MLK.
Yeah, no. Iowa just made gambling on the phone legal today, so I just got my phone here. I can lay down some bets. I haven't been able to bet, the whole time. I'm following Uncle Mike. I got all these great bets I couldn't bet.
Well, let me tell you something. I still go through a guy. That's it. I can't play that computer game or go over. Hey, we don't have your money. Come get it. It's in the dimension. You're like this. What are you gonna do? So I still got a guy, and I don't know about you guys. I think that's the best way to do it, and I do really well. I mean, right now he doesn't want to pick up the phone. He really doesn't. I've been hot. If you guys ever make why are you doing this to me? He told me this. Why are you doing this to me? I'm doing this to everybody. $51 million was made by Nevada Sportsbooks in November.
Wow.
That's an all-time record. So unless you're listening to Bears Barroom or the Odds Couple, you're losing your ass.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yep.
Are you guys winning? Mandel's not winning, I can tell.
Oh, yeah. Mandel's been winning.
Joe's
I have been winning lately.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's right. Hey, Mike, before we let you go, what are your thoughts about the Chicago Bears and Green Bay Packers? Have you had a chance to chart the game? And do you have any advice for us gamblers?
I don't need to bet this game. I really don't. I want this game so bad for Mitch. I want it bad for the Bears. I want to make the playoffs, make the rest of them look bad, except the players who love Mitch were reading today all of a sudden. So my opinion was that they didn't give ultimate effort for both. I don't think, because Robinson says Mitch is our brother. Montgomery goes, Mitch is our man. Reverend Jesse Jackson saying Mitch has got to be the quarter. Everybody's starting, and you're thinking, if you were a player on that team, guys, and you liked Mitch and you worked out with him during the offseason, they just put Folger for one mistake. I think the energy level went down. That's just me. And I think the Bears, it's hopeful tomorrow. I got them at winning the game. I know. Don't say I'm crazy. I had Cincinnati a couple weeks ago. That was crazy, and we won 26-24. You guys feel the same way? You think it's going to be a baking?
I
like it.
I got a good feel too. Say that again, Mike.
I want to know what Tooch feels.
The Bears are home dogs, I think, right? 5.5 points.
Right.
And the Packers just lost Bakhtiari as well.
I kind of like those points at home, but I mean, Allen Robinson's got the hamstring. I mean, when you've been fans as long as Aldo and Mike and I of the Bears, you kind of know, what you're rooting so hard, but you know that like it's the Packers and they just have the quarterback that can set us down.
I was once a darker man, and God came down one night and he told me, every time the Bears lose an important game, you're going to get lighter and lighter. Now that's all I'm going to tell you. Okay. I love you guys, man.
I love you too, Uncle Mike.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We'll see you Wednesday on the Mike North Advantage, right here on the Bears Barroom Radio Network. Tell BB Happy New Year from all of us at the Barroom Network. We love you, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay, brother?
All right, guys. Good to see you. I got to learn how to turn the thing off.
Awesome.
How cool is that, Mike?
That's the best. The best.
I mean, this guy. Let's fill people in. Mike North owned a hot dog stand across the street from the Score Sports Radio. Well, it wasn't the Score back then; it was WXRT and another signal. And Danny Lee, the gentleman that he just mentioned, who passed away this past week,
Danny Lee, Belmont and Cicero.
You got it, Danny Lee. Thank you for correcting me. He and a bunch of other guys went across the street where the hot dog stand was, and Mike had read an article from Rob Feeder, who still writes about radio and TV here in Chicago, that they were thinking, the radio station was thinking about switching one of their formats. They had the very popular and money-making WXRT, which is still famous in radio. But the other AM channel, they were thinking about moving into a jazz station. And so Mike, in Mike's style, said, "What are you, crazy? We need a sports station here." And then the place got busy, and Mike had to go take care of customers and so forth. And so while Dan Lee and the others are getting into the car, he runs out and he's still pitching. He's still pitching this sports idea. And so Lee, on Sunday, he opens up the newspaper and he starts looking at the ads. And all of these ads were sports related. In the sports section, they were sports related. And there was nothing. And jazz, there was just nothing. And he thought to himself, you know what? This is a better money-making idea. And he went to Seth Mason and some of the other higher-ups at the station, and they were all, "You're not going to listen to that hot dog vendor from across the street." Fortunately, Mr. Lee did, and the rest is history. Pretty cool story, and that's going to be part of the movie Raging Mouth, which will be directed by Adam Rifkin, who was Mike's guest on the Mike North Advantage this week.
Yeah, I was there in 1990.
Awesome.
Early 90s when the Score started, man. I was an everyday listener. Yeah, working, driving into the city to work. All would listen to the Score.
I'm with you. I was there too, and I was amazed at the smarts that they had a lot of call-ins because at that time they couldn't get any good guests. So they had a lot of people calling in. And I was like, wow, these people really know their sports. The hardcore sports fans gravitated to that radio station right away, and then over time, the casual sports fan joined in because there was this buzz going on around town, and all of a sudden things just took off. And Mike, it's documented, so he won't mind me saying this, ended up being the highest paid radio broadcaster, sports radio broadcaster in the nation. At his heyday, he was making $1.5 million a year.
Wow.
And that's a big part of going to be, and we're talking about the 80s, right? We're talking about the 90s.
Yep.
So that's, for inflation, that adds up even more. So it's going to be a great movie. And we're, again, very fortunate to have.
Yeah. I wonder if, with the theaters not being what theaters used to be, Aldo, because of the virus, if it's going to be streaming or on demand at the same time as a theatrical release.
Well, and just like Mike admitted here, he's not a technological guy, so he was like, "Yeah, I don't want it to be on Netflix and stuff." And I said, "Mike, There is money.
You kind of do.
Yeah, exactly. You love Martin Scorsese.
Yeah.
What was Martin Scorsese's last film released? So
Netflix can make a gay zookeeper famous, Aldo.
They sure did.
speaking of gay zookeepers, look who just Chris Gonzalez.
There he is.
What's up?
He
What's up, guys?
is a White Sox fan. He loves Chicago sports. He writes about the White Sox for the website. He is a great friend of ours, a supporter in so many ways. Chris, thank you for being here as part of our New Year's celebration. What did you get a chance to listen to Mike North and your thoughts?
I did not get a chance to listen to Mike North. I was going through my own phone trying to log in. But no, I always appreciate listening to Mike on the podcast and his thoughts about Chicago sports, and I'm so happy for the life that he provided to the sports world and just the network in general. He's doing great on the podcast.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun working with them. Guys, first of all, besides, getting your wishes for Happy New Year and so forth, I wanted to talk a little bit about the White Sox. I wanted to talk a little bit about fantasy. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Bears. I wanted to talk a little bit about High Harvest Stream. So we've got a lot to talk about.
All right.
Kind of open it up for discussion here. Joe, why don't you lead us off and open it up to whatever topic you want right now. And we'll listen in for the next 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously on Fantasy Football Goon, Tooch and I had a great year going back and forth, giving you guys all the fantasy knowledge that you need. I'm going to take this opportunity to promote something we're doing with all the fans of the show, including everyone on the network, whoever wants to get in. We're doing an NFL.com playoff challenge for Fantasy Football Goon. Basically, you pick your own lineup every week from all the players, and there's special rules you can follow if you go to NFL.com, check out the playoff challenge. We're doing it. Anyone can join for $5, and whoever wins takes the whole pot. So we're just trying to get as many people as possible. If you're interested, you could DM us on Twitter at FFBGoon. You could hit me at Joe Mandel or Tooch at Santucci John. You can even send it to Aldo at Bears Barroom. It'll find a way to get it to us. Send us the email address you want us to send the invite, and we'd love to have you guys compete with us and have some fun there. So I know Tooch and I are excited about that, right, Tooch?
Oh, great. For me, I love the way fantasy football is evolving year after year, every year. We had guillotine leagues this year. Joe and I hosted a guillotine league, and that was
fun.
I haven't had that much fun playing fantasy football, even though I was chopped early. But that was really fun. Now we've got this playoff.
Don't remind Tooch.
Yeah, well, we've got playoff challenges, which everybody can tap into the pool of playoff players, and you can even play a guy that's not playing; it's on a bye, and then the next week he'll earn 2 times the points, 3 times the points. So there's a lot of strategy involved with this.
Very strategic. I'm looking forward to this because there's going to be so many different point totals, and just because you have a crappy week 1, it doesn't mean anything. You could have a huge week 2, week 3 of playoffs, and then all of a sudden you're at the top of the mountain. So I'm looking forward to this.
We had a this season was also super challenging with COVID and the shortened preseason injuries and everything like that. It was difficult to manage a fantasy football. This was probably the hardest season to manage a fantasy football team.
This is a great segue, Tooch. I run a couple of leagues. I run the Goon League, I run the Barroom League, and I run a Guillotine League. The gentleman below me won the Goon League, and that's with losing Christian McCaffrey, the first overall pick. He still won the league. What are you doing, Gonzo? How'd you do it?
Yeah, I think someone in I forgot who it was in the league, but they mentioned it after I won the league. They're like, it's really surprising that you won it without having your first round pick. And I didn't really realize that until after I won, because I always had that false hope that McCaffrey was going to come back in the playoffs and help it out a little bit better. But I struggled my way through the brackets. I faced Joe in the first round. I scraped by him with I think a 5-point win. I think it was.
You beat me by 2 points.
2 points. Okay.
Matt Ryan threw 3 picks, and I lost 6 points because of Matt Ryan.
And
So
the
Joe-
championship game was like 2 or 3 point victory, I think, too.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, the second round was, I think, 3 points versus he was the 1 seed, right? Going into the Matman, I think. And then I faced another 7-6 guy in the championship and beat him by 2. Just
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's very rare, Gonzo. It's very rare that you see a 7-6 team win a league, but you did it. Somehow you did it. And that's all you got to do is get in. You're the epitome of that facet. If your team gets hot at the right time, all you got to do is get your foot in the playoffs, and amazing things can happen. And that's what we talk about every week, well, all season long on Fantasy Football Goon. You know, we just try to give you the picks you need. And I know Gonzo was always in the chat asking questions, so it's like I was giving ammo to my enemies.
I was the same way in the Barroom League. I had McCaffrey, lost him. I had Kittle, lost him. I figured if I could just get into the playoffs and get those 2 guys back, I could make a run. Of course, they didn't come back. Well, Kittle came back but didn't do anything. But that's how it goes. The injuries, it was a big part of the story of this season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And
second point I had, and
go for it, guys.
Second point in that league for me was when McCaffrey went down, I saw the lack of depth I had in the back end. So with my second round pick and Travis Kelce, I traded him away. And a really big trade that a lot of people, criticize me on, but I got Justin Jefferson and some depth, and that really came out to help out in the end. So,
yeah, it's all about getting depth throughout the season in fantasy. That's the name of the game. And this was a strange year because Tooch and I talked about it all year. The tight end position was an absolute wasteland. And you traded away Kelce, and I know you were streaming different guys, as almost everyone in fantasy was. But outside of Kelce and Waller, this year there really wasn't any, dynamite tight ends. I mean, Hunter Henry came on towards the end, and then before championship week, he gets put on the COVID list. It was just a crazy year that if you won a championship, props to you. I was fortunate enough to make it to the championship game in Adam Rank's fantasy league, the Beat Kitchen League, and I won. So I'm beyond ecstatic that I was able to win that league. It's another little title on my belt. So I'm glad I got at least one championship this year, guys.
All right. Yeah, and Aldo's probably on a bathroom break as men of his advanced age, like myself and him. There he is.
But look how good he looks, though. He's got that sweet goatee mustache going on. It looks good. It's clean.
But hey, it's Bears-Packers week. Although, man, shouldn't the Bears have to win to get into the playoffs? That's my thought. I don't want to get in losing.
Before we talk about that, I went to freshen up my coffee, and I gotta make a little bit of plug for Gotling's 151 proof Black Seal Bermuda Black Rum.
Oh man!
Wow!
Just a little touch is all you need to get you through the day.
Nice.
That looks delicious, Aldo.
Speaking of Chicago,
that's a new year I can get behind.
It's John Buffon.
Hey, there he is.
Now it really is a pipe.
Yeah, I've never been on with the phone before.
Yeah, I came on just in time to see Aldo getting smashed. That's good.
Well, hey, isn't it telling that Aldo wanted this show to be on New Year's Day rather than New Year's Eve? He told us he didn't want us drunk on the show last night. He wanted the hungover us today.
Good. Hey, I feel pretty good. I just got out of the gym. There was 4 other people there, so I think I was one of the few people that actually went today.
I'm on my way to the gym in a couple of years.
With the rum.
We had just started talking about the Chicago Bears, so this is a perfect time for you to join in, John. Let's get your thoughts, first of all, on the left tackle. David Bakhtiari suffered what is apparently an ACL injury. He will be out for the rest of the season. The start of his 2021 season is in jeopardy. But for this game, how big of an advantage is it that Bakhtiari will not be playing against the Chicago Bears and protecting Aaron Rodgers' blind side?
Well, I think it gives a glimmer of hope where we may not have had that going forward, where the front four might be able to get pressure, something we thought that they were going to absolutely have to do because you can't keep sending blitzers when Aaron Rodgers is going to pick you apart with all those hot routes. So we didn't see it in the first matchup, but they were only rushing 3, and we saw Robert Quinn falling into pass coverage for some reason. But if they're able to get pressure with that front four, and we previewed this on my show on Wednesday, that there wasn't a whole lot of weaknesses on that Green Bay offensive line, but if they have a reserve player in there and they're able to get some pressure from those front four, whether it be Khalil Mack, Akeem Hicks, Robert Quinn, whoever, if they're able to actually get some pressure with those front four, we saw that work when the Buccaneers played the Packers. So if they're able to do that, there might be some hope there. Now, Jalen Johnson not playing is probably gonna really hinder them in the secondary. But if they're able to get some pressure with that front four, get Rodgers. I mean, he plays just as well when he moves out of the pocket. But if they can get him unbalanced a little bit, that's a big boost for the Bears, because that's something they could not do in the first matchup.
Chris, what do you think about Bakhtiari not playing against the Packers? How big of an advantage is that for the Bears offensive line? For the Bears defensive line and our chances to win the game?
I can't.
It is frozen.
I agree.
Chris never disappoints.
I froze.
Go ahead, Chris. I think you're unfrozen now. And then maybe not.
Maybe not.
let me throw it to John. John, what are your thoughts?
I think the refs will allow his replacement to get away with as much holding as Bakhtiari. So,
well, I think the big thing we got to talk about is how long are they going to let Rodgers stay in this game? Because they really don't. I mean, we don't know how it's going to play out. If this was a night game, Rodgers might not play at all, depending on how the games finish.
The Seattle game.
Correct. So, how long do they keep Rodgers in? Does he play the whole game? Does he play a first half? I guess it depends on the score. I don't know if we're going to see a full game out of Rodgers tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know what day it is anymore.
To be clear, I think my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the first place bye for the NFC playoffs is now down to the Seattle Seahawks and the Green Bay Packers. So if the Seahawks win, then the Packers have to win to secure the first round bye. If the Seahawks lose, then it doesn't matter. Aaron Rodgers can go take a vacation and stuff. So that's what's on the line here tomorrow. But both games start at the same time. Isn't that correct, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know which John are we talking to.
Yeah, the first one to the mic is the winner.
Yeah, and that's why they stagger it like that, because they want these games. They don't want teams to be able to pull their players out if they mean nothing. That's the whole reason why, not the whole reason, but there's a big reason why people are saying, well, why didn't Packers Bears get flexed to Sunday night? Well, if it's a meaningless game, then they're not going to put it on there. And that's why that the Washington game is the only game really that you can play all the other games, and that one's still meaningful because Washington just has to win to get in. It doesn't matter what happens with Dallas and New York, but if they put Washington on the early games and they win, they already win the division, so the Cowboys and Giants game is meaningless. So this is all part of that scheduling kind of wizardry to make sure that, you can keep an eye on the other game. And if the Seahawks are getting blown out, then you can potentially say, okay, let's say Rodgers. I don't know if they will, though. I really think that they want to finish the season strong. I think they want to get the number 1 seed by winning, just like I think the Bears fans would like to see the Bears go into the playoffs by winning. And they'd like to end on a positive note. Plus, don't tell me it wouldn't mean a little bit of something for Green Bay to keep the Bears from making the playoffs. From the smack talk we've heard throughout this week, Aaron Rodgers saying it's big Chicago versus little Green Bay. Bakhtiari, who it's terrible that he got hurt. I don't like people saying it was karma, because that's BS. You don't ever wish somebody to get hurt like that. But with all that stuff going back and forth, I don't see a route where Green Bay is just like, okay, let's take our foot off the gas. Because if it's a 14-10 game in the fourth quarter, don't tell me you're going to go to Aaron Rodgers and say, Aaron, we're going to rest you, buddy. We already got that number 1 seed. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you'd literally have to drag him off the field physically. So I don't know if that's really. It's possible. It is possible if there's a blowout one way or the other. But I just think that this game means a lot to both teams. Obviously, more to the Bears as far as their playoff hopes, but it also means a lot to Green Bay for a number of reasons as well.
Agreed. Definitely agree there. And the reference that you made is David Bakhtiari said, I hope that we beat the piss out of the Bears. And so Green Bay is a very tight team in many respects. And so, that a lot of those guys are going to go out there and play this game for David Bakhtiari. So they're going to be fired up. We're going to see, I think, the best of the Green Bay Packers, unless there is some indication that the Seahawks are getting blown out, and then they can start to rest the regulars, to Joe's point. But I truly believe that they're going to come out fired up. That rivalry between the Green Bay Packers and the Chicago Bears, a lot of times I sense that it is stronger in Green Bay because they have that little town mentality, and they look at the Chicago Bears, the big market, the higher TV ratings. They just have this kind of inferiority complex, and so they love to put it to the Bears, not just their fans, but also the players. And if anything, the one great thing about Lovie Smith's tenure as head coach of the Chicago Bears is that in his opening press conference, he said, one of my main things is beat Green Bay. And he did. I think he had a winning record when it was all said and done. Tooch, what do you think about Bakhtiari missing? What do you think about the game? Where's your hope level that the Bears are going to upset the Green Bay Packers?
Well, the Bears fan in me, of course, I'm hoping, the Bears. I mean, I'm not one of those tank fans that want to tank, which to me I always thought was silly, because it doesn't matter where you're drafting. It matters who you pick. Mm-hmm. And as far as the Bears have to get out to a faster start than they did against Jacksonville. I mean, they come out and it's a 13-10 game. I don't think that plays into the Bears' hands. I'd like to see them play a little bit more of an up-tempo game, get the running game established. Green Bay is not the best team against the run, but, I mean, lately the Green Bay has been a pretty good defense. Their defense has really picked up, and then they signed Snacks Harrison, which is going to help their run defense a little bit. I don't know how acclimated he's going to get to their defensive system, how much he's in shape and whatnot, but we can't get away from the run, because I think that plays into the Packers' defense.
Absolutely. Gons, I think we got a better connection with you right now. Your thoughts on this upcoming game?
I'll go back to the question that you asked. He's all pro. I mean, it's going to be hard to replace that, but Rodgers has praised Elton Jenkins recently this season with how they can utilize him in any position on the line between guard and tackle. So you're just going to have to attack the weakness of the line depending on if they move Elton over or Billy Turner over, whoever they're going to make that switch with. At this point, we know that Hicks and Mack and Quinn are battling through injury, so it's really, in my opinion, across at that point, they lose Bakhtiari. We got three guys battling through injury right now, so Pagano's gonna have to come out and, like he said in the conference, he's gonna have to throw everything at the board, and hopefully something sticks with applying pressure versus Rodgers. And Nagy can't abandon the run this game. Like Tooch was saying, we have to start off strong. A-Rob and Kmet cannot drop touchdown passes on the opening drive like they did in Green Bay last time.
Good point.
That was a momentum changer. I mean, who knows if they catch those passes, how the momentum goes in that game. But you can't abandon the run. Got to give Monty the carries. You can't see, Cordell in the backfield again, leading on carries and taking Montgomery out on big runs. Montgomery's your workhorse. He's your identity. He's going to be the one that's going to lead your time of possession for the team and keep Rodgers off the field. So apply pressure and keep Rodgers off the field. That's the best way of a game plan. You can't beat him. So,
Joe, Chris makes a great point about that first game. I think a lot of people will say, "Come on, the Packers would have beat the crap out of the Bears, regardless." But in that opening drive, you had Cole Kmet, not catching up on near the goal line. You had A-Rob on a third down play, not catching the high point pass and so forth. And so it becomes I think it was a 6-3 game because Crosby missed the extra point. And so as opposed to it being 7-6 Bears, what's your opinion on momentum? Do you think that would have made a difference, or it was just kind of in the cards that the Packers are a better team and they would have prevailed in that game?
I mean, I think momentum is a huge thing in the National Football League. It's something that drives every single game. I do think the Packers were the better team at that point, though the Bears have been steadily getting better every week. But I do think if you do get that, you stay in it, I think the momentum totally changes, and you could see this team play drastically better. I don't know if they still would have won the game, but I definitely think the Bears would have stuck in the game a lot more, and if they would have, stayed with them early on. With that said, this Sunday, Mitch has to play a perfect game. He really does. You can't make the mistakes, the horrible throws in the end zone. He played better, but he still made that horrible interception in the end zone. You can't make a play like that and beat the Packers. So as long as he plays a clean game, a smart game, I think they have a much better chance to win on Sunday.
John, your final thoughts on this upcoming game?
Well, just to kind of circle on all the points that people touched on before about Green Bay having this inferiority complex. And I think that's why, as much as I don't like Aaron Rodgers, I think that's why he's the perfect quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, because he encapsulates that. He's always had a chip on his shoulder, from the fact that he went after Alex Smith, slipped the whole way into the 20s in the back of the NFL draft, having to go to JUCO before he went to Cal. He's always had that chip on his shoulder, takes everything personal, kind of. I don't want to say it's like Michael Jordan, but that's how Jordan used to just make things up in his head so he would motivate him to do things. Even if the guy didn't insult him, he would pretend like he did. So I think Aaron Rodgers has a little bit of that. So that's why he feeds into this rivalry so well, because he'll just take those jabs and he'll take things personally, which is great for a rivalry, and it's great for the media, and it's great for the fans because it keeps that fire burning. But to the game itself, absolutely, because the Bears had a chance to go up 7-6 in that game. You can say that the Packers were going to blow the doors off them anyway, but that could be a momentum changer, because the Green Bay just ran the ball down their throat. They ran for 182 yards, and then that first drive, they established their dominance. The Bears got the ball in their first possession. David Montgomery breaks a huge run to the 9-yard line or something like that. Yep. And then you have 2 drops by Colt Kmet and Allen Robinson that would have helped them go up 7-6. And we all know, no one thinks that you can make 15, 16 mistakes against Green Bay and win the game. You can't keep trading 3 for 7. It's just not going to work. You have to score touchdowns against Green Bay. So if they are able to get that initial touchdown, then it is a fight. And you know that you're one step towards that perfect game that you have to play. To settle for 3 in that situation just says, okay, let's try to keep it close, because you're never gonna win like that. You're never gonna get the ball inside the 5-yard line and kick a field goal against the Green Bay Packers. When you look at their personnel versus the Bears personnel, it's just not gonna work. So they have to go. They got to score touchdowns. That's what it comes down to. You got to put the ball in the end zone, and there's a lot of pressure on the defense as well, because they gave up a lot of yards, they gave up a lot of points, and I know that there's going to be a big emphasis on what Trubisky does and the offense does, but they have to at least make a couple plays. I said this earlier in the week. You don't have to have the number 1 elite defense in the NFL to win anymore. Look at some of these teams that are making the playoff. The Chiefs give up the 15th most yards. The Browns give up the 16th. Hell, Seattle gives up the 23rd. These good playoff teams, they don't have the top 1 defense, the top 2 defenses, but they make plays when they have to, because their offense can hold their offense can kind of, it's a give and take. Bears fans are so brainwashed into thinking they have to have the best defense in the league or they're going to suck, that any time that the Bears give up yards or they give up points, they're like, this defense is awful. They suck, because because we're so used to the defense has to hold the opponent to 9 points or we're not going to win. If the offense can make plays and the defense can make some opportune plays like they have before, whether it be holding a team on 4th down, Roquan Smith making an interception, fumble recovery, a strip sack. You just gotta strike when the iron's hot. Sometimes you don't have to have this 85 Bears defense that holds everybody to 6 points, as long as the offense is pulling its weight. But we didn't see the defense do that in the first matchup. So they have to make some opportune plays. They have to come up with a turnover. They have to get off the field on 3rd and long or on 3rd down. They have to get some pressure on Rodgers and get him off of his pedestal a little bit. So there's I think the defense has to do something a little more creative, or I don't know. Pagano has to do whatever he had against the Green Bay the first time. You got to throw it out the window, because that was garbage. So they have to dial up something a little more exotic, or hope that they can get some more pressure from their front 4. But there's a very slim margin of error for this game. And it's a must win, because I still don't see the Rams beating the Cardinals with all the things that's going on there, with all the guys that are on the COVID list and with all the injuries. They're starting a guy who I think was working at Walgreens last week. So it's hard to really imagine the Bears getting help in that situation. So they have to play a perfect game to win this.
You know, John, you bring up a really good point. Like, for instance, I was looking at the list of teams that have the most sacks in the NFL, just to see, if the people with the teams with the most sacks are leaders in one-loss record. And as I'm scrolling down the list, near the bottom is the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm like, whoa, this is the new NFL. And one of the things I want to talk a lot about during the offseason is what is more important, a pass rush or having good defensive backs? We've talked a little bit about it in some of our previous shows during the week, but I want to explore it more because as we examine the work of Ryan Pace, who has devoted so much of the team's monetary assets towards pass rushing the quarterback, Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn, as he overlooked the need to have really good cover people. Now, you can make the argument, he spent a lot of money on Eddie Jackson, a high draft pick on Jalen Jackson, Kyle Fuller as well, so that he has kind of complemented the two aspects. But there are some people who are saying, hey, just get a bunch of pass rushers who can contain quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, who escape the quarterback and all of a sudden create from 2 seconds of holding on to the ball to 10 seconds because they're running around back there. So you need these guys. So John Santucci, the question for you, where are you in this thinking of better to have great cover guys or better to have guys who can create sacks?
Well, I think it's moving towards having better coverage guys now as the NFL goes towards passing. The rules now have changed to emphasize the passing game. And let's face it, pass rushers are hard to come by. I mean, when you go into a draft, there's rare positions. Those rare positions are quarterback, pass rusher, left tackle, and cornerbacks. Those are the rarest four positions that teams try to find those guys. And pass rush is great, but you see, when we signed Robert Quinn, he didn't do much. So I think of the two choices this year, Jalen Johnson was, the better choice, whether it be draft or free agency. Picking up, we wouldn't be where we were at all if we didn't have Jalen Johnson, and we only signed Robert Quinn. So I think finding those cover corners nowadays, that can stick with these receivers are more of a premium now.
Jeffrey McLaughlin in the chat room says the team needs sacks and they need pressure to help the DBs. But my contention is that sacks are very, very difficult to get nowadays because quarterbacks are getting rid of the ball so quickly. So by the time a defensive end or outside linebacker is anywhere in the vicinity of the quarterback, that ball was already out. That's what offensive coordinators are preaching.
That's why you're seeing Quinn and Mack dropping into coverage because recently I think the Pittsburgh Steelers said that one of the players said the hardest guy to sack in the NFL is Phillip Rivers. A guy who's not mobile at all, he just gets rid of the ball.
Exactly. That is a great point. You look at
so I think this guy's
you look at Rivers' stats over the years. He's among the lowest sacked guys in the NFL because he gets rid of that ball.
Well, and he's smart. He's smart. Where did he sign in the offseason? He signed playing behind
with a
Quentin
good
Nelson.
All those guy.
That's right. Joe, your thoughts on this topic?
I tell you what, I don't even know what to think about this game anymore. All I know is I'm just ready for this defense to show what they're made of. I mean, this is the game. I mean, if you want to put it all on black, this is the game to do it. Go put it all on the line. Go kick some ass. And I think between Roquan and I think maybe Matt can finally get it going. Quinn is showing signs of life. This team, maybe they start to wake up. I know we don't have Jalen Johnson, but this is the week to go do it, guys. And if you're going to make a statement, this is the week because there's nothing after this. If you lose and still make the playoffs, that doesn't feel good. You got to win this game and control your own destiny. So just they got to come firing on all cylinders, and I'm just ready to see them do what we know that they can do. They just got to put it all together.
Joe, I know you've got a family event coming up in two minutes, so I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to express my sincere appreciation for everything that you do as a friend to me and to the Barroom Network. Your work here is highly valued as the fantasy football goon on the I Have a Stream, assisting John with his show, and just tons of other things. So you are the man. Really appreciate you. Please tell your wife that we love you both, and can't wait to talk to you again.
I appreciate all you guys, everyone on the network, especially you, Aldo, for running the ship and keep putting this all together, letting us do this amazing thing, all these shows all the time. So we appreciate you, brother, and all the other hosts, everyone here with me, of course, John, both Johns here, Chris Gonzalez, and everyone else on the network. I love and appreciate you guys. And if any of you guys missed it when I was on a little while ago, make sure you join the Fantasy Football Goon NFL.com Playoff Challenge. You can DM me on Twitter or Aldo at Bears Ballroom, and we'll send us your email address, and we'll get you signed up. $5 entry. Winner takes the whole thing. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're trying to get as many people in there as possible for a big pot. And, of course, then it could be super competitive and something fun to do with all of our listeners, everyone on the network. I'm looking forward to doing that with all you guys. It's going to make the playoffs a lot of fun.
Thanks a lot, Joe, and we'll talk to you soon. I want to keep the other guys on board here just to talk a little bit of baseball before we get back to football. And, John, I know you're a huge boxing fan. I know that you love the Bears more than you probably love money. Maybe not money.
It's close.
Close.
I've spent enough money on the Bears, so
there you go. But what's your favorite baseball team?
Well, I grew up in the Pittsburgh area, so I have the nightmare of being a Pirates fan, and they've recently traded away one of the only people that you could probably name on the team, Josh Bell. He's out of there. They traded him for I think a 26-year-old prospect that I think has an ERA of 11. So if we're gonna talk Pirates, then everyone's gonna tune off here. So
I agree.
They made the playoffs. They made the wild card game a few times in my lifetime, but going like the first 20 some years of my life, they weren't even close. Didn't even have a winning record. The lasting image of Pittsburgh baseball is the Sid Bream game where Barry Bonds' noodle arm from right field couldn't throw out Sid Bream in the NLCS in I think 1992. The Braves ended up going into the World Series. So that's about as much as people can bring to the table when talking about Pirates. Is just all of the nightmares and awful trades and awful seasons. So I'll let you guys talk about actual baseball teams.
Well, and before I let you go, any big fights coming up? And now I should let our listeners know and viewers know that John and I have been talking about building a boxing podcast because he and I are lovers of the science of boxing, and John does some boxing himself. What can you tell us, and especially the casual boxing fan out there, what's coming up on the horizon that we should be on the lookout, and we perhaps here at the Barroom Network will be covering?
Is as early as tomorrow. 2021 starts off with a bang. Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia, who has amazing crossover appeal. He has millions of Instagram followers. He's the guy that he's always hitting the snake bag, and he's doing the ducking and weaving. He's the closest thing to Oscar De La Hoya as far as that crossover appeal, where if you're not a boxing fan, you know the name. And so he's taking a big step up fight against Luke Campbell tomorrow. I believe that's on DAZN. So that's a online subscription. If you're the kind of person that pays for fights or pays for a subscription, DAZN is the best bang for the buck kind of thing. But that's neither here nor there. But this is a big fight because that would put him in line to really start fighting some of the bigger names in that division. You're talking about either Devin Haney, possibly Tank Davis, some of those bigger names that you could see him. And Ryan Garcia, as big as his following is, the casual fans will actually tune in to watch him fight, and that's what the sport needs right now. It's a little more casual fans, a little more fringe fans. So that's a big fight, and that's 2 days into the new year. That's big as boxing tries to make some of its money back that they lost throughout this entire year with the whole bubble that they had at the MGM Grand, and they have maybe not the best caliber of fighters. A lot of the big name fighters not taking fights because they weren't going to get paid that well, and then you gotta figure out this whole heavyweight division. Deontay Wilder wants to go to court against Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury wants to say, no, I'm moving on to Anthony Joshua. They have a 2-fight deal in place, and that's going to be the biggest fight of the decade, possibly since in the last 20 years. If Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua actually get to fight, they could push it to Saudi Arabia because there's a lot of money there, but that should happen in the United Kingdom. Both are British. They should be fighting there. So a lot of good boxing coming up to make up for the awful 2020 that we had, which there was a couple spots here and there with some good fights. Teofimo Lopez beating Lomachenko was a great thing. Tyson Fury beating Deontay Wilder early before pre-COVID days. But 2021 is going to be an incredible year for boxing. If you want to get into the sport and you want to get juiced up about something and you want to start following it, this is the year to do it, because all those big fights that should have happened last year, hopefully. Now, boxing does have a great reputation of shooting itself in the foot and just screwing up, but they should happen this year. So that's what I'm hoping for.
So if you need any evidence that a boxing podcast with John Buffon will be good, you just heard
there was my pitch.
Great job, John. And I will let everybody know that this week's Buffon 55, we are recording on Tuesday. We usually record on Wednesdays, but the last couple of weeks we've recorded on Tuesday because of the holiday schedule. And his special guest this week is going to be Chris Emma, who covers the Bears for 670 the Score Sports Radio. So John will be interviewing him, and then John does his B55 segment where he answers 5 questions in 55 seconds as a tribute to his uncle, Doug Buffon, who played 15 seasons for the Chicago Bears. And then Buffon's Basement. He, Alyssa, and myself talk just general topics about what's going on with the Chicago Bears. And then, John, a quick plug for Pass the Mic, a passion project of yours.
Absolutely. We started this back in the fall. Alyssa Barbieri and I, my co-host and co-producer of Buffon 55, we started this new project right about when football season started. It's a new show called Pass the Mic. It's a show that's all about spotlighting and bringing to light the trials, tribulations, and achievements of women in sports and sports media. So we've had an incredible list of guests so far. We started with Peggy Kaczynski, and if you're a Chicago sports fan, that name should be pretty familiar as far as how she got into sports broadcasting, the struggles she went through, and how she came out on top. Our most recent guest, Dr. Justine Siegel, who was the first woman to coach in Major League Baseball. She was also the first woman to throw batting practice to a Major League team. She was the mental health coach for Team Israel in the World Baseball Classic. She was a TV consultant for the new TV series coming out, A League of Their Own, based on, well, not based on the movie, but a continuation of A League of Their Own. If you like the movie, you're going to love the new series coming out. And she has a nonprofit to keep young girls in the sport of baseball. If they love baseball, they should be able to play baseball, not be told that they should play softball. Because when she was a 13-year-old athlete, her coach said, you shouldn't be on this team. You should be playing softball. We don't want you on this team. And she stuck it out. And so, but a lot of 13-year-olds wouldn't take that kind of rebellious attitude. They would go play softball. So her nonprofit is set up to keep girls playing baseball if they want to play baseball. And just for the hell of it, she has a doctorate in sports psychology as well. So this show has been really rewarding. It's really interesting to hear all of the things that these successful women have gone through. And some of these things are hard to listen to because it's hard to imagine some of this stuff still goes on in 2020, but it absolutely does. And although I think you would agree, a lot of our guests say, this is the first time I've ever talked about this, or this is the first time I've ever brought this up publicly. And so we are giving that forum, we are giving that opportunity for these women to talk about what they have gone through, what they have overcome. Some of it is really hard to listen to, but it's always great to see how they came out on top, and they're still doing what they love to do. And it sucks to hear that you have to go through much just to do the job that you love to do. But it shows that they have persevered. So that's every other week on the Barroom Network. Alyssa Barbieri and I host Pass the Mic here on the Barroom Network.
Yeah, and kudos to you, John. You came to me with this idea months ago. You said you were really passionate about it. And I, of course, said, hey, brother, let's do this. And you and Alyssa have just done a great job of lining up fabulous guests. and asking probing questions, but also being very respectful, never, forcing anybody to share anything that they don't want to know. But because
Absolutely.
I'm going to brag here on your behalf because of your interviewing skills and Alyssa's interviewing skills, people have opened up and shared some really great stories. And that's really, really important. John, any final thoughts before I talk to the guys a little bit about White Sox baseball and Cubs baseball?
I'll leave you on this note, guys. I said to end my show last week, I'm always the big picture guy. If you've listened to me for the last 4 years, I like to think about not just the weeks ahead, but the years ahead when it comes to the Chicago Bears. But I'm taking a different approach because there are going to be plenty of things to talk about in the offseason. The coaching staff, the personnel, the GM, the team president, draft picks, who's the quarterback position, all this stuff. Those are going to be conversations we're going to have maybe as early as next Monday. But we should be focusing on that the Chicago Bears, after a 6-game losing streak, regardless if you like the coach, regardless if you like Mitch Trubisky, regardless if you like Ryan Pace, this team has an opportunity to go to the NFL playoffs and compete for a spot in the Super Bowl if they are able to beat the Green Bay Packers, their most bitter rival, who the Bears can maybe take away that number 1 seed from, and they can maybe shut up Aaron Rodgers for a week. This is a big game. So if you can't get up for this, then I don't know what you can get up for, because there are plenty of things to sift through. We're going to get to that in the offseason. We're going to get to that if the season is over, if they're knocked out of the playoffs. We're going to be talking about that for the next 6 months. But for the next couple of days, they have the biggest game on their schedule. No one thought that they would be here. I wrote them off after they lost, I think, 5 in a row. I think after they lost to the Lions, I was done. This team was dead in the water. I thought, fire everybody. This thing is over. But they have a chance now. So we got to go all in on this moment. We got to embrace the moment, go all in on this moment, and let's hope to God the Bears can actually come to this game and make a statement. Because I said before, this is as much of a legacy game as for Mitch Trubisky as it is anybody else. Because if he goes out there and lays a stinker, everyone's going to say, well, look what happened. He's good enough to beat the Texans. He's good enough to beat this Vikings defense, in which their head coach said it was the worst he's ever had. He's good enough to beat the Jaguars. When it comes time to beat a good team, he can't do it. So this is a career-defining moment, not for Mitch Trubisky, as well as it is for a season-making moment for the Bears. There's a lot of subplots. There's a lot of storylines going on here. It's a big game for everybody. It's a big game for Matt Nagy. If he wants to make his case to stick around for next year or the year after, you want to make the playoffs 2 out of your 3 years. That's a much bigger chip to put in than it is to say, well, we went 8-8 2 years in a row and we missed the playoffs. So a lot riding on this game. We as fans need to embrace this and really go all in. The playoffs for Bears fans have started already. This is a playoff game. I don't want to hear about the Cardinals and the Rams. I don't even want to have to look at that game. This is the playoff game for the Bears. Round 1 starts on Sunday. Let's treat it like that.
I am so with you on that. This definitely is a playoff game. John, I can't wait to talk to you on Bear football immediately after the game. And actually, we do a halftime report as well. Hopefully, we'll be smiling and puffing our chests out. So looking forward to that. I will bid you adieu and a happy new year to you and all your loved ones, brother.
Hey, same to you. Hey, everybody, thank you so much for the guys at the network, Aldo, obviously you, and everyone that's spending some of their time listening to us today. That's phenomenal. I love the community that we've built here. I love that we can be fans, and this is just like, even though we're doing this online, it feels like we're all in the same bar just talking about sports, and that's why I love this network so much. So I appreciate all of you listening. I appreciate everybody who watches or listens to just the audio version, and I appreciate everybody that's on here talking and spending some time with us today. So thank you so much. Happy New Year to all you.
All right. Take care, brother. All right, guys, we have what I am really looking forward to. I am going to bring in a Cubs fan.
Oh, yeah.
And another White Sox fan.
What's going on, boys?
To remind me, who do you root for, Cubs or White Sox?
The White Sox. But, now I'm out there in the morning. We got Cubs, so I might have to pick up a couple Iowa AAA Cubs games while I'm out here. But my aunt and uncle used to live in Bridgeport, and when I was a little kid, I used to go to the game. Uncle Mike was a police officer. He used to work, on the side at the games and would let me in. I'd get all the players' autographs after the games and stuff. So always been a little bit more of a White Sox fan, even though the Cubs, when I was a kid, were the only thing on TV. you couldn't really watch White Sox games on TV when I was a youngin'.
Well, I don't know if you go back as long as I do. When you did get the White Sox on TV, it was
You had to pay for it. It was pay-per-view.
No, even before that, Jack Dries on Channel 32 was the play-by-play guy, and he was a snore, man. Oh my goodness! And so you immediately turn over to Channel 9 and listen to Jack Brickhouse with his more exciting call. Jack Brickhouse, of course, a Hall of
Jimmy
Fame.
Pearsall and Harry Carey. That was good. Maybe they were both really wasted when they were doing the game.
Something I can relate to. But welcome to Neil Stopchinski and Danny Shimon. We're going to talk a little bit of baseball with you guys and Chris and John.
Before we talk a little baseball, we got Danny and Neil here, and I'm about ready to go and watch the Iowa State-Oregon game. We got a kid down the road here named Breece Hall, who's one of the top running backs in the country, about to hit 1,500 yards. So if anybody's interested in watching one of the top running backs in the nation, you put on that Iowa State-Oregon game. Uncle Mike seems to think it'll be the Pac-12 champions who take this game, but I'm going to be rooting for the Cyclones today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Breece Hall is a phenomenal prospect. I believe he's a true sophomore, if I'm not mistaken. But the guy who's getting more pub right now is his quarterback, Brock Purdy. He's a guy who's coming out this year, and he's a guy that's in that tier of quarterbacks that we've been discussing on Draft on Tap, both Neil and I. Iowa State's got a head coach in Matt Campbell that's getting a lot of NFL sniffs as well. So definitely, if you want to see future NFL players, watch that Iowa State game.
Well, we will talk a lot more about college football prospects a little bit later. John, I know you've got family considerations and so forth. I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to have Chris stop and Danny talk about baseball. John, again, I can't properly express my appreciation for everything that you do for the Barroom Network. It's not just, I have a stream. It's just not fantasy football, Goon. It's a lot of other stuff that you do behind the scenes. You've been a great, great contributor in so many different ways. Lots of love and hugs to you and to your family, because I know sometimes it's your family that sacrifices for all that hard work that you're putting into the Barroom. So lots and lots of fun.
Love doing it all for the Barroom, and I have a stream coming up soon. I want to tell if you get a chance, watch on Netflix The Queen's Gambit, which is kind of like a sports movie but with chess. And I didn't think I would like it at all. Ended up not being able to put it down, so to speak. So if you get you're in the mood for a sports movie, it's not really sports, it's chess, but it has that championship kind of battles, with
and gamesmanship
and going against the top chess players, so to speak, and an underdog who's a woman in the arena where there weren't any women. So it's a great story too, as well. Very well paced, very well edited, and that's on Netflix. And I'll see you guys, and I have a stream. Best wishes for the new year and all the success to everybody here at the Barroom.
And indeed, all of your co-hosts on the Barroom, Aaron Machowski and Sarah Mars and Danny Aguirre, lots of thanks to them. By the way, I got a message from Danny Aguirre that I'm going to play a little later that you guys are all going to want to hear in typical Danny Aguirre style. But John, we'll let you go. Thank you very much again for everything that you do. And let's talk a little bit of baseball.
Later, man.
All right, brother. Let's talk a little bit of baseball with these guys, Neil Stopchinski, Danny Shimon, Chris Gonzalez. Chris is a diehard White Sox fan. He covers the White Sox for the BearsBarroom.com. Neil Stopchinski, I think it's safe to say that he likes the Chicago Cubs. I'm just looking a little behind his Pirates shirt. I don't know why he's wearing a Pirates shirt today. Oh,
it's Irish, baby.
All right.
I'm in the spirit of Jerome Bettis right now. Big game today.
I love
Big
it.
Game.
I love it. Neil, of course, one of the newest members of the Barroom, and he provides excellent commentary and analysis on Draft on Tap. And Danny Shimon, longtime Bears Barroom lead draft analyst, but also a baseball fan and a lover of the Chicago White Sox. Let me open it up to the three of you guys. First of all, let's get kind of a report on the Chicago White Sox and what has happened during the offseason. And Chris is an excellent person to share that. Chris, what have you liked and what have you not liked about what the White Sox are doing during the offseason?
Let's start off the field first and get out of the way because it's easy to do it that way with Len Casper coming to the team to be on the radio. That's a bold move for the Sox, but that's as far as the offseason moves for off the field goes. And on the field, the team brought in Tony La Russa, Hall of Fame coach, coming out of retirement to lead them to championships on a 2-year deal. We'll see how he gels with the culture here and how he uses our bullpen. Unlike Renteria has failed to do in previous seasons. As far as off-season equations go, they made a trade and they traded Dunning, a prospect and organization that showed some good potential in his rookie year here. Traded him to the Rangers and got Lance Lynn, who is a very comparable to Trevor Bauer's with recent seasons. With the stats, the eye might be a different story, but the stats show that he's pretty similar to Bauer. I thought it was a bold move. I liked that trade, and I'm going to get a little bit more into that in an article upcoming as the season comes or the offseason comes to an end. They also signed Adam Eaton to I think it was a 1 year or 2 year deal.
I think it was a 1 year deal.
I think it was a 1 year deal, yeah. Which I didn't like that move to be your, if you're going to play Tunham in right field with Adam Ingold, I was looking for more of a bold, acquisition than, Adam Eaton as far as, someone that can bring more offensive production than Adam. To me, it was just a typical Jerry Reinsdorf move, and I didn't like it at all. I was really hoping that they would make a trade, and I think they can get a deal done for this guy with not spending, a ton of your farm system for it. But Michael Conforto of the Mets, he's an up-and-coming star. I think he's 27, so he's right there at that point in his career where he just take off. And I know the only criticism that you could probably get for that is Boris is his agent. So you're going to have to spend money to extend him because he is, I think this year is his last year of his contract deal. So that was a move I would have loved to see or something along that sort. It's not, just going for Adam Eaton. We haven't seen what they're going to do with the bullpen because they need to finalize closer with Calumet going. I was hoping for, Blake Treinen or Liam Hendricks. Hopefully that comes maybe in the next month or so. But they do need to finalize that back end piece. They have a lot of young guys that can fill, arms and a bullpen in between. But they need a closer for sure. And Calumet was doing a hell of a job the past 3 years, really. And they also have to probably get a designated hitter. I like the young guy with their first round pick of Andrew Vaughn, but he might not be MLB ready just yet.
Yeah, he's not.
But with John Buffon got a Josh Bell trade, I love the potential of Vaughn over like trading for a guy like Josh Bell to bring him in for the long run. So we'll have to see if they go for like Michael Brantley or someone to come in and fill that a year or two gap there. But other than that, they also did, I think this week, they signed Evan Marshall to an arbitration deal. They got that done. That was a solid, move to keep him in the organization for those innings, for the 6th, 7th inning, role. But that's about it for the Sox at this moment.
Good analysis, Chris. And let me ask Danny, who is, when he's not looking at tape of college prospects, NFL prospects, he is wishing and hoping that the Chicago White Sox are going to win some baseball games. I got to start with asking you the question, what do you think about the Tony La Russa hiring? Is that something that you support? Is that something you're concerned about? And what are your other major thoughts about the Chicago White Sox heading into 2021?
Well, when the Russa name was bandied about in terms of managerial candidates for the Sox, I thought it was just Jerry Reinsdorf doing a favor for his his friend, a guy we all know that he's got a fondness for ever since Ken Harrelson fired him. So I didn't really take it seriously. I honestly thought with Rick Hahn's press conference after he had let go of Rick Renteria, and in terms of what he discussed, in terms of recent World Series experience and what he's looking for in a manager, I thought, AJ Hinch, the former Astros manager, or the Cora, the former Red Sox manager, were going to be the prime two candidates.
Alex Cora.
Alex Cora, thank you. And when actually, lo and behold, Tony La Russa became the manager, I was shocked. First, I was like against the move, but then the more you think about it, the more think about it, he brings in, Jerry Reinsdorf's in a win now mode. He's a guy that wants another World Series before either he gives it, sells the team or gives the reins over to someone else. And I think now this window within a year or two, I think that's what they're going to try and go for. And I think that makes more sense. Now you bring in a Hall of Fame manager, true, he's been out of the game in terms of not in the dugout for the past 10 years. But he's been involved in the game, whether he's been doing special work for the Angels, for example, where he was last season, and some other clubs previous to that. He's still been involved in the game. He's a kid that, or again, he's not a kid. He's a manager that is also fluent in Spanish. He speaks Spanish, which I know might not mean a big deal to anybody else, but we have a predominant Latin ball club, and I think that helped Ricky Renteria kind of get these guys comfortable being able to speak Spanish to them and all that stuff. And I think La Russa being able to speak Spanish is a positive. So I see that aspect of it in terms of why he brought him in. Of course, Reinsdorf has always been, like I said, a favorite. He loved La Russa. He called him like a son to him. So, bringing him in was a shock initially. But if you think about it, kind of break it down, the Sox have a 2-3 year window. And I think that's why they brought him in. I think that's what Reinsdorf was hoping to do is just get a World Series within the next couple of years.
Neil Stopchinski, on the north side of town, there's something totally different happening than on the south side of town. On the south side, they're building towards a World Series championship, and it appears that the Chicago Cubs have started to destruct everything that they've built towards winning championships and are starting all over. Your thoughts on what's going on the north side?
Well, first off, guys, happy 2021. An International Day of Hangovers, Bowl Games, and Snack Food. This is amazing. I love this day. It wasn't too long ago that I was really happy about this and not so happy about this. But now it's flip-flopped. I'm a very, very sad Cubs fan right now because, they got rid of Schwarber and they got rid of – it feels like they're getting rid of everybody right now. It feels like we're the Marlins right now. It's a very sad feeling. The rumors coming out of Willie Contreras being traded away this week, made me want to punch my, hand through a wall. But there's got to be a method to the madness. It was really weird how Theo stepped down when he did. I don't know if I buy what he told the media. He basically gave out this, looking more into what's going on. This seems like the right thing to do. I don't know. He had his plan of over the course of the next year, getting things right for Jed, and it just feels weird. The whole thing feels weird right now. I don't know what's the I's missing off my last name. What's going on there? Darvish. I'm not sure who was more pissed off about Darvish leaving, me or my girlfriend, but that was that just came out of nowhere. It felt like, and same thing to him. Darvish put on Twitter this week. It just kind of came out of left field. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm a little uneasy about it, and especially now that my name's on the season ticket waiting list here. I'm not sure, what this team's going to look like once we get to the point to when I'm next up in line, and I'm ready to go ahead and throw down on season ticket package. Makes me very, very uneasy. But I still think we got a lot of really good players in the pen. I think we got a decent pitching staff. You look at the guys at the foundation of this club right now. And, you talk about Hendricks and you talk about Rizzo and Bryant, Contreras, and Baez. Those guys are the foundation. You cannot get rid of any one of those five guys. I really think that, you look at what the Blackhawks are doing. They're not getting rid of Taze and Kane, and they kept on Crawford and Seabrook and Keith for as long as they can, for as long as they were breathing, basically, and were functional. You talk about core foundational players are guys that you cannot get rid of, whether you're rebuilding or not. You got to, there has to be some sort of consistency from a winning cultural standpoint in that clubhouse. When you talk about the bullpen, I think the law firm of Wick and Ryan is going to, be a really good moving forward. I don't know who the hell is going to close games out. Kimbrel finished out really well, but those setup guys were, pretty stout the past couple years. I'm excited about those guys and how they've developed. As far as young pitchers, the Owsley kid, I'm looking forward to seeing what he and Dylan Maples can turn into this upcoming season when they get an actual full 162 games and not just this weird 60 game deal. And something I just realized right now as I'm looking at my phone, Jonathan Holder. I don't know how the hell we acquired him. I don't know where we got him from, but when I was in Starkville, Mississippi, watching Mississippi State ball out on a week-by-week basis in college baseball, that dude was a stud. And I can't wait to see what he's actually able to do because I'm not sure. I kind of lost track of him, to be honest with you. I wasn't sure where he went or what he was doing around the league. But, if he can match what he did at Mississippi State, for the Cubs, that gets me really excited. I don't know what we're going to do with the outfield. We have 3 guys on the roster right now in the outfield. We have, Hayward, Happ, and something called Philip Urban. I don't know who that guy is, but Happ, what a great year he's had. Just came out of nowhere and turned into a star. You could probably add him as a 6th guy to that 5-man foundation. He's a guy that you can't get rid of either, and I think he's going to fill in really well for Kyle Schwarber out and left. Infield wise, hey, you keep Rizzo, you keep Bryant, and you keep Hobby. Throw Nico Horner in there, who I was really excited about. As another guy that just came out of nowhere and did some great things right away. This club has done a really good job of finding young stud dudes, and developing them and getting them in the fold early, and just letting them go to work. Baptism by fire. I love it. Outside of that, I mean, everything else that's kind of happening right now, it's got me very, very anxious. So, like I said, there's got to be a method to the madness. I'm staying positive as possible. That this thing is completely imploding.
I don't know. I give it to all Chicago Cubs fans, and I was one for 4 or 5 decades. And finally, I said, "Screw this, man! What the White Sox are doing on the other side of town is much more commendable. They're actually trying to build a winner." And then Mike North was telling me, but that's a whole different story. Mike North was telling me that Jerry Reinsdorf actually said at one point, "I'm not interested in finishing up in first place. I'm interested in finishing near the top. I just want to make money." But if whether that's true or not, what I see right now is the Chicago Cubs just unloading big salaries, and they're going to blow the whole thing up and do the same thing Theo did when he first got here. And that's going to result in 3 seasons of utter misery. And I just feel there's a better way to rebuild a team than tanking in such a way. Those 3 seasons, 2.5 seasons, whatever it was with the Cubs where they hit rock bottom, those were the worst seasons. And they lost a lot of season ticket holders. I remember Hub Arkush, who covers the Chicago Bears. He was a season ticket holder, and he said, "Hey, I can't continue to pay these, what is it, $10,000 for a season ticket? I just can't do it." So that might happen again, and I understand with the pandemic and so forth, the economics of things have changed, but I just feel like this is a Ricketts move to just save money, perhaps because Daddy Ricketts said, sell everything off. Let's make some money back by cutting corners. It's an old Wall Street move. You end up making more money by cutting salaries. And I just don't like that, particularly in a city like Chicago, where you have it's the 2nd or 3rd largest market in the country, and you shouldn't be cheating fans. Stop. I know you've got a retort on that. I will let you get to that retort, but I want to say goodbye to Chris first, because we're going to turn our attention to lots of Bears talk. Chris, I want to thank you for all of the great information that you've provided about the White Sox. I want to thank you for the plans that you are working on with Joe regarding a possible White Sox podcast. Everything that you do for the Bears Barroom Network, I greatly appreciate it. You are a man of great passion for the White Sox and great knowledge as well. Thank you very much. I'll give you the last word, and then I'll turn it over to Stop, because I don't want to cheat you out of telling me to go F myself.
Yeah, I also forgot one of the last things about the White Sox was the letting James McCann go, not overpaying him. It had to be done. I mean, he proved his worth.
I agree.
the Sox would have had to overpay for him, but with how things are set up, he had one good season in 19. He only played a quarter of a season last year. What I will miss most about James McCann is his relationship and work with Giolito. I'm not sure if Grandal will be equipped with that connection that they had. That's to be seen. But, the Mets paid him. I would not want to overpay him, for him and McCann to just, or Grandal and McCann to switch, 3 or 4 starts out of the week or whatever. You're going to have to pay one or the other. And it was Zach Collins, another first-round prospect in the background that needs to get some of that, lighter reps, to get his potential. We'll have to see how, spring training goes and how the White Sox start the year. Buffon, you talk about the Pirates, and I don't think he gave enough credit to Roberto Clemente of those positive years. But, although I appreciate, you giving me the opportunity to cover the White Sox, and I'm glad to be part of the network, with all the amazing people that we have here. Thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
You got it, brother. I will let you go. Happy New Year to you and all your loved ones. And then I'm going to turn it over to to Neil Stopchinski, who is going to reply to my comments regarding what the Cubs are doing. And then we'll bring in 4 of the 5 stars of the Barfly Tailgate Show. And all of us will talk about the Chicago Bears for the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 60 minutes. I don't know how long we'll go. This is a New Year's party. But I want to make sure to get Neil his final thoughts. You get the last word on the Cubs, brother.
Right on, man. Hey, you said something interesting. We are the 3rd largest city in the country. We shouldn't be in a situation where we're having to dump cash and trying to figure out ways to win, man. We should have unlimited resources. We should be able to buy who we want. It's a little bit of an embarrassment, to be honest with you, that we have to get to this point where, we're unloading contracts and players like you, Darvish, just because we can't, afford to pay anybody. It's absurd. I used to live right outside of Wrigleyville and Lakeview, and I still remember vividly what that place looked like before the Ricketts took this thing over. And I'm not saying that they did a bad job. I love the way that Wrigleyville looks now, but it's just 2 completely different outfits right now. Before it was kind of gritty and a little questionable. That Taco Bell and that McDonald's over there had flashing red and blue every single night during the season. I mean, it was it was a lot of fun though. And some of the bars down there were old school bars, and some of the buildings down there were kind of like run down. But I mean, it just felt like blue collar, like the Cubs always were, right?
Yep.
I don't have anything negative to say really about the Sox. I think they're doing amazing things. They're taking all the best things that Chicago Cubs had at one point. They got a voice and they got a bat, and they're doing some more things. But it feels like the Sox right now, the Sox feel like what the Cubs felt like to me in 2014 last year.
Yeah. And
this year upcoming kind of has like a little bit of 2015 feel where the Cubs just kind of came out of nowhere and made the NLCS. And, this year could easily be a 2016 for the White Sox. I don't really know, but they got a lot of really, really nice pieces. It's one of those things though, where, as long as the White Sox win when the Cubs are out, I don't care. I'm fine with that because, it's funny. When I was raised on the west side of South Bend, Indiana, and we grew up Cubs fans, but we also had the single A club, the South Bend single A club, that for a long time when I was a kid was affiliated with the White Sox. And so you kind of had to cheer for both, because when the White Sox were winning, that means the single A club was good and it was fun going to baseball games downtown South Bend. But, I think the first piece of athletic apparel that I ever owned was a red Cubs hat with the blue C and a blue Cubs hat with the red C outside the Notre Dame gear that my mom and dad just, showered me with. I mean, we grew up 15 minutes away from the Golden Dome, right?
Yeah.
It's as long as, the Cubs are winning, I'm fine with the White Sox winning. It kind of, man, if the Cubs aren't winning, the White Sox are winning. It hurts me right here, man. It hurts me deep down inside.
The hurt hasn't started yet, my friend. The hurt hasn't started yet.
Oh, man, 2005 was worse enough. It was bad enough. 2005 was a shit show for the Cubs, and it was just amazing for the Sox. I'm just glad that, who did they play in the World Series? It was the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm just glad the Astros didn't win. I can't stand the Astros.
Oh my gosh, the cheaters of the Major League Baseball. Hey Neil, I promise you this: you and I and Danny and anybody else in the bar room that wants to talk baseball, we'll create a baseball special right around maybe around spring training time. We'll get the 8, 10, 20 people who are in the bar room and just love talking baseball. We'll get together here on our StreamYard channel here on YouTube, and we'll just have an open discussion and go as long as you guys want, and we'll talk baseball in depth. And I would love to do also one-on-one interviews with you guys, because when you were sharing some of your intimate memories of the Chicago Cubs and you growing up with the team and so forth, those are the kinds of things that I like people to hear about, and I personally like to hear about and share with others. So we will definitely do that. What I want to do right now is I want to talk about the Chicago Bears, and that's why I am bringing in this handsome man, Ryan Badgley. I'm bringing in this handsome man, Bobby Bombs, I'm bringing in this handsome man, Aaron Curran, and then I'm bringing in this not so handsome man, Mike.
What a dick!
I love you, man.
Guys, we have a lot of football talk to get to. And by the way, Mike, you are probably the most handsome man in the room right now.
Well, maybe second.
I know that I'm the least handsome man. And what I'm going to do right now, because I've been drinking coffee with a little of this 151.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm going to go to the washroom, and I'm going to turn over the hosting duties to Bobby Bombs and Ryan Badgley. He's going to get you guys talking about football. I will join you a little later. And what I want to do also, I want to make sure I am here for the part where Danny Shinman is debating about Mitchell Trubisky and whether he should be the long-term answer for the Bears. I want to be here just at the very least to hear what he's got to say, and at the very least, maybe chime in with my opinion or two. All right.
You better go to the bathroom and freshen up, my friend.
Yeah, make sure you mute your mic. We don't need to hear any of that crap.
Yeah,
literally.
I'll be back. Fellas. Have a good time.
All righty. Hey, what's going on, boys? Great little
New Year, guys.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Great little
Happy
show
New
you
Year.
guys have had going on so far. And, we're here to crash the party a little bit. But let's get into this Bears talk. I know you guys are wrapping up some baseball. Let's get into this
real quick. I just want to say something real quick.
Danny.
I feel kind of weird. I have my ex-partner with my current partner. Am I like it's a little weird going on here.
Dude, you make it sound like we had a bad breakup.
No, it was, you gave me the "it's not you, it's me" speech. That's okay. I got it.
I wish it was as easy as that.
Sorry, Bobby. Go ahead.
No, man. So, like, with this whole Bears talk thing and rolling in, I guess we'll save the whole Bears Packers thing for a little later. But so far, Danny, what do you think in the resurgence, this last quarter of football that they've had so far? Maybe the last 4 games, 5 games, this resurgence, and where's it all coming from? Where do you see that this team has either set it straight, or are they just getting lucky against some shit teams, man?
For me, honestly, Bobby, it's a little bit of both. I mean, the first of all, let's start with the good stuff, right? The good stuff, I think they found an interior of the offensive line, that core, with Mustafa at center, with Whitehair moving to left guard, and then Bars moving over to right guard. I think that center right there has really solidified the offensive line. And I think Fetty out at right tackle he's been okay, and then Leno's been solid as well, left tackle. So I think that offensive line, getting the ground game going, getting David Montgomery, churning those yards, playing a little, boring, if you will, ball control offense, if you will, but getting those yards, getting Trubisky not to have to be the focal point of the offense, not put everything on his arm to be able to make the plays and everything like that. We have a running game we can go to, and also what they're doing is they're building a nice little pocket there where they're giving him some resemblance of an offensive line there, so he can step up in the pocket if he needs to. He doesn't have to run for his life like Nick Foles was doing. So I think that's where it starts right there. The other thing was key was finally this coaching staff recognized that Mitch Trubisky in the pocket, diagnosing defenses pre-snap, post-snap is not his game. He's just not there. And will he ever get there? That's a big question that we don't know. But
Took
what
him
he
long
does
enough to fucking figure it out.
Well, that's the thing. It took so long, but we do know that moving the pocket with Mitch cutting the field half, having him just give him half a field to read and diagnose, that gives him an opportunity to process quicker, get the ball out quicker to it in the hands of his playmakers. And the third thing that I think has really helped the offense has been the step up and play in the rookie Darnell Mooney. He brings in that speed element that they were lacking last season, that they were lacking for most part of this season. I think him coming out and bringing that element, bringing that threat of a guy that can take the top off of defense, and running those crossing routes, those seam routes where cornerbacks, you see they cannot keep up with him in the speed.
Yeah.
That's give him another element, another release valve where you can get the ball off quick into his hands and pick up first downs by chunks. So I think those are the three key things that really help spur this offensive resurgence. Of course, playing the 31st ranked defense, a 27th ranked defense, a 24th ranked defense, and the 32nd ranked defense helped as well. So that's the thing, that's why I'm kind of keeping my hopes down in terms of what this offensive surge does mean. But what you cannot argue is that offensive line has been playing well. Okay. Mitch excels moving that pocket, getting out of that pocket and making decisions on the run. And Darnell Mooney's been a playmaker. I think the kid only dropped one ball thrown his way.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this, and Danny, I'd like to kind of stick with you on this. You sit here and you're looking at players on this roster that you've scouted, over the course of a number of years in the draft, finally getting an opportunity. Guys like Alex Bars, guys like Sam Mustipher. Now that they're getting this opportunity, where prior to them you saw Rashad Coward week in and week out being thrown out there when clearly he wasn't a fit. Mm-hmm. How come guys like us that sit here and do this recognize things like those two players and giving them an opportunity, recognizing that playing to your players' strengths is something that this coaching staff should have done prior to this season, even to last season? Kind of did it in year one. What is this coaching staff? I'm not fully sold. My opinion has changed on Nagy because he's kept the players in this and it's turned them around. But to me, those are fireable offenses that they couldn't recognize in how great their practices are, that these players gave them a better opportunity.
Right. I mean, no, that's what's so, it gets me so fired up, because it's like it took him this long to figure this out. It took him to the point where pretty much.
Shit. What happened to Danny?
You just kick him out, bad?
No, I didn't do anything.
What are you doing, Dan?
Did I cut off there, or did you guys hear me?
No, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so infuriating about this coaching staff is like, why did it take so long? What was the key? Was it Bill Lazor taking over the play calling, saying, hey, listen, we got to make some changes here? Was it Nagy saying, you know what, the offensive coordinator, Matt Nagy, is going to get the head coach, Matt Nagy, fired if I don't make any changes here? Was that the realization? We're talking about this week in and week out. Get the ball to Cole Kmet. Why is Cole Kmet, getting less reps than Demetrius Harris? Why is Darnell Mooney only getting, limited amount of reps? Why hasn't Anthony Miller developed? We see the guy as a punt returner, get the ball in his hands, and you see him make guys miss in the open field. Why can't we take advantage of Anthony Miller's ability there as well? Every time we hear about, Miller went the wrong route or something like that, it's not, where's the development of this kid? Second round pick, you guys traded up into the second round to get. Why isn't he developed now to the point where we're stopped talking about him running the wrong routes? So
Riley Ridley
falls on the coaching staff.
Riley Ridley. What the fuck with Riley Ridley?
Right.
Guy hasn't seen the field, but 5 times this season?
Right. So why isn't he playing? Why is a guy like Javon Wims, who put himself above the team in that game against New Orleans and got himself suspended, and all that stuff, why is he playing ahead of Riley Ridley? Is this just a coaching staff that just values veterans, guys that have been loyal to him for over the years? Or is he one that's going to be able to move on and say, this guy gives me the best opportunity to win on Sundays, I'm going to play him over this veteran that I've been with for the last 2-3 years? Those are questions that you got to have to ask yourself if you're the Bears hierarchy in terms of making this choice here after the season. We can get into the Packers game if you guys want, but I don't think they're going to beat the Packers, whether Bakhtiari is out or not. So they're going to go 8-8, whether they make the playoffs or not. We'll see what happens between the Rams and the Cardinals. Yeah. But if you're McCaskey and the ownership, you got to sit down and say, all right, is Matt Nagy the guy that's going to lead us into this, next, year or two? Remember, he's a guy that has gotten some credit from me in terms of being able to keep this team together. Badgie called it. That 6-game losing streak. Not many coaches survive 6-game losing streaks in a season, right? Typically, that's a firing for sure. But he kept the team together, and he came back. They won the last 3, and now he has in position to possibly make the playoffs, right? Yeah. So you got to give him credit for that. So I think that's all got to fall in line here, and is what we're seeing now with him, Matt Nagy, the head coach. Is he worth keeping around? Because we know Matt Nagy, the play caller, is not worth keeping around.
Yeah. I got a question in the chat for you guys here, and I'm going to shoot this to everybody, but I'm going to start with Neil and Danny. So I'm going to pop this up on the screen here, fellas. Here's the question. Who can do better in man-to-man versus Davante Adams, Kindle Vildor or Duke Shelley? Because you've got no Jalen Johnson, no Buster Skrine. I didn't think we would see Buster Skrine again this season anyway, personally. His 6 concussion, so on and so forth. Neil, I'm going to throw this at you first. Who do you prefer man-to-man against Davante Adams with now Kindle Vildor is probably going to be the 2 and Shelley will be the nickel?
I'm going to trust Duke Shelley. I don't know too much about Kindle Vildor, just so in terms of a guy that's going to show up against a big-time player. Duke Shelley has shown up so far this year, and he's going to out-physical the hell out of Davante Adams. So if you need a guy to beat that dude up and slow him down a little bit, I'll take Duke Shelley against that guy. I don't know about you, Danny.
Well, the answer to the question is neither one's going to do well against positive top 5, top 2 receiver in the NFL. So either kid's going to get beaten, right? The only question is who can limit the damage versus Davante Adams. For me personally, I know he's a rookie, but I was high on Kindle Vildor coming out of Georgia State last year's draft. And Badge, you recall our shows last year. Yep. I actually scouted. I mocked him to the Bears in one of my mock drafts because I like the way he's a kid that's he's about 5'10" or so. He's a physical kid. He's not big enough to be one of those considered one of the physical corners in the NFL, but he's a guy that doesn't back down from anybody. This is going to be a big time challenge for him. He's got what I call those quick twitch fibers in his lower body, where he's when he's dropping back and when he's in zone, he can quickly transition from zone, pedal forward, come down, and he's aggressive. He's a guy we've seen already in a couple of games. He's not going to shy away from contact. He'll come in and he'll put a lumber on some of these receivers that are playing out in the field or whatnot. So he's a guy that I give him a shot. I know last week he got penalized once and he gave the touch on DJ Shark. That touch on DJ Shark, I think that was just he was in good position. I think just Shark made a great play on the football and come down with that touchdown. So
Shark had a couple inches on him too, which plus he got away with a little bit of a push off.
That too.
So it was a great catch though.
Yeah,
he just high pointed the ball, just made a play, man. I mean, you can't fault the corner on that play.
So for me, I think Hilder has the athletic ability to be able to keep up with Davante Adams. Again, both kids are going to struggle, so I think you'd look for some over the top safety help when covering Davante Adams.
What do you think, Bobby? Yeah, we've gone back and forth, each week, man. So what do you think?
Yeah, that's the same thing. I was good with Danny's last point there. It's definitely going to need over the top safety help. You can't just leave either of these two on an island with him because they're going to get beat every time. You know what I mean? I guess it's just got to get to that black and blue football. If he gets the ball, you better harass him. You need to take him down. You can't miss any tackles. You know what I mean? And just play the beat up game. And over the top help is definitely going to be needed. Obviously, another big part of this game that we didn't have last game is going to be Akeem Hicks. Last time we faced the Packers, Hicks didn't play. So that pressure up front, we all know when Aaron Rodgers gets to be in, the little when his emotions come out and he starts throwing tablets and shit, that his game suffers. So to get him to that point is what's needed. And I think, either one of them, they're good. They're good utility pieces, both of them. Can either of them be a star or either of them going to be a top corner in the league? I don't know. I mean, I think that they're good pieces. They're good special team pieces, and they're suitable, couple weeks rest pieces. The Jalen Johnson thing is concerning. He's out again. And maybe I don't know. I mean, this is a high-powered offense. I mean, I'm pretty certain that the Packers are the highest scoring team in the league right now. And to put either of these two out there against Davante and be like, hey, Here we go, man. Like,
Well,
you know,
in
that
all
we're-
honesty, you could have the best corner in the league. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And put him up against. He's going to struggle against Devontae Adams because his route running is just perfect, and he's big, strong, fast. He's got everything that you look for in a wide receiver. But for me, I'm looking at Kendall Vildor because he doesn't back down from anybody, and not that Duke Shelley would. I feel like I like Kendall Vildor better for all the reasons that Danny pointed out. And he's scrappy. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. You know, he came from a small college. And when he played against big schools, he was able to hold his own against. I think they played Clemson and LSU, and Kendall Vildor, he held his own against those NFL prospect wide receivers at those big colleges, and he's just not going to back down from anybody. He'll get beat. Every corner gets beat, but
yeah,
I like Vildor up against Adams more than Shelley.
Mike, we'll wrap it up with you.
I take Duke just based on the shred of additional NFL experience that he's got in a full offseason that Vildor didn't get this year because of COVID. But anyway, you spin it, it's a bad matchup. You're looking at arguably the number one receiver in the NFL. This battle's got to be won in the trenches. And it's good to see Robert Quinn's name sort of pop up in the news this week that he knows he's got to have a big week. He does. But
it's horrible to see him in the flat.
He's got the advantage of a better matchup this week than he would have had with Bakhtiari.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it comes down to getting pressure on Rodgers. We've seen the blueprint. We saw what the Bucs did. We see what the Panthers did, and you really have to get to him. So I think any way you slice it, you're going to have a bad matchup on Adams. But I'm going to be watching Quinn, to see how he steps up on Sunday.
The one thing I can add one more thing with Vildor in terms of the matchup with Adams. Again, we all agree this is going to be whichever corner plays against Adams, they're going to be overmatched. But with Bakhtiari out, look for the Packers to either roll coverage away from Mac, roll the pocket away from Mac, or go with those quick hitting plays, pass plays. And Vildor's got more, like I said, that more quick twitch fiber to be able to be in position to be able to make plays on the football as opposed to Shelley. For me, at least, the only thing that concerns me there. He's a rookie. Adams is an all-pro. He's going to get those calls from the officials. Are the officials going to let Vildor be a little more aggressive with him, be there in his space, and kind of play through the football? So we'll see how that goes as well. But those are my concerns there.
Hey, so Jeff put in the comments there that Fuller should be on him. I just want to. We'll start with Neil, but it doesn't really have to go around the room. But is it? You know how some defensive coordinators, some guys do that. They take their number one, they put them on their number one. You're out all game. The Bears have never done that I remember. Normally their guys stay home. Maybe the early Lovey days, Tillman did move around a little bit, but the newer Bears, they haven't done that. They don't move their top DB over to the top wide receiver ever. Is that something that's concerning at all, that they just leave these guys home and they're going to put these younger dudes on an island? Or do you think that they should move them, Neil? Do you think that they should move Fuller and just, as long as he's, if he's in the slot, you're on the slot side. If he's wide out either left or right, then you follow him. What do you think, man?
I think it's two schools of thought. I think there's coaches that want to be fluid with their DBs, and that's the school of thought that I live in. I think you should be fluid with those guys. I think those guys should be able to play both sides of the field, whether you're on the boundary field side. There's another school of thought that says, you have two very skilled dudes on the edges, leave them on the edges and cover their side of the field. Own your space, own your island. I would rather, again, like I said, I'm in the school of thought where you be fluid with those guys, you move them around. If you have a one guy that is just the guy, put him on their other guy. And that goes for basketball too. I was a basketball player growing up. You put your best defender on the star. So I would like to see Fuller on Devontae Adams personally, but if they're going to stick to their corners owning their individual sides of the field, then we got to figure out a way to mitigate disaster.
It's
I love Kyle Fuller, guys. I really do. My thing with Kyle Fuller is the 15 yards off the ball on every fucking play, and then he just comes up and makes a tackle, where two years ago he may be 7 to 8 yards off the ball, but he's coming up and he might make a pick. This defense that Chuck Pagano is running just baffles me. And if he does what he did the first time these two teams played, well, it's going to be just as big of a fucking smoke show as it was the first time. They got to pressure Aaron Rodgers. You saw AC and Mike mentioned it. They pressured Rodgers heavily. And that first series in that Bucs game, they didn't. And the Packers were able to march right down the field. And then Todd Bowles was like, you know what? We're coming after this guy. Yeah. And he threw a pick six. They have to play an attacking style of defense Sunday.
I think I saw that the Buccaneers blitzed like 48% of the time in that game, and it really had Aaron Rodgers rattled, and it's like the only game that we've seen that from. And a lot of people are in the school of thought that if you blitz, Aaron Rodgers is going to pick you apart, but I would rather take my chance. Yeah, exactly, Aldo. I've heard you say it multiple times. But I'm in the school of thought that, and I played linebacker, so I'm a little biased, I guess. But go after the guy and hit him and put him on the ground, and that's how you get him rattled. And you guys were talking about, Kyle Fuller and playing back. That's a scheme thing. Even Fangio did that, where he would play him deep, and it would drive us crazy sometimes. But look, if you look historically, there's other teams. The Legion of Boom in Seattle, when they were at the top of their game, they kept Richard Sherman on that right side and played with that. And I think the 49ers do the same thing. And I'm sure Fangio does that in Denver too. But it just comes down to scheme. And to me, it sucks, but it's hard to call plays when you've got a corner doing one thing over here, and then you call a different play and he's got to do something over here, and then he has to jump into the slot, and then you run into substitution issues. And if you try to substitute against Aaron Rodgers, you know what he's doing. He's going to get you with 12 men on the field, and he's going to throw it deep, and what are you going to do? So it's difficult. I mean, I don't envy any defensive coordinator trying to scheme against Aaron Rodgers.
Let me share a thought.
I thought we were going into like a Pantera breakout. Fucking hostile.
The microphone fell down my throat and listen to my innards.
That was the Packers fans are trying to break in and listen to our strategy for.
Let me offer a thought about this whole blitzing Aaron Rodgers thing. And all of the great quarterbacks, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, they will all tell you, bring the blitz. Bring the blitz, because I know then how to attack you. Y'all know where the open, you only got 11 guys on the defense. And so if you're sending in the fifth guy and the sixth guy, that leaves fewer guys to defend the pass. And that's part of what Chuck Pagano's defense is all about. They want to have the defensive backfield covered with defenders to protect against the pass. Unfortunately, this is a different topic. I'm jumping all over the place. Unfortunately, Ryan Pace is not provided the right guys for that type of Chuck Pagano defense. Instead of Robert Quinn, it should have been Leonard Floyd. If you're going to play that type of defense, you should have a Leonard Floyd who can play a defensive back, who can play a rushing linebacker, who can play a traditional linebacker, and so forth. But here's my point. The question really that I have for all you guys is, if you are going to blitz Aaron Rodgers, don't you think it has to be a disguised blitz, so that it's not so much that he doesn't know where the blitz is coming, but the offensive line doesn't know where it's coming? Those are the guys you need to confuse first and foremost, because then they will fuck up, excuse my language, they will screw up who their blitz pickup is, and we can get to Aaron Rodgers right away. He's been blitzing multiple times this season, 5 times. So that can work.
I think that's always the game plan, though, right? You're always going to disguise your blitzes in that, but and I think Rodgers does do a great job of picking apart the blitzes. And you got somebody coming from the right side and he's dumping it out. I think to do what we did last game and to take away the pressure because we'd rather see if we can sit back and pick them apart, obviously showed that it didn't work. That's not the way to it. You have to send pressure. I think we had 0 pressures on them last game.
To me, it's less about coming off the edge and more about, like my man Gaines, he ain't in here, but he always talks about blitzing that A gap. And that's exactly what the Buccaneers did. They brought their speedy middle linebackers straight in Aaron Rodgers' face, and he didn't have time to even look up before he's getting hit. So to me, that's what it comes down to, is blitzing that A gap and getting right in his face, because not only does that hurt him, but if he's handing the ball off, you're right there to make a stop as well. Now, it hurts you on zone read, going around the edges and whatnot. But to me, I want to say, I don't know if I want to blitz 50% of the time like Todd Bowles does. But if I'm blitzing, I'm bringing them right in Aaron Rodgers' face and making him make a decision.
I want to see our front four get home. I would prefer to not see a blitz. We're paying Khalil Mack a shit ton of money. We're paying Robert Quinn a shit ton of money. Bilal Nichols has stepped his game up. I love Akeem Hicks. I definitely think he's the spiritual vocal leader on this team. But the last couple weeks, I don't think he's fully healthy, because you really haven't seen him make that big of an impact.
Yeah.
This week, everything's on the fucking table. So these front four, you guys got to fucking bring it. And if it starts out that they're not, and you've got to figure out a way to bring pressure, Chuck better already have it figured out and not playing off the fucking fly, because I think that's what he did the first time. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, I mean, you're spot on. I mean, especially with the youth and defensive backfield. And last game, you saw Aaron Rodgers step up to the line, and he knew every single thing that was happening in front of him. And that was with more senior defensive backs. It was, guys that knew that had been on the field more. So this game's got to be won. The one-on-one battles in the trenches is where the Bears are going to have to get that pressure. Because if you're blitzing a safety or if you're blitzing a linebacker, you're leaving a hole, and Aaron Rodgers is going to know exactly what he needs to target. He's going to hit that fast. So this thing's got to be won in the trenches. It's the one-on-one battles, right? And that's why I'm saying, Robert Quinn, it'd be a great time to make your season debut, buddy, because this is it. This is what we live for as fans, and we need him to step up.
Yeah, I think you guys all hit on it. I think we can all agree Chuck Pagano is coaching for his job in this game here. So I think this is a guy that's gonna, if he's gonna bring going back to Aldo's point in terms of playing back in coverage and not blitzing Aaron Rodgers. True, Aldo, this guy has seen every disguise, has seen all kinds of blitzes. He picks it out, right? So the thing is, and Mike touched on a good point there. With the young cornerbacks, you're gonna have to bring pressure. All right. So how does Aaron Rodgers beat pressure? Quick hitting passes, 1, 2, 3, boom, ball's out of his hands. So if you are going to blitz, I agree with Aaron. You got to blitz the A gap, and you have a terrific linebacker who's really good at blitzing, and that's Roquan Smith. You bring him up to, I disguise your blitzes. But the other thing I would do is on third, on passing situations, I personally would replace Trevathan with DHC and DeAndre Houston Carson, and I'd put a guy there that can play is solid up against, and if you play him in the box, but also has some ability to drop back in coverage and play some coverage as well. So that's what I would do. And then now you can blitz either DHC, you can blitz Roquan Smith, or you can even bring in Duke Shelley if he's playing the slot with the slot blitz. You got to confuse Aaron Rodgers. You got to get to him quick, because we know he's going to get the ball out of his hands really, really quick, especially now with his left tackle off of the year.
Well, he did that in 2018 when we tore him up in the first half. He came out in the second half, and all we saw was slants, screens, short little dump off passes.
Right, because if you stay to the same pattern, same routine, he's going to identify that. So you got to be able to disguise it. You got to be able to be able to drop back when he's expecting blitz, and then vice versa. So that's what I think is with Aaron Rodgers. All these great quarterbacks, these guys have seen everything in terms of blitzes, defensive coverages, defensive disguises. You got to trick them. And the one thing about, I don't care how good of a quarterback you are, if you have pressure in his face up the middle, that's where these quarterbacks get off in terms of their accuracy and ability to get, to go downfield and all that stuff. So that's the key there, is the A gap and getting that pressure up the middle into his face.
Hey guys, let me tell Neil Stopchinski how much I appreciate his involvement with the Barroom Network, his draft evaluation. I know that he's got to get off. He is just like me, He's a huge Notre Dame fan.
Golden Domers, baby.
So he doesn't want to miss that kickoff.
Curl Tide.
I don't blame him. Neil, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to your lady. Happy New Year to all your loved ones. I truly appreciate everything that you've done for the Barroom Network. And here's to 20 and 21, our partnership growing even stronger and better.
Hell yeah, Aldo. Cheers to all you guys. Hey, I'm over here. Some of you guys can see it. Yeah, conjuring the spirit of Jerome Bettis right here, baby. Big game today. Conjuring the energy of Jerome Bettis. Let's go.
Neil's trying to get to the game in the first half because by second quarter it's going to be done.
Somebody mute Danny.
Danny, that was just mean-spirited, man.
Danny's totally right, too.
Sorry, buddy. That was Danny. Neil, we'll let you go. Don't miss the kickoff. And if something tremendous happens and you want to pop in, I don't know how much longer we're going to be here, but if you want to pop in and say Notre Dame go, they did this, you're more than welcome, brother.
Right on, man. Hey, hell yeah, buddy. Hey, I just want to tell you guys how much I appreciate all of you. I'm probably the newest one outside of Mike on this whole network here, but I appreciate the hell out of you guys. It's been a lot of fun for the amount of time that I've been on this thing so far, and it's going to be a hell of a lot better of 2021, I hope. But as far as this network's concerned, man, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to move forward with this and see where this thing goes. But I don't know how many of you guys have a drink, but here's a toast to 2021 to all you guys. And may the best of last year be the worst of this.
No shit.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, partner.
Well said, brother. We'll let you go. Enjoy the game. And I want to, you know what? I forgot that Mike Schaefer was the newbie on the block here. So, Mike, take it away. I don't know where we left off in the discussion, but just take it away and share your thoughts on what we were talking about.
Well, we were on defense. And I have a question for Danny about the offensive line. So to go back to the offensive line, we've learned a lot this year about our depth. And we understand now what Sam Mustipher has to bring to the table and Alex Bars. If you're the GM going into the draft, I think every single one of us would have said offensive line, number one priority, offensive tackle. We even needed interior depth, right? But now that we know what we've got, how would you approach the draft? And some of the pieces that are currently there, how would you slide them around when Daniels gets back, Massey gets back? Like, what would you be doing there?
I actually thought about this because I was with you guys. A quarterback and offensive lineman, both interior and tackles, were my 1 and 1A needs going into the offseason. However, with this current reshuffling and what we've seen, and guys, I was on the last draft on tap. I was the first one to say I was wrong about Sam Mustipher. He was a guy that I wasn't really high on coming out of Notre Dame, but he's definitely, improved in terms of, or has proven to me that he can play at this level. And I think he's done a great job of playing center. I mean, his ability to get off from that first and second level blocks is very impressive for a kid that's got limited playing experience. But going back to your question, Mike, for me, yes, it has changed the dynamic for me a lot. Right now, I think quarterback is a clear-cut primary need in terms of going into this offseason, getting that resolved, whether it's a rookie or whether it's a veteran or whatnot. And then offensive line, I think interior, you're good now. I think you're, at least from my opinion, I think Mustipher's a center. I think I don't move him around. I leave him at center. I think Whitehair is going to be a guard, whether he's a left guard or a right guard. Now, he played all 5 positions at Kansas State, so he can play, multiple positions. So if you move Whitehair over to right guard, solidify that position, you put James Daniels back at left guard, but before he got hurt, James Daniels was playing some of the best football of his career. So I think Daniels at left guard, Mustipher at center, and then Whitehair at right guard is the way you go. Now, Bars gives you some great flexibility there. He's a guy that's done a really good job at playing right guard. He's a guy that I've even thought about possibly, if you had to, in a pinch, kicking him out to right tackle, because he played left tackle and right tackle at Notre Dame. So he's a guy that has experience there as well. And hat tip to the coaching staff at Notre Dame. These guys come out, these offensive linemen are well coached and they're ready to go. That's why I'm high on a couple of their offensive linemen coming in this upcoming draft. But yeah, Bars gives you that flexibility where now you're okay with Leno at left tackle. We all know he's not great, but he's also not the worst left tackle in the NFL. So I think okay at left tackle with Leno, Daniels at left guard, Mustipher at center, Whitehair at right guard, and now you talk about right tackle, where you go and you get yourself a young kid in the draft, whether it's a guy that plays right tackle specifically in college, or a kid that's a left tackle that has played some right tackle. You bring him in as a right tackle now, okay? You let him play there, and then once you can get away from Leno's contract, whether it's a year or 2 years from now, you swing him over to left tackle, and then now you have yourself set up in all those positions. So that's how I'd go. I'd go a young tackle is what I'm aiming for right now, because I think those 4 guys we talked about has solidified the interior of that offensive line.
Yeah, I totally agree, Danny. And then, I mean, you also you got Bobby Massey, who came back this week and has been practicing. And the Massey and the Leno contract are just up there, man. They're both up there. They're both, well, I think Massey's going to be 31 or 32 maybe. So I think the emergence of these guys and the guys that, I mean, here at the Barroom, we've been clamoring for these guys to get on the field. But these guys, this Notre Dame line, Danny, coming out and just doing things, man. I think it shows it's another great setup, and everybody bitches about Pace and how Pace is a bust. Those picks are some damn good picks. And where they're at. And I mean, some of them were, well, I think both of them were undrafted, weren't they?
Yeah, Mustafa and Barnes were undrafted free agents, right?
Yeah, both.
But what does that say now, guys? Not to belabor this point, but you look at Harry Heastan loses his job this past offseason.
Yeah.
Well, they came here because of him. So how much of that is really Nagy's scheme versus
I don't know.
And
I don't know if they came here because of him, though. I think they came here because they got a fucking job offer. They were undrafted free agents. Like,
well, yeah.
Well, Barnes turned down a shot to go to the Patriots.
That's right.
So obviously he's got dedication to the Bears.
Right. And I think that the reason Barnes turned that down was because of his allegiance to Harry Heastan and the fact that he liked being coached by him. I will say this, and I think this is an important point, but tell me I'm full of shit if it's not. The Chicago Bears need to analyze the process that they go through for drafting their number 1 draft picks, because that's where the biggest failure has been. So what is it that Ryan Pace is doing with his scouts, and how is it that they are agreeing on their top draft picks? And how is that different than the mid-round draft picks where they have had much more success? Mm-hmm. So, in any type of a business, and this goes for whether you're running a sports organization or a corporate 500 company or whatever, you got to examine the process that gets you to make decisions. How do you make the hamburger? How do you make the car tire? How do you do this? How do you do that? Bobby knows this from being in the military. The military is great at examining their processes and doing things. And so what is going wrong with Ryan Pace's first-round draft picks, and correct that, because it appears by all information that we're getting is that Ryan Pace is going to be here in 2021 and probably in 2022 too, and maybe beyond. So correct that, because if you can make better draft picks in the first round, just like you did with Roquan Smith, then this team will be so much better, because you are nailing it when it comes down to your mid-round draft picks.
I have a theory on that, and it's just a theory of mine. But I think what does, and Ryan Pace is not alone in this, guys. A lot of the NFL GMs and decision makers for first-round picks, they go for, NFL has these criteria in terms of position, size, speed, athletic ability. And I think they try and stick to that for those first-round picks. And maybe that's why we see maybe 50% of the first round being bust, because they all go with the guys that fit the criteria. Guys got the athletic ability. The guys got the height. They get speed, the arm length, and all that stuff. And I think that's why they position these guys, and they look at those traits, and then they go, all right, these are the guys that we're going to go in the first round. I think in the later rounds, I think they're just going flat out football players. I think these guys are, whether they're 6'5" or 5'11", but they run a 4.43 40, and they make catches over the middle, like a Darnell Mooney, for example. I think they just go and get football players in the later rounds. And I think that's where the problem's been. I think the good GMs, the ones that have had success, they obviously they love to have the guys with the height, the speed, and all the dimensions, and a football player all in one. And I think we got that with Roquan Smith. But a lot of times is you're missing that aspect of it. These guys are just tremendous football players. And then there's times you just flat out, the guy just busts out. Look at Dwayne Haskins. Dwayne Haskins came out after 1 year at Ohio State throwing 50 passing touchdowns, right? Everybody's like, this guy's got the feel for the passing game. He's got the arm strength. He's got the athletic ability. He's got the height, blah, blah, blah. But no one knew at the time that Dwayne Haskins doesn't love football. He doesn't love diving into the playbook. He doesn't, he doesn't take it seriously as some of the other prospects do. So, it's a thing where a lot of people have analyzed this and said, all right, going back and forth, why are there so many first round busts? And I think that's what it is. And again, just a theory of mine. I haven't proven it or anything, but typically you look at all these busts, right? Athletic ability, the guys that fit the profile in terms of size, speed, height, and all that stuff. So, and then when later rounds we get football players, and I think that's what the guys that actually make it.
Agree with that point. There have been complaints that Ryan Pace is like a workout warrior worshiper. He sees these guys like a Kevin White, his very first draft pick. He sees him flexing and the six pack and his speed at the combine and so forth. But he doesn't recognize the fact that this guy has only had 1 year of proven college football results, and that
running fly routes at West Virginia.
There you go. And that those results were limited in terms of the route tree. This guy was running go patterns for most of his big plays. He wasn't running the 16 other pass patterns in the route tree. And the one thing that we have heard secretly through the barroom, I will say it now, is that Kevin was not a good studier of the playbook. And that, I think, is why he has even failed with other teams that he's gone to, even when he's been healthy, is because his mind is not 100% into the playbook. So, and then you go on to Mitchell Trubisky. Mitchell Trubisky is, to me, proving to be that he can be a worthy, and Danny and I are going to debate this coming up later, but worthy of being an NFL quarterback, but he's not worthy of the number 2 overall pick. That is clear. That is effing clear. What he is worth, but Mitchell, because of his athletic greatness, he's able to run, he's able to do all sorts of athletic things. Ryan Pace fell in love with that. He fell in love with Leonard Floyd's athletic strengths, his athletic freakness. And so Danny is absolutely right. Yeah. Draft football players, draft guys that love the game, draft guys who may not have 4.3 speed, but run a 4.5 and are going to kick your ass on the football field. That's bear football. That is good football for any one of the 32 teams. We have seen in the history of football, great athletes just fail at the NFL game because they weren't good football players.
Well, Ryan Pace may have already worked on that because we haven't seen him draft in the first round since Roquan Smith.
Pace has only had 4 first-round draft picks, right? He's had Kevin White, Leonard Floyd, Roquan, and Mitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
how would you grade that, Bobby?
Just the first round alone?
Yeah, those 4 guys you mentioned.
Especially 3 of them are top 10 picks, right? It's a D. I think it's an easy D. I mean, it's definitely below average. I mean, when you're in the top 10 and some of those when you're in the top 5 of drafting, you're trying to find a guy that's like you want that 5th-year option. You want to 100% we know we're getting the 5th-year option. It's not a question like Mitch is right now. You want a guy who's 5-10 years that's going to be a stable, just one of your horses. And to take a shot on a guy, like I've always kind of been, unless it's a number 1 pick and like a proven or I know nobody's really proven, but I've always been against the drafting a quarterback high. There's way too many busts that are just high draft picks. The guys that get drafted 1, 2, 3, look how many of them have actually panned out. Maybe that's something, Danny could either put together, or maybe he knows, but like, think of the guys who've been drafted in the say top 3, the first 3 picks of quarterbacks, guys that just straight busted out. I can think of more that have busted out than I can think of that were actually great.
Yeah, but
let's
traditionally,
say we don't take Mitch Trubisky with that pick. Let's say we stay and we grab Mahomes or Watson. Where are we at this point? Are we any different than where we are now?
Yeah, you're a
depends on
contender
how-
every year. You're a contender every year.
It depends on how Nagy is, man. Come on. Nagy sat here with Mitch for 3 years, putting him in the wrong scheme. And then finally Bill Lazor's like, okay, we're going to run the ball, play some play action, get you rolling out. And so even if we had Mahomes, we didn't have an O-line, we didn't have weapons. Remember when Mitch got here, our number one receiver was Kendall Wright. So you would have had Patrick Mahomes. Now Patrick Mahomes is a possibly future Hall of Fame quarterback. So absolutely he would do better than Mitch Trubisky. But do we have the coach that
even all the
schemed for
experts?
him?
Even all the experts had Mahomes behind. Well, not
Well,
all.
one
The
expert
majority
here
of
in the
people had
Barroom
Mahomes
had it.
behind. Yeah, I know. But I'm saying all the draft people had Mahomes behind Trubisky. I think the worst part about the whole Trubisky thing is that we went up to get him when if we would have just shut the hell up and sat there and waited, we might have had Mahomes fall into our laps. And without doing anything. Yeah. And
excuse me for interrupting. What's the old truism when you draft a quarterback? That truism is you want more than one season to evaluate a football. You want to draft a quarterback who has two or at least two, maybe 3 seasons of college tape for you to evaluate. When Mitch Trubisky came out, he only had 13 games as a starter. And so that was the huge thing that you had to look at. Danny knows this. Danny knows that in his college tape, those throwing mechanics that we saw for the first 3 seasons of Mitch Trubisky's career, those existed in North Carolina. And he got away with those because college defenses are usually a lot more lax in terms of their coverage. So when he came over to the Chicago Bears, and I can't fucking believe that Matt Nagy said, we don't pay a lot of attention to mechanics. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? That should be
first on the list.
Yeah, exactly. Dave Ragone, what the hell have you been doing with Mitch? Have you been
nothing?
Exactly. You have got to be working on his mechanics. That's what a quarterback's coach should be doing. I think that Matt Nagy was probably just bullshitting like he does 99% of the time with the media. But the mechanics are so huge. Now, what I have seen, and Danny, you're a football scout. You have made money professionally scouting players. Tell me if I'm wrong. I have seen better mechanics from Mitchell Trubisky in this season than I have in the past. He went to a place here in the Chicago area with a football guru who helped him. Plus, in addition to that, he's got this new quarterback coach. Ragone has been replaced by John DeFilippo. And I believe that his mechanics are better. Plus, the offense has been designed to his strengths. What do you say to that?
To answer that question, yes, I have seen better mechanics with Trubisky this season, but I mean, we still see him falling into those bad habits of opening up his left side and throwing those, inaccurate balls downfield. So I think that's an issue. Just real quick though, on the mechanics thing, I agree with you. Mechanics are vital for quarterbacks, especially the lower body in terms of their feet, planting and being able to release. No, the only thing with quarterbacks is if they've shown over their career that they're okay and they're accurate and they have enough ability to get the ball to where it needs to be, even if they don't have proper mechanics. Philip Rivers, for example, Patrick Mahomes doesn't have great mechanics, guys. But he's got the talent in terms of the arm strength to be able to make throws and some plays that no other quarterback can make. So there are quarterbacks over the years that have shown the ability that even though their mechanics aren't pristine, they can still get the ball accurately downfield to the receivers and be able to, show a feel for the passing game. This is where Mitch struggled. Mitch had mechanics that were all over the place coming out of college, and his accuracy, which was lauded, which is one of the things that Ryan Pace liked about him at North Carolina, is what really has failed him in the NFL. The other thing, the key thing, and we'll get into this later on, is just his ability to process the game at a speed that he needs to process it pre and post snap. So, but those are the things that really have hampered Trubisky.
Go ahead, Badge.
Yeah, I totally agree, Danny. Mitch, I think could he go somewhere else and be successful? I definitely think it's possible that he could. But I definitely don't think this is the long-term answer for the Chicago Bears. Could I see them, let's say they go out this weekend and beat the Packers and make a run in the playoffs, win a couple games? Could I see them bringing Mitch back at least for another season, possibly two? Absolutely. But, I think the fact that, one of the first things Ryan Pace said when he got here was, I think teams should draft a quarterback every year. One fucking quarterback. That's what he has done here. That's it. And I mean, he hasn't even, they've had to make roster moves, with Foles getting hurt, Mitch being hurt at the same time a little bit.
He protected Tyler Bray, though.
All year.
Yeah. I mean,
you can't let all day Bray walk out the door, bro.
Dude, like we said on the tailgate show, the most protected quarterback in the NFL is Tyler Bray. Like, he's got the best protection in the whole NFL, hands down. But Badge, like you were saying, man, how many teams really do? And I think this is a problem with a lot of fans and a lot of Chicago fans. How many teams really have the answer at quarterback, the long-term franchise answer at quarterback? How many teams have that? I mean, there's only a handful of guys that are no shit Hall of Famers, or guys that are like, the Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees. I wouldn't even put Phillip Rivers up there, old man Rivers, because he's not a long-term answer. What has he really done? I mean, he's more in the Stafford category. Like Russell Wilson I'd put him with Rodgers and them, but Deshaun, I would put middle of not middle, but in a tier below them. And I don't know that there's many people or many teams that have the long-term answer at quarterback. And is Mitch enough? Can Mitch win you games? And is he enough to get by? Because sometimes, the devil is better than the devil you don't. And if we let Mitch walk out of town and we're riding and betting on some second round, or I think we're definite a middle 16 pick, right? 16th pick or somewhere.
Right now we're down to 20.
We're 20th right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think.
Well, Kyle Trask went out
and
played like crap against Oklahoma, so he could fall to us in the second or third round.
I'll help pass on Kyle Trask for me, but
what do you see? Well, Danny,
I knew that was coming, Danny.
Danny, you know more than me. What do you see that I don't see?
With Kyle Trask?
Yes.
For me, with him, it all comes down to his like this past game, this bowl game. And I'm not gonna hold it against him. He's missing his top four targets.
Yeah.
He had a week to practice with some of these guys, and it was just a bad game overall as an offense. But for me, with him, my question with him is really his arm strength. I mean, he's really I don't know if he's got the arm strength to be able to drive. And I know arm strength is not the end all be all.
That was the Deshaun Watson question coming out.
And Watson had no question about his arm strength coming out. At least for me, he didn't.
A lot.
With Watson was more of his accuracy. He had 30 interceptions throughout his career, and then that's what there was something that they were holding up against him. But with Trask he's very mobile. This year he did show some accuracy downfield in terms of his ball placement, which I do like. If he's a guy there in the third round, he's sitting there still not been drafted. I'll take a flyer on him, but either a first, second round pick is going to be a little bit too high for me personally. Now he might go, first, second round. I'm not sure, but for me personally, I question the arm strength. I think Greg Gabriel brought up a great point in terms of he does half field reads right now. So he's a guy that's going to be able to have to go through it and learn to process reading the full field left to right. Another guy that hasn't called plays in the pocket. So another guy's gonna have to take snaps from center. So there's a lot of question marks with him. But overall, I just don't know athletically if he can play the position in the NFL level. He very well could be. But for me personally, he's like at least late second round, early third round pick.
Hey, let me ask you guys this question. Look at who just joined us, by the way.
Look at this guy.
Look at this dude.
I was on mute. What's going on, fellas?
Oh,
hey, yo.
Hey, B.
Man, I gotta tell you something. You always look like you're ready to pick up chicks.
Man, listen. I'm just doing my godly duty and looking fine every day. You know what I'm saying? That's what it
It's
is.
hard out here for a pimp.
He just walks up to him and says, "Hey, I'm a firefighter." Just throwing it out there.
I would ask RKB and all of you guys, because we've all played sports. Mike and Bobby and Danny, all of us have played sports. Isn't the greatest attribute in most sports is that you can see like almost 180 degrees peripheral field. Like I know when I was playing basketball, I loved to feed the ball to people. And so I loved it when somebody was coming out of the side of my vision and I could then feed them the ball as they were going to the basket. I loved it when the few times, and not many because I had a weak arm, when I was playing quarterback, that I could look left, but out of the side of my vision, I could see an open man and just turn and boom, hit that guy on the right who is open. RKB, what do you think about peripheral vision in a quarterback? How much is it important? How much is it important in any athlete?
I was gonna say, man, it's big. You got to look at some of these, you know what I'm saying, these top flight, these Hall of Fame type quarterbacks, the Peyton Mannings of the world, the Tom Brady's of the world. You know, we going out, and it just seems like they can see the entire field at all times. They always can find the open guys, no matter what it is. Then you look at other sports, you get the baseballs, look at basketballs. Basketball. LeBron, for instance, might not be liked by everybody. I know I'm not a huge fan, but you have to respect talent. The man can dish the ball to anybody. He finds the open man no matter where they're at on the floor. He's a great facilitator of the basketball. So to me, peripheral vision is huge, man. You get somebody who can use the entirety of their vision. You should be able to do and make every play on the field, and you should be able to do it with confidence.
So Danny, that is Mitch's biggest fault, right? He is unable to process. He zeroes in on his number one receiver regarding the play, and then when that guy is covered, all of a sudden there's a freaking electronic breakdown.
Right. It's in the pocket. It's primarily in the pocket where he's got to drop down. First of all, pre-snap, he's got to come up. He's got to read the defense, identify the coverages, know what they're going to do. A lot of times we talked about with Aaron Rodgers, you disguise your defensive coverages. You got to be able to kind of on the fly adjust your thought pattern in terms of who's going to be your primary, secondary, third receivers on a play. With Mitch, when he drops back in coverage, if his primary guy is gone, and most of the time that's Allen Robinson, that's where he kind of freaks out, gets himself in trouble. We talk about his mechanics getting out of whack. We talk about him throwing the ball downfield up for grabs. That's why he's excelled and played so much better with him rolling out of the pocket. Now you cut the field down in half from. You have, hey, Mitch, you have option 1, 2, and 3. That's it. Basically, most times just 1 and 2.
Take the thought out of it.
Yeah, take it out. If you get it off to one of these guys here, typically he goes downfield and then comes back down short. So that kind of makes it easier for him to identify. If those guys are covered, throw the ball away or just tuck it and run. That's basically what it's come down to. There's a little bit more complexity to it. I think the last game we saw where the Bears were kind of, because they're getting ready for it. Defensive coordinators are scheming for this. They're going to start, telling their edge guys, just go upfield, box them in. Don't let them, roll out left or right, because he's shown the ability to be able to throw either going left or right. So now you got to be able to box him in, keep him in the pocket. And that's where they want him in. They want him in that pocket. So with him, last week we saw him kind of roll out to his left and then throw back to the right to Darnell Mooney into the end zone. Yeah. Unfortunately, the ball was was out of bounds, but that's the kind of plays they're going to have to kind of build off of that right now. So that's where you, as a play caller, as a designer, his strengths now. Now you got to build off of that and then just continue to see if you can get progress down the field and get some points for this.
Well, how much of that is Mitch and how much of that is scheme? Jared Lorenzen, rest in peace, played here at Kentucky under Hal Mumme. He used to talk about a triangle offense where when he's reading his receivers, he's going left, middle, right, left, middle, right. So it was an easy read. And Hal Mumme, he always had he invented the air, or I don't know if he invented the air raid, but he ran the air raid system, and that's how he ran it, was a triangle type system. With Nagy, it seems like, well, here's Allen Robinson, and then over here you got, I don't know, Cole Kmet in the flat, and you got Darnell Mooney on a fly. Sometimes you'll see plays where everybody's on fly routes and there's no outlet for Mitch. And so I don't know if that's – I mean, Mitch does struggle. We've seen it. But I don't know if it's all him or if it's partly scheme as well.
Well, typically the way it runs nowadays is it's all based off of defensive coverages, right? When you come to the line, this is why pre-snap, being able to read the coverage is so important, because you're going to determine right there who's going to be your primary target. A lot of times they come up and you'll see him call kill because he has a pass play and he sees that the coverage is not going to be something he's going to be successful, and he kills it to a running play. So a lot of times you see him do something like that. Yep, exactly. There we go. Bobby's got the motion down. But so typically it goes your primary target based off of the defensive coverages, and then you go from there, 2, 3, who you're going to be outlets. So when you're blitz, it's a whole different thing. You read the blitz, you got to then identify right there pre-snap who's going to be your primary target, because chances are you're going to be overmatched at the offensive line. You got to get rid of the ball quickly into the hands of your playmakers. So I think this is where Mitch excels. You take that thinking process out of his hands. You say, all right, Mitch, this play is going to be a quick hit, bubble slip screen to Mooney out to the flats, give her the ball, let him do his thing. Or this is going to be, you're going to roll out, play action. You're going to go ahead and your primary target's Cole Kmet here, short guy. If you want to take a look downfield for an Allen Robinson or Anthony Miller running a crossing route, go for him as well. But you make it simple for him. You don't let him process, don't let him sit there and think, defensive coverages and all that, because basically when he's rolling out, he's got 2 options. He doesn't have to worry about defensive coverages or anything like that. So I think that's where he's excelled, and that's a lot of quarterbacks. He's not the only quarterback that's ever had this happen to him. He's a lot of quarterbacks that just it takes time for them to grasp the speed of the game, to process quickly. Some get it later on in their careers, some never get it. So that's the thing with Mitch is when you kind of project to the next 2-3 years. Is you got a guy who's going to be able to get it eventually, or is he a guy just this is it?
I think he's proving that he can get it over the last 3 games. But
we won't know until he does it from the pocket. We won't know.
That virtual room,
right?
Sean Payton's going to do great with him.
I want to get Mike involved here, because Mike, I want your opinion on Bruce, Ali, Walter, Jordan. I think we all know who Bruce's favorite superstars are. But Bruce writes, Trubisky is competent at the quarterback position. Many teams don't even have a mid-level quarterback. I would be wary of getting rid of him. He is a very good bridge quarterback while looking for a top-level quarterback. Mike Schaefer, what do you think about that opinion?
I agree with Bruce in the sense that we finally have somebody that can win games. We finally have somebody that we don't need a superstar quarterback. We need a mid-tier quarterback. We're okay. The defense is good enough where if you have a quarterback that could be a top 15, top 20 guy, you could still win games. The problem, though, with Bruce's suggestion, I think, is that Mitch doesn't have to come back. And if I were Mitch, based on how he was treated and how long he had to sit on the bench, I probably wouldn't be coming back. I don't know how much trust I'd have in leadership, especially if Pace and Nagy come back, which I think is going to happen. So I do agree. I agree with Bruce that, and I think Bobby said it too, the devil that you know is better than the devil you don't. I don't know what their options would be. I mean, I don't know what veteran you're going to bring in for a year or 2 years. There's a window of opportunity with this Bears team, with the defense you have. Contracts are coming up. You got to start spending some money and making some tough decisions. Guys are going to get traded this offseason. So you want a quarterback in there that can win football games. And Mitch Trubisky has proven that he can be that guy with a simplified offense. He can win football games. I think the question is going to come down to, does he want to stay? We'll see what they do. He's got to beat Green Bay, right? Before we look ahead to the offseason, before we look ahead to next season, we got to see what he could do against a formidable defense. Last 3 weeks, he hasn't really been playing, a stellar defense. But, let's see what he does this weekend. I would be for keeping him, though, if it were doable.
Batch, Bobby, and then RKB, your opinions. If you're Mitch Trubisky at the end of the season, are you saying, F you, man, I'm going to go shop my services elsewhere? Or are you feeling, hey, Nagy finally understands me. He's finally gotten to a point where he's going to allow me to express myself and develop a offense that's suitable to my strengths. Are you then going to maybe even forego a couple of $1 million from another team and sign a 2-year kind of contract. Badge, you first.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Mitch, I'm right here. No, sorry, there you go. And the reason for that is you were benched for Nick Foles when, yes, the interception he threw in that game was awful, but I really don't believe, and you mentioned it just a short time ago, Aldo, that, Matt Nagy said, mechanics. Clearly this was a guy who still needed work. And I don't believe that this coaching staff did him that service. So granted, I think he's playing better now. I think they have moved the offense to his skill set. I mean, 3 fucking years too late. But at the same time, if I'm Mitch now, Nagy basically wrote him off when he benched him. And then all of a sudden, Nagy had oh shit, Foles is hurt. He's not going to be able to play. I guess we got to go back to Mitch. Hey, Mitch, we're behind you. We all support you. He was asked that in a press conference not that long ago. His reply was, listen, I'm focused on the Vikings. We got to beat the Vikings this week. And the offseason will figure itself out. If I'm Mitch, I'm out.
Bobby Bomb.
Yeah. So I think in order for Mitch to stay, I don't think the rest of the city will be happy with it, right? I think for the people who do want him, the contract's going to be too high to keep him. I mean, even if you look at it, you tell him like, well, you didn't take your chance on a 5th-year option that you had with me. You didn't do that. You could have did that, but you didn't. So now you could either franchise tag me or you could pay me long-term for close to what the franchise tag is. And I think that that's going to be more money than what you're going to see. People are going to erupt over, oh, I can't believe you're paying this guy, whatever. Mitch in general, what do I think I think he knows that he's on a team right now that this defense can be great and has the potential. Like, say the Patriots, right? Because everybody's always plugging Mitch to the Patriots. How many years does Belichick have left up there? What has their team done without Brady? What do they look like? I think Mitch's champion mindset can leave him here. I think he wants to prove himself in Chicago, but I just think that that's his personal agenda, right? And once his agent gets involved, I think it's going to be a talk of money and like, hey, these guys had their chance and they didn't believe in you. And now look at them. Now they're crawling back to you to do this, like whatever. Here's the money line. And I don't know that Chicago can do it. I think they really missed their shot on a 5th-year option. I mean, if you draft a guy that high, right, and he's been middle or been, a mid-tier quarterback, I think it's cheaper for the organization to take the 5th-year option every time. Like, the dude got you to the playoffs, granted, whatever. I think it's better to take the 5th-year option, especially when your backups are Tyler Bray. And then you've said, fuck it. You put it all on the damn roulette table and you're like, well, hopefully Nick Foles is there. Like, let's bet on this, let's bet on 10 and let's bet on 9 and hope that one of these things hit, because if they don't, we're all out of money. And that's kind of where we're sitting right now. We put 32-1 on 10 and we put 32-1 on 9 and we fucking hoped that it would work and it didn't. And now I don't know. Who knows? But do I think Mitch wants to stay? I think Mitch is going to be on the mindset of money, especially going into his second contract. And potentially, if he keeps going like this, it could be his last contract.
RKB, give me your feelings on Mitch Trubisky. I'm going to use a visual here for those of you people who are listening in on the audio podcast. I am saying, should Mitch say F you? Or should Mitch say, I'm willing to listen?
All right, man. Let me take y'all back, man. Let me take you back.
Let me take it way back.
Way back at the top. We know Mitch is all have kids. Mitch, going to the big school, And I believe Ohio State at that time was one looking at him or something like that. And he went to North Carolina because he wanted to do what? He wanted to build North Carolina up as a football school. He sat behind a guy who he was clearly better than and waited for his chance. Now, that shows patience in somebody. Now, I'm not going to sit here and speak for a man, but I could put myself in a position that if I was Trubisky, I look at what this offense is starting to do for me now. And then what that offense could do for me next year when we start to expand on it. Because in my mind, Bill Lazor is an actual NFL play caller. Matt Nagy isn't. I mean, he's a gimmicky offensive play caller who was running an offense for the Kansas City Chiefs with the pieces that the Chicago Bears had, and it's no fucking contest. It's not the same. You played it what the strength of your team is. You play with the pieces that you have. So, me personally, I feel that Mitch might take that in stride and might say, you know what, man, let me give this another year. Let me try to get my cachet up. Let me get another year in this offense because we're doing well now. Mm-hmm. He's taken an offense that was 30th and brought us all the way up to mid-tier. We're scoring points. I don't give a damn if it's against the Houston Texans or it's against the Vikings or the lowly Jags. We weren't scoring points before. We were scoring up to between 12 and fucking 15 points a game and losing. So you can't tell me that, oh, well, it's these bad defenses when they played mediocre defenses before and we weren't getting this type of production. They found the running game. You found an offensive line combination that seems to work. And next year, you have pieces to trade. I'm sorry. Leno's a good dude, but he comes with a massive contract. Bobby Massey is somebody that you might have to cut next year. Free up some money, Mm-hmm. If I was Trubisky, me personally, if I was in Trubisky's shoes, I would say, you know what, man, let's try to work out a team-friendly deal next year. And then let me re-up after this. It's either I'm going to re-up with y'all or I re-up on a different team who's going to pay me for my services. But to me, he has to show more. And that's all it comes down to. You're in the perfect system for you right now. This man got Andy Dalton to look like an all-pro quarterback. And he's starting to get Trubisky to look like that Pro Bowler that we had in 2018. I mean, if I was Trubisky, man, I'd bet on myself and I would take that 1 year. Yeah, you might want to see what your worth is, but, according to the NFL, Trubisky's trash and he's not going to get paid anyway. So that's just how I feel.
Well, that's according to NFL fans and fanalists. I feel like Mitch he'll listen, but I think it's going to come down to money and who's got more money and who's got more of a team around him. If a team like New Orleans comes calling or New England comes calling, I can't blame Trubisky if he wants to walk out the door and see what he can do in a different offense with a different offensive mind who won't take 2 years to finally do something that works around his quarterback. I think he'll listen, but I don't know if he'll still be here or not. That's my opinion on it. I'm wondering if we can trade Nick Foles. And you got Eagles. You got Eagles fans who still miss Nick Foles. You got Indianapolis who might be looking for another quarterback because Phillip Rivers is 170. So maybe we can trade Nick Foles and that'll free up some money for us.
I was going to say real quick before we move on, because my big thing would be this. If you had to prioritize the Bears over the Patriots, what are you really getting? They have no offense around anybody. Cam Newton has 2 passing touchdowns in that offense, bro, at New England, bro. But there's no wide receivers on that team. You barely have running backs on that team. And then they're trying to offload one of their best offensive linemen because they know they're not going to pay the man.
Right. That team is totally devoid of resources for a quarterback. So
that's the Patriot way. They don't pay anybody. They just
they don't
recycle.
That is right. I mean, Tom Brady, right? One of the reasons Tom Brady left the New England Patriots is because he was pissed off at the fact that he would defer so many of his salary because he wanted them to pick up receivers, good quality players, and the only quality wide receiver they picked up during his time as quarterback was Randy Moss because they got him at a huge deal. And
hey, they made those white boys look great, though. You know what I'm saying?
Julian Edelman, Amendola still getting paid off of that.
That is true. That is true. Hey guys, we are already 50 minutes past our deadline of I shouldn't say deadline, but what we agreed on we would go. I can talk all day, so it's totally up to you. I also know that you guys have family commitments and so forth, so let me know in the private chat if you guys need to go off. I will continue to talk here Bears football with you guys and our listeners. So I want to continue this and ask Mike Schaefer. Mike, what do you think it would take for the Chicago Bears to beat the Green Bay Packers first and foremost? What's it going to take?
Well, I think mistake-free football. To win in the playoffs, you need to play mistake-free football, and this is a playoff game. I think the playoffs arguably started weeks ago for us, but it certainly is this week. And it's the defense and the offense. They have to play mistake-free. Mitch Trubisky, when there's 6 guys in coverage, he's got to throw that ball out of bounds and stop throwing it into triple team, double team. But I think that's that's it. They have the talent. Green Bay is one of the best teams in the NFL. And as I've been watching film and sort of getting prepped for Sunday, I get every piece of film that I watch, I get a little bit more scared, right? These guys are damn good. But I think if the Bears can play mistake-free, they can hang in there. I mentioned Robert Quinn earlier too. If he decides to step up and play, like they need that front four to be in Aaron Rodgers' face. So getting pressure on him is going to be secondary. But if you do those 2 things, they can win. So we'll see.
Bobby Bombs, remember?
Yes, sir.
That game against the Packers and how the Bears just kind of blew it in that first quarter. How confident are you that the Bears can withstand that? Because the Packers are really good at establishing themselves in the first quarter of a game. How confident are you that the Bears can say, F you, we are going to withstand whatever you, Aaron Rodgers, and the rest of this offense has? How confident are you that the Bears can withstand that and get out of the first half in a competitive game?
Yeah, so I think I'm pretty confident that they can. And we all know, we've heard it in the past, it comes down, Green Bay wants Mitch to throw the ball. That's what they want. They want to put the game in Mitch's hands, make Mitch Trubisky beat you. That's what they had. One of their coaches had specifically told them that last year. The game plan going into today is make Mitch beat you. So if Mitch can get out there and do his thing, I think, and just keep it alive, right? But I think this whole game comes down to the trenches, and it comes down to the trenches. It comes down to Matt Nagy and Laser. Nagy needs to stay the hell away from the play calls, and Laser needs to establish this run game. Keep the run game going, and beat them down, man. And that's the only way I think it's going to go. But I think we're going to see a little, I'll say some of the emotion and some of the fire of that first game of last season, the opening day, where Khalil, or 2 seasons ago, where Khalil went crazy. Everybody was just, fired up and going. And granted, I know everybody's saying that the Packers are going to run over us and this and that, right? But we normally hang in there with them for the most part. I mean, I'm sure everybody can remember the Hail Mary games that we've lost. There's been like 4 of those. You remember the Kyle Fuller drop pick that could have been a win, but then he drops the pick. They end up marching it down the field. I think we were up like 30 something to fucking 7 or 3 in the one game. It's not, I think we can hang with this team. I definitely think we can hang with them. And this team has shown, and I know Nagy wasn't brought here to run the I formation, but it doesn't matter. They have to run the damn ball. We have to establish the run. We have to keep our defense off the damn field and not let Rodgers just take over the game to where he's smiling and laughing with the refs after every damn play. And, a couple holding calls on the offense, on the on the Packers offensive line wouldn't hurt either.
Hey, Danny, help me understand what the hell is going on here. Look at number 94. I got him right here circled. He is playing kind of the middle linebacker position, and this is on a third down and 10 in the first quarter, the Packers' first drive. And there goes Robert Quinn guarding the tight end, and then only a 3-man rush, and there is the touchdown pass. Help me understand, what is the thinking there? What is Chuck Pagano thinking when he does something like that?
I can explain that. I mean, this is Chuck Pagano trying to confuse Aaron Rodgers. All he did is confuse his own players. How Devontae Adams catches that ball amongst 3 Bears around him, it's confusing to me, baffling to me. That's why I said earlier, Chuck Pagano is coaching for his job in this game. And for me, I think Bobby, I think all you guys touched on all the key points in which the Bears need to win this game. They have to control the trenches on both sides of the ball. Defensively, they have to limit Aaron Jones, and with Akeem Hicks being back in there, I think that's going to help. But they have to shut down the running game for the Packers and make them one-dimensional. Even though we know Aaron Rodgers is a future Hall of Fame quarterback, you got to make them one-dimensional, because if they can run the ball at 7, 8, 9 yards a clip, and then Aaron Rodgers is going to play action, and the next thing you know, you guys are in trouble. So controlling the Packers running game, and then on the flip side, the Bears have to do what they've been doing the last 3 weeks. They have to be able to run that ball, control the ball, put Mitch in, second and 2 or 3rd and 1 situations where he's not, 3rd and 13. He's dropping back there and he's trying to find, some players downfield, because that's where the Bears are going to fail. So you get them in manageable situations, down in distance. I think you control the ball, keep Aaron Rodgers off the field. And I think that's how the Bears, stay competitive in this football game.
He's absolutely right. And if you look at the games that the Packers have lost, or let's remember this team, they won by 4 against Jags, who we just blew out, and they won by, I think, a touchdown to Carolina, who we beat. And the way those teams stayed in the game was running the ball and playing good defense. That's how the Vikings beat this. I believe the Vikings beat this Packers team. Mm-hmm. That's how the Colts beat this Packers team. You've got to run the ball. You got to control the clock and keep Aaron Rodgers staying on the sideline. And when Aaron Rodgers is in, it's like we used to say with Jordan, there's no chance in stopping him. You just got to hope to contain him. And there's no, that's all. That's what we got to do to stay competitive in this game. And I mean, it's all on the line. We've heard Bears players saying it all week. They know it's coming down to this. They don't want to worry about, are the Rams going to be able to pull it off against the Cardinals. They want to take care of their own business, and they've been in playoff mode since we played Houston, because they knew it come down. They knew it was coming down to that.
Badge, we heard you say earlier that the defense needs to get out there and be aggressive, to blitz and so forth. But I want to ask you, what happens if the offense gets all of a sudden is behind 10-0, 14-0? Then what do you, as the offensive coordinator, do with the run game, with that we know has been so damn good these last few weeks? Do you abort it, or do you continue down 14-0? Because we know Aaron Rodgers can do that to this team. Do you abort it, or do you continue to stay with it? And then after a 3 downs and an out, 2 of those downs were Montgomery running for 2 or 3 yards, do you abort it and then put it on Mitch Trubisky's shoulders?
I don't think you can. I mean, I think that changes your entire plan. So, if you're down 14-0, it's 2 scores. If it's, let's say, Green Bay scores on their first 2 possessions, which, quite honestly, I mean, they're very capable of doing that. To me, you can't go away from your game plan. David Montgomery is the cog to this offense, and everything builds off of that run action, whether it's, straight play action, drop back, roll out, whatever the case may be. It's all built off of running the football with David Montgomery. If you go away from that, you're going to see basically what happened in that first matchup. But, to that point, I mean, this is a Matt Nagy coach team, and granted, Bill Lazor is calling plays, but these guys have gone away from the run multiple times this season, even as Lazor took over play calling. So hopefully whoever is the guy there that is the gut checker is on his shit, because he's got to be on him and saying, you can't go away from this. Especially, I mean, if this is late in the game, obviously you're not going to be able to run the football if it's late in the game. But if it's early, you can't go away from that. Even if you got to get Artavius Pierce in there, get him some carries. I thought he looked great last week, and I would love to see him with the ball in his hands a little bit more. I think he complements Montgomery very well. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little more Cordarrelle Patterson. I think he only had one carry last week. Everything else, I think, pretty much went through Montgomery.
Yeah, I think his knee is probably.
Yeah. So, and I'm fine with that. But, Montgomery is a guy who, you look at his carries over the course of the season, he ain't tired yet. He's just getting going. So let's feed him. Let's make sure everything is going through him until they can stop it. And here's the thing. I don't think they can. I just don't think they can stop David Montgomery at this point.
Let me go around the horn here from an offensive perspective. I want to get everybody's opinion on who, outside of Mitchell Trubisky and outside of David Montgomery, but from a passing standpoint, who do you think needs to have a big game against the Green Bay Packers? We know they're going to put their best cornerback on Allen Robinson, and so they might take him away at least from having a 150-yard, 2-touchdown game and maintain him to a more normal type game. So we're looking at the Darnell Mooney, the Jimmy Graham, the Cole Kmets, and so forth. Who do you think needs to really step up from an offensive standpoint to support Mitchell Trubisky and have a really outstanding game? Let me start with you, RK. Be my man.
Easy, man. It's easy work. It's got to be Cole Kmet and Jimmy Graham. To me, you have to take advantage of what the deficiencies are on that defense, and that's clearly the inside linebackers of that defense. They are not up to tier. You should be attacking the seams on this defense all day. All day. You have big men. Those are some big boys. And I don't know if Jimmy Graham is trying to turn the clock back. I don't know what he's doing, but he's been cooking. They getting him and emphasizing the tight end game has been what's working. So I feel like those two are the ones that need to step up in this game. I feel like they should be able to take the game over if you can't rely heavily or 100% on David Montgomery to just bring us in. It needs to be them that lifts that load off of them.
There you go. Mike Schaefer, I know your time is limited. Give me your final thought on who the offense needs to lean on in the passing game. And then also, please offer up your Happy New Year's wishes to our listeners and anyone else you want.
Yeah, I agree with KB. It's the tight ends. And I think, fortunately, we've seen Kmet become more involved in this offense in the last 5 or 6 weeks. And I'm not sure why he wasn't involved as a first-round pick, who we forgot to throw in earlier on Pace's first-round picks. But it's good to see him. But I'm going to say Anthony Miller. Here's a guy that we traded up for, and he has not produced. He's dropped balls. So there's a guy that maybe as an X factor, besides production that we hope to get from A-Rob and the tight ends, I'd like to see Anthony Miller do something and make his case. Oh, that's right. Okay. That was a second-round pick. That's my mistake. Thanks, AC, for throwing that out there. But Emo is going to be my answer. Because I think if we can see something out of him, he needs to make a case for himself. If they lose, if we don't go to the playoffs going into next season, he's got to have a big game.
By the way, Mike, before we let you go, give us your Happy New Year wishes to anyone that you'd like, and then we'll continue our Bears discussion here.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate everything that you guys have done. It was just a few weeks ago that I was watching and listening to y'all. And now I get to spend Sunday mornings with you guys. So I appreciate you guys bringing me on and being so warm about it. I going into this season, not being able to go to games on Sundays, there was a void there, and having to have the opportunity to spend the time with you guys on Sunday mornings has certainly filled that. So I appreciate that. To all the Bears fans and everybody in the chat, and everybody that listens and everybody that watches, thank you for doing so. Let's all hope that we get a victory here on Sunday and kick off 2021 on the highest note you can imagine. So thank you guys.
Well, it is these guys on the screen, Ryan Badgley, Aaron Curran, Bobby Bombs, and RKB, who have brought you onto the Barfly Tailgate Show. They are the ones who are always looking for talent, and they succeeded when they found you to be a part of their show. So thank you very much. We are just so happy that you're a part of the Barroom Network, and we can't wait to hear your thoughts on Sunday morning prior to the Bears kickoff of that huge Bears Packers game.
Thanks so much, fellas, and bear down.
All right,
Bear down,
Mike.
All right, Bobby Bombs, share me your thoughts on who, from an offensive standpoint, needs to step up and really, really support this Bears offense in a huge way.
Mitch Trubisky. He's got to quiet the doubters, quiet the haters. He has to. I mean, look at you're going up against this Green Bay Packers secondary. They're damn good, man. You got Jair Alexander, you got King, you got Amos, you got Savage back there. Mitch needs to not make these throws, like the one pick he threw last week. He needs to take the yards that are there when they're there. I don't care about the whole play call of, well, we threw that ball to Mooney because that's what the play call was. We were just going to go out there and throw it deep on that play. Mitch needs to tell them, like, when that play is called, if it ever is called again, like, no, we're not doing that. That's fucking stupid. Like, can we have some more options? Like, you guys are setting me up for failure to tell me to throw. This is the only throw I can make. Like, can I be a quarterback? And can your play design get a little better, you think? To take an NFL quarterback, right, and to put him backyard football and say, hey, dude, go deep. I'm going to throw it as hard as I fucking can. So run as fast as you can, and hopefully we are on the same page. Like, that's just horseshit. It's a horseshit style offense. I think Mitch needs to come out and do this game. I think the Jimmy Graham, KB, that's a huge point. Like, these DBs they're deadly, and Mitch needs to be willing to take the 3 instead of the 8. He needs to be willing to take, to scramble and go, and take 4 yards and make it 3rd and 6 instead of 3rd and 10. The decisiveness of Mitch Trubisky, I think, is the key factor to this game. And I think that encompasses kind of what everybody's saying, mistake-free football, right? That's what it comes down to. Now, we've seen Green Bay come out and I won't say shut down Derrick Henry last week, but, I mean, he had 23 carries for 94 yards. Tennessee only put up 14 points. To think Montgomery is going to – I won't even say that. I'll just say that Green Bay has shown that they can shut down a run game. To hold Henry, under 100, to kind of do what they've done in the past. I think a lot of people are going to be wanting to see the run, and we are going to get away from it in the general sense of, I think the short passing game becomes a run game. And that's kind of what we're getting after. But we've seen more of these drag routes, more of these crossing routes, more of these screens, bubble screens, roll out. You know what I mean? We've seen a lot of that out of Mitch. I think that's where Mitch is comfortable. I think Laser has him going the right direction. But for me, to answer the question, right, it's Mitch Trubisky. Trubisky has to be the key to this game and has to make the right decisions. And if he doesn't, we're not going to the playoffs. On our own accord. Maybe we'll get some help, but we're not getting there without Mitch making the right decisions.
Aaron Current, you are known as AC. It doesn't mean that you go ACDC. You are an AC guy all the way. I know that you are.
I don't know how to follow that. All right.
I don't know either. I don't know what the hell. But tell us, and Bobby is a hard act to follow there because his
right.
His argument about Mr. Trubisky is huge. But what are your thoughts about the offense? I want to get this before we go to Danny Shimon and we go on to our next topic.
Wait, although you gotta keep AC on the big screen because he fucking loves that.
He fucking
just leave him there while the rest of us
watch me turn to a deer in headlights.
and he trimmed down his beard, but he's still chopped.
Yeah. Well, I'm with KB. When he was everything. I mean, I love Darnell Mooney. Like I've said the last few weeks on the Barfly Tailgate show, that'll be my off-season purchase is a Darnell Mooney jersey. But I'm going to go with the tight end and specifically Cole Kmet. When I watch Cole Kmet take a 3-yard pass and refuse to go down and break, he reminds me of the way Martellus Bennett used to play for us. And, minus body slamming Kyle Fuller, which was obviously a mistake. But I love his passion and the way he just runs through arm tackles. And Christian Kirksey is a major deficiency of this Green Bay Packers defense. I don't really think you can take advantage of Jair Alexander. I've watched him play up the street at Louisville, L's down, by the way, and now with the Green Bay Packers, but he's a great corner. You might be able to take advantage of King. He was more of a zone corner in college. I don't know. But to me, the linebacker is the largest issue with the Green Bay Packers defense, and our tight ends have to take advantage of it. And I'm saying I'm going to go with Cole Kmet.
I am now going to turn it over to Danny Shimon. Danny Shimon, who I have gone to Mobile, Alabama along with Ryan Badgley.
Oh, yeah.
About the Senior Bowl. But I have been able to see Danny Shimon in his underwear. And holy
buddy.
Man, is that
Jesus Christ, I'm glad I missed that.
Danny's like, no, you didn't. No.
Every year we lose Aldo at the massage parlor. I'm not sure what happened.
That is true. I never saw
He's scouting. He's scouting, Danny.
Danny, Notre Dame just scored 14-7. Bama.
Oh, nice.
Competitive game. Here we go.
Danny, I want to get your thoughts on this Bears offense. My question was, who do you think needs to step up? And everybody has made a huge case for who they are supporting in terms of who needs to step up. Do you have a different response, or do you want to support what somebody else said?
The different response. For me, it all starts up front in the trenches. It's the offensive line. Right. If the offensive line plays the way it's been playing the last couple of weeks in terms of establishing the run, giving Trubisky some ample time back there to be able to, find a target, I think that's where they're going to win. This Green Bay Packers defense is not great, guys. I know last week they kind of shut down the Titans and their run game with Henry. But I think that the weather, the snow, I think that kind of played a role in that a little bit. Yeah. But I think this is a decent defensive front that can be had. The Smith boys, who last year had a great year, first year in Green Bay. I think only Zadarius Smith is the only one that really concerns me. So again, offensive line, if you can establish a run game, we talked about it earlier, keep the ball away from Aaron Rodgers and just pound away. Once an offensive line controls a defensive front, and they the Bears are running 6, 7, 8 yards a pop, that takes the will of those defenders away. And then the next thing you know, that opens up the play action that draws in those linebackers, that gives that middle of the field. It was wide open for guys like you guys mentioned, Jimmy Graham, Cole Kmet, Darnell Mooney, and Anthony Miller run those crossing routes. That gives more one-on-one coverage with Allen Robinson versus Jair Alexander. And Robinson is about, I think, 2 or 3 inches taller than Alexander. All you got to do is then throw up a back shoulder, throw it to him, and you got one-on-one coverage, and he goes up and gets the ball. So the run game, controlling the offensive line, controlling the line of scrimmage really opens up every other aspect of offense for the Bears. And I think those guys are going to be crucial to this this game. And I think as well, obviously the play calling of Bill Lazor, continue sticking with that offensive line, the run game. Please, I loved last week. 2 things I loved about last week's game was Buster Screen was not in there. The opposing quarterback wasn't targeting Buster Screen, and Cordell Patterson didn't get a carry on 3rd and 1. So those are my 2 favorite things. Let's keep those going. and hopefully the Bears come out with a victory.
All right. I love your analysis of Buster Screen not being in there.
That was his number one.
I didn't want to end the show without Danny and I discussing this.
Hey, I didn't go yet.
Oh, I am so sorry, Badge. Please, brother, correct me, step into the pocket and deliver that pass.
I loved everybody's answers, but to me, the guy that has to step up is the guy whose record against this team since he's taken over as head coach is 1-5, and that is Matt Nagy. And Matt Nagy needs to have it instilled in his players this week that it's all on the table. We're going to go out and we're going to dominate this game, and we're going to get into the playoffs ourselves. I believe the players believe in Matt Nagy. For the life of me, I'll never understand why, but they do, because I really don't believe that he has the best interests of his players at heart. I know they say he's a player's coach, but if that were the case, then we wouldn't be at this point right now in our season fighting for our playoff lives. This shit would have already been ironed out, and we could be competing for that number one seed possibly, depending on what happens. So to me, great answers, everybody, but Matt fucking Nagy, you need to have your shit together. Stay out of fucking Bill Lazor's ear. Let him call the game. He's been doing a really good job, with the exception of that fucking tight end jet sweep. And then they stuck with it because Clancy Barone was like, oh, they didn't switch anything on their defense, and they fucking stayed with it even after the offsides penalty. Yeah. But let this offense go out and do what it's done the last few weeks. I'm also going to say it, and I don't give a fuck. Had we beat Detroit, we wouldn't be in this fucking position. We'd already have a playoff spot clinched, but sit in soft fucking zone and allow Matt Stafford to pick us apart, on the last drive. So now the excitement that everybody's been waiting for.
No, before you get there, Danny wants to reply to something you just said, because I could tell by the look on his face.
Oh, it's a question to the group, and it's something that I've noticed, and I think I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but hasn't Matt Nagy been a better head coach since he gave up play calling? Yeah. The play, there's no more delay of game in terms of the play call getting it on time, right? He's good in terms of situational football, when to challenge, when to kick the field goal, and so on and so forth. I think he's just and then also when a defense makes a play, he's one of the first guys jumping up there, high-fiving guys, and he's into the game. I think Matt Nagy, the head coach, firing Matt Nagy, the offensive play caller, is going to do a world difference and that's why I see it. I was curious if you guys saw the same thing or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's almost like he was hired to be a head coach.
Right. Yeah. That's okay with that. That's okay with that. I
honestly think, No, I agree with you, Danny. I honestly think the only coach whose job's on the line at this point is Pagano.
He's
the only guy whose job is on the line.
I think he's gone regardless. I think Pagano's gone regardless. If we come out and play great defense against the Packers, okay. But you let Mike Glennon tear you apart for a half. You let Matt Stafford go right down the fucking field all day. You let Deshaun Watson run in a touchdown, sitting back in soft zone. I'm done with Pagano. I mean, I hope he can lead us into the playoffs. Or not lead us, do well enough to win the playoffs, but
you see all this hate on Nagy, right? And I get it. It's a lot of it is warranted. You don't see a lot of celebratory for Lazor for putting up the first time since 1965 for putting up all these points, and you don't see a lot of hate on Pagano for this defense. I get it that's how the blame game goes, right? The blame game starts with Nagy. But you got all these people saying to bring Vic back and this and that, and Denver's not letting go of Vic. He's staying there. And why would he come back? But on the second side of it all, nobody's really calling out Pagano for this, these defensive weapons, all this money that we dumped into the defense. The defense is fucking bad. They don't they're middle of the road themselves. They're not a top tier defense. They're getting smoke checked. And there's a lot of funds into that defense. So I don't know. I know we're gonna go over to Mitch and Danny, and we're gonna watch smoke come out of Danny's ears when Aldo pisses him off here. But I don't know. I was just going to the defensive side. Aldo, go ahead, man. Take it.
No, I think you made a great point there, Bobby. There has been a disconnect with everything that the Bears general manager does. And this goes well beyond Ryan Pace. This goes back to the Phil Emery a time where, you draft a pass catching tight end, and then you bring in an offensive coordinator and Mike Martz, who doesn't want a pass catching tight end. He wants a blocking tight end. He wants that 6 offensive lineman so his quarterback can go back 7 steps, sometimes even 9 steps, and throw a pass. There's just a disconnect here. And so we have seen that with Chuck Pagano and Ryan Pace. He signs a free agent in Robert Quinn, who is a traditional 4-3 defensive end, going straight forward to get the quarterback. And then all of a sudden, Chuck Pagano wants to convert him into a 3-4 outside linebacker where he has a lot of pass coverage responsibilities, and that's not his strength. And so therefore, we're seeing all these breakdowns with the Bears defense.
Yep.
But let's get into the main event. The main event. Danny Shimon and Aldo Gandia on social media have been discussing what the hell is going on with Mitchell Trubisky. I say this. I say, hey, this guy is at the very least providing a bridge onto whatever the next quarterback should be with the Chicago Bears. But if I understand Danny Shimon correctly, and I want everybody's point of view on this, everybody, not just AC and RKB and Bobby Bonds, but people in the chat room, I want everybody to chime in on this. I want to know if Danny is correct and he is saying that Mitch is a deer in the headlights that's what the one tweet that he offered that I was like, holy shit. Yeah, that was true a while ago, but I don't see a deer in the headlights now. I see Mitch Trubisky executing the offense that he wants for himself and executing it well. Danny, I'll turn it over to you without interruption. Your thoughts on Mitchell Trubisky being at the very least a bridge quarterback for the Chicago Bears.
Well, all right. There's so much going on here. I got to kind of get my thoughts in order here. And just to say, last weekend, I almost picked up the phone and called you, Aldo, because I'm like, what are you doing? Are you drinking again? So, all right, this is what I was going off of. If you're talking about Mitchell Trubisky as a 1 year on a 1 year contract, come back as a bridge quarterback, I'm game with that because and you still go out and your priority is in the first round of the draft, get your quarterback of the future. All right, that's fine. We can do that. But you guys have to realize, right? Mitchell Trubisky right now, he's getting success because the Bears have done think about what Mike McCoy and John Fox did a couple years ago with Tim Tebow when he took over the reins of the Broncos. They altered their offense the way they were traditionally running their offense to fit Tim Tebow because of his limitations. Basically, to me, the Bears and Laser and Nagy have done the same thing. They're, all right, this thing with Mitch going back in the pocket, being a pocket quarterback, being able to, we talked about earlier, reading defenses pre and post snap, it's not working out. When he gets back in the pocket, and that's where I was talking to you, Aldo, about him being a deer in the headlights. When you ask him to get back there and process, for whatever reason, it's just not clicking for him. And I know it was one of the frustrations I had with Nagy and the coaching staff was why it took so long, right, for them to go ahead and alter this offense to see what Mitch's strengths were. All these guys here today are talking about Mitch's ability to move the pocket, being more effective, being a half-field reader. This is where he excels. Getting an offensive line that actually works and blocks for him, gives him some time in the pocket, using his athletic, ability to be able to run with the football, get first downs, extend plays, so on and so forth. This is what he does best. Making him or trying to make him into a pocket passer was not working. So, having said all that, if you take Mitch Trubisky and you've done a great thing now with him, altering this offense for him. Eventually, these guys, defensive coordinators, are going to see this film. And they're going to say, you know what? This guy cannot process in the pocket. We keep him in the pocket. We got him. We got the Bears. So that, to me, is a limited quarterback. That, to me, gives you a limited offense, right? If you have a limited offense, what are you going to be? 8-8, 9-7 every year? for me, I'm going for the moon. I'm going for Super Bowl. I'm going for championships. I'm not interested in just being 8-8 and 9-7. So if you want to be 8-8, 9-7 and have Mitchell Trubisky and his little pretty record, fine. You can go by doing it. I'm not happy with that. I'm not satisfied with that. I want a quarterback that can sit back there, be a weapon in the pocket, all right, process defenses, also be athletic enough to be able to get outside the pocket and be able to make plays with his feet and his arm. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for just a limited quarterback with a limited offense. We saw with Tim Tebow and the Broncos, they had success. They made the playoffs. I think they even won a game in the playoffs with Tim Tebow, but they were limited, and the Broncos knew they were limited. And then eventually, that defensive coordinators are going to have film, and they're going to be able to offset what you're doing here with these plays. And that's my case with Mitch Trubisky. You want to give him another year on a 1-year contract, have him come back in, or a 2-year contract with a player option or whatever for the second year. Hey, and bring in your future quarterback in the first round. I'm good with that because, like I said, Nick Foles to me, he's not someone I want to be as my bridge quarterback. Yeah. I want a guy that I can bring in, develop, and if Mitch Trubisky is my bridge quarterback, and I continue to kind of run this offense, and you know what, if the light comes on and Mitch Trubisky all of a sudden now is back there, dissecting defenses from the pocket. Guess what, guys? You have 2 quarterbacks now. You know what? If you have 2 quarterbacks, that is some great things to have on your roster, and you can always flip one for draft picks. So that's all I'm saying is if you're going to go out there and tell me you're going to sign Mitch Trubisky to, a 4 or 5 year, long-term contract, and he's your future, I'm out. I don't want none of that. But if you're going to tell me he's your bridge quarterback for 1 or 2 years, you still bring in a young quarterback and develop him. All right, I can get on board with that one.
So look, I get everything you want, right? I understand it, and I want the same, and I think many of Chicago fans do, right? And you, as a draft, I'd call you a draft expert. You have stuff on everybody, everybody's ins and outs. You study everybody. With all the attributes that you named, with all the pieces that you named, who gives us that? Who gets us? I mean, I get what wanting the golden ticket is, right? We all want the fucking golden ticket, like that's for sure. But who provides? Who checks each block for you? Right. Not only in the draft, in the NFL right now. Who checks those blocks?
Right, and this is going to be hard because this is like you made a good point. There's going to be, I counted about 13 teams possibly looking for quarterbacks next season, 6 for sure, and I put the Bears in that category of 6. So, getting the guy you want. Now, this is where it's get a little tricky here, right? First of all, who's your coaching staff? Is it Matt Nagy and Bill Lazor calling the plays? Are you going to blow things up and you bring in a whole new coaching staff in? So that's one of the key things there. So for this discussion, let's assume it's Nagy and Lazor making the calls. We know Nagy likes quarterbacks that can process in the pocket. I assume he's going to prefer a veteran, right? But if you're the Bears, you have to go and get a veteran, and now you're up against a cap, and you have to fit a salary in there and all that stuff. So for this argument, if you want to go with Trubisky, assuming Trubisky does want to come back on a 1-year or 2-year contract, and you go and get your quarterback, we're talking about guys in the draft, a guy that I think fits perfectly. Obviously, we talked about the first 2 guys in terms of Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. I don't know. Obviously, you're not going to get Trevor Lawrence. Justin Fields, if you fall in love with him, and this is where the scouting department and Ryan Pace comes into effect, is Justin Fields the guy you want, and Matt Nagy wants? Is Zach Wilson, the kid from BYU? I think he fits perfectly into this offense. Talk about a guy that can go back there in the pocket, process in the pocket.
He just declared about 10 minutes ago, declared for the draft officially.
Zach Wilson?
Yep.
Yeah, he's right now they're talking about him being a top 5 quarterback. So it'll be dumb for him to go back to college. But that's a guy I think fits perfectly in his offense. There are other guys. For me, I'm a big Mac Jones guy, but he's not a guy that's athletic enough to be able to get outside the pocket and create with his feet. But he's a guy that can sit back in the pocket and he can process for you. He throws a pretty deep ball. Might throw the prettiest deep ball in the entire draft class. I know he's got weapons at Alabama, but he's a guy that showed toughness. He's a smart guy. He's a guy that I think can excel at the next level. So, these are some guys who have options on. And this is where you got to sit down with the front office and coaching staffs. All right, identify a guy. Remember, Matt Nagy hasn't had a chance to draft his quarterback. Mitch Trubisky was already on the roster. And because of this offseason with COVID and everything, I think he wanted to bring in a quarterback that was familiar with his offensive scheme, offensive system, and going back with Nick Foles with Philadelphia and with Doug Peterson having been in a similar offense, you bring in the same kind of coaching staff that he's been with them before. So I think that's why they brought in Nick Foles. But I think you get Matt Nagy and you get Ryan Pace together and say, all right, this is the quarterback class. These are who've declared. Who do you want? And you go get them. Because if you get your quarterback, you're set. If Ryan Pace had drafted Deshaun Watson or Aldo wanted Patrick Mahomes back in 2017 or 2017. we don't have this conversation right now. Bears are contending for the division every year. I think they're a playoff team every year. So I'm telling you right now, that position is something you have to get right. And if you're going to hang your hat on Trubisky as your future starter for this team, I think you're doubling down on a mistake, right? It was a mistake taking him number 2 overall. And I think giving him a long-term contract is going to be doubling down on a mistake. And that's what frustrates me. I don't want 8-8, 9-7. I want 12-4, 13-3, and I want divisions and I want Super Bowls eventually. And I think to do that, you got to get this situation settled, once and for all, and you got to get it right. And I think, like I said, if Trubisky, the light comes on next year or year after that, you have him on a contract, hey, you have 2 quarterbacks, and that's never a bad thing.
Yeah, and I agree with it all. And I know RKB is going to be hopping in. I agree with everything you're saying. I just think that for us to say this, right, and to check all those blocks is close to impossible, especially when not almost every team, but there's half the league is looking for the same thing we're looking for, right? Everybody's out there, and how much will this organization give up to try to get somebody like that? And who knows where it goes from there. But I just think it's a lot to ask for, and can it get done? I really don't know if it can. I don't know if we would be able to move pieces or make a deal that gets us one of those top tier quarterbacks, because you're mortgaging a future with some guys that you don't even know are going to be here.
Right. That's the thing you have to think, because if you look at the recent drafts where Philadelphia moved up to number 2 overall to get Carson Wentz, where the Chiefs moved up to number 10 to get Mahomes, you typically get up your first round pick and your next year's first round pick. So you're looking at 2 first round picks if you're going to go from, say, 20 to top 5, right? So that's what you're going to give up. You're going to give up 2 first round picks. You did it for Khalil Mack. Got a difference maker on defense. You're going to be able to do that for a potential difference maker on offense. And again, the organization has to be sold on this kid. The plan's got to be in Ryan Pace. I say, all right, Nagy, what's your plan for developing this kid? Don't tell me 3 years into his career, then you're going to be, this guy can't do it from the pocket. No. You tell me right now, what is your plan? How are you going to develop him? And then I determine, this guy is good enough for me to go up there and get him.
Yeah.
All right. I want to bring in RKB here. And I just want to add to what you guys are talking about, Bobby and Danny, is that, I was a huge Jalen Hurts fan. And what's happened in this 2020 football season? Jalen Hurts is now the number 1 quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's taken over from Carson Wentz. And so that is what the Chicago Bears have lacked, that they have failed to take chances on 2nd, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round talent quarterbacks in the NFL draft and put them into the pipeline and have them develop. I was so disappointed in this past draft when they pick up a guy like John DeFilippo, who is known as a quarterback whisperer, who is known as a guy who develops quarterbacks because of his smarts, because of his communication skills, because of his schematic skills and so forth. And they didn't bring in a guy who he could work with, like
Anthony Gordon. It's right there in the chat.
Yeah,
Gordon.
we talked about Gordon in the 7th round or
Exactly. So, you could have brought in these guys and put them into the pipeline, because the sin by Ryan Pace is that he hasn't done anything in terms of feeding the pipeline in terms of possible quarterbacks. What we have relied on is journeyman quarterbacks, Chase Daniel, Tyler Bray, Nick Foles, Mike Glennon. That is the epitaph of Ryan Pace's general manager career in terms of acquiring quarterbacks.
So I got something on that, but I'll let you go to KB first. But come back to me on the whole quarterback thing in a little bit.
We ain't getting nowhere, so we're going to be talking football.
I was going to say this quarterback thing, because this is my thing. I hear you. Trubisky's he's not your typical drop back in the pocket quarterback. He can't read the field the way he needs to, so on and so forth. Now, my question, or not even question, my thing would become, isn't it the job of your coach to play to your quarterback strengths? Because we've seen them go out to get the quarterback that supposedly knows the system, but yield 0 results. You see that you switch the system to what you can and what works for your quarterback, and you see that your offense takes a giant leap. Now, I'm not saying Trubisky's a world beater. What I'm saying as a fan of what I've noticed is that this man has not been able to sit in the offense that he's been comfortable with since we drafted him. What happens when you give him that year two with Bill Lazor being the full play caller? What happens when you give him another full year to work with the quarterback whisperer and Filippo? You take Nagy out of the equation. Nagy doesn't need to be in the room unless he's stopping in to check. You need to play head coach now. That is what your job is. Let these other guys develop this man. Because like I said, Lazor had Andy Dalton playing like an all-pro. They didn't get derailed by Dalton playing bad. They got derailed because the Bengals were constantly hurt. Every year they made it to the playoffs. Constantly. You know? So I'm not, like I said, I'm with you on this, with Trubisky being signed for 5 years shit. No, hell no.
Right.
1 year deal, you bring my man back. 2 year deal at tops. You bring it back as a prove it. If he wants to run it back to prove that he's going to be a better quarterback, you let him do that. That's going to be our best option at this point because Nick Foles ain't it. And that's Nagy's handpicked guy. That's his high five. That's my dude guy. And we seen what that got us. That got us nowhere. So me personally, I love to see Trubisky come back with the 1 and the 2. That's it.
Right. I agree with that absolutely, with a 1 year or a 2 year deal. And with what Aldo said, bringing in someone younger to be in the pipeline, and I'm on full screen again. I love it. But at 20, and this year's draft is not like 2017. 2017, even though you had draft experts who liked Watson, Mahomes, Trubisky, none of them said that these guys were can't miss quarterbacks. And this year's draft, you'll probably see 4 quarterbacks drafted long before we ever see the board. Who are we going to be able to trade up with? Someone's going to give up their top 10 pick to come down to 20 or possibly lower if we make a playoff run and give up on their future for a 20 pick. And then if it works out for us, maybe a 20 or lower pick in the next year as well. I just don't see anyone willing to make that trade with us. So I'm saying give Trubisky a year or 2 and continue to work this offense, because every great coach runs their offense that works for their players. If you see, I mean, yes, Patrick Mahomes, great quarterback, but Andy Reid runs an offense that works for him. Bill Belichick ran an offense that worked for Tom Brady. LaFleur is doing it in Green Bay. I mean, Mike McCarthy didn't do that for Aaron Rodgers. He was just like, Aaron Rodgers was just so good that he was able to overcome his bad offensive system, and he's doing it in Dallas too. He doesn't know how to use Ezekiel Elliott for some freaking reason. The great coaches work a scheme that works to the players that they have on the roster. And we have good players on this roster. We're seeing it on the defensive side of the ball. You've got Khalil Mack. You've got Robert Quinn, who had 11 sacks last year. You got Roquan Smith, who is breaking out of his shell against all odds. You got Danny Trevathan, Super Bowl champion. You've got, the list goes on our defensive side of the ball, and the scheme is not fitting to the players that we have, and that comes down to a coaching issue more than a player issue for me.
A couple of real quick fallbacks. So, Ryan, I agree, man. In terms of Trubisky, and I've been harping on this as well, like why it took so long for them to recognize what he does best, which is, we've talked about it multiple times here on the show, him getting out of the pocket, him using his athletic ability, be able to, make plays with his feet, also cut the field down, make things easier for him. But the problem with that is defensive coordinators are going to make adjustments to that. And you need to have all these offenses that have these quarterbacks. You go back to Aaron Rodgers, you go back to Mahomes, all these guys that be able to roll out and make these plays with their feet. They have the ability to make plays from the pocket. And that's what my thing is with Trubisky. Until he shows me that he can make plays from the pocket, you're limited on offense. You're limited. And defensive coordinators are going to make adjustments to be able to, contour that and be able to shut that offense down. And that's where you're stuck then. So that's what I'm saying. It's a limited offense if this is all he can do, right? If he can develop, and so
I get that point.
Show me any signs that he could do anything from the pocket. Even last week, when he stood back in the pocket, he made some throws that were just off base. I mean, a lot of times it was
a lot of double clutching that he was doing
because he's not sure of himself. He's not sure of his decision making. He does a lot of pre-snap determined reads where he goes, all right, this is going to be my guy. And most of the time, it's Allen Robinson. He throws it to that guy, whether Robinson has one guy, two guys on him. He's throwing it to Allen Robinson. That's where he's got to develop. If he can show you the ability to be a pocket quarterback and be successful from the pocket. Right, Bobby touched on it earlier. The Packers coaches last year said, keep Trubisky in the pocket. That's how you beat him. Yeah. You want him in the pocket, making decisions in the pocket, and we got the Bears where we need him. And that's the problem here. You have a limited offensive scheme with a guy who's limited. Unless he shows you or everybody else here the ability to process in the pocket and make plays from the pocket, it's nice seeing him be able to get out of the pocket and make those reads and all that stuff. You're gonna be limited. That's my case in point. And the other thing is in terms of giving a 1 or 2 year contract, making him a bridge quarterback, I'm cool with that. As long as you go get your first round quarterback and he's your future. But now we're assuming that Mitch Trubisky wants to be here on a 1 or 2 year contract. So they're they tango. That's the thing there as well. And then AC real quick in terms of you're talking about the draft and going up and getting somebody. This is where Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy sit down and say, all right, these are the quarterbacks. Identify your guy, whether it's Justin Fields, whether it's Zach Wilson, whether it's Mac Jones, whether it's Trey Lance, who also another 1 year starter guy. A guy kind of gives me a little bit concern there. He's a great athlete, shows tremendous potential, but a 1 year starter. So if these guys are going to be your guy, right? Or if you see a guy in the second round, whether it's Kellen Mond from Texas A&M, whether it's Sam Ehlinger, who I personally love, in the second round, identify your guy and say, this is the guy we're going to get. Whether it's a 1 this year and a 1 next year, do it. Because once you identify your guy, you got to go get him, right? And the same thing with Trubisky. When Pace made that trade for Trubisky, he goes, yeah, I went up 1 spot. I gave up draft picks. But when you have that conviction on that quarterback, you go get him. Unfortunately, he was wrong, right? Because if you're wrong, you're going to lose your job. So that's the thing.
Especially if he's wrong again.
Right. Well, he's wrong again. For sure he's gone. But I'm saying, and that's the thing that scares me about keeping Pace here. I love what he's done overall on the roster. Remember, he inherited a crap roster from Phil Emery. He's done a great job of rebuilding that defense, putting some depth on defense. We can talk about some of his offensive selections, but that's here and there. The other thing about Ryan Pace is it scares the hell out of me having him pick my next quarterback, because we've seen he can't pick quarterbacks right now, right? The proof is in the pudding, right? Mike Glennon was his free agent signing. Bridge quarterback sucked. Trubisky went up and got him. It hasn't worked out. So that's
the same for Nagy. He went out and got Nick Foles. That didn't work out. So
the thing with Nick Foles, again, guys, remember it was a COVID offseason, no offseason program. They had to bring someone in. They couldn't, someone who knew the offense, and that's why they went with Nick Foles. I don't think Nick Foles was out there. I don't think Nagy was saying, "Oh, I got to get Nick Foles. I got to get Nick Foles." I think he wanted him in here because I think he knew the offense, and he's seen Nick Foles have success in this offense in Philadelphia, and I think he assumed it was going to, happen here in Chicago. But you know what? In Chicago, they don't have Philly's offensive line. In Chicago, they didn't have the Phillies, tight ends. So I think that was an issue there as well.
I'm sure that was also with Flip, right? I mean, when you have your whole offensive coaching staff come around and they all had some sort of, I don't know if you call it a bond, but they had previous experience with the guy. They were probably all on board with it. You know what I mean? And for Ryan Pace I think Ryan Pace's quarterback picks minus Trubisky, right? Like, because remember that whole thing came out where they were saying that Fox didn't even know that Trubisky was going to be the pick, that they kept it from him. But I think the quarterback picks for every GM, a lot of that comes through the coaches and who's going to fit their system. Like, who do you believe is going to do this or that? Like I was told Aldo earlier when I said to come back to me on the quarterback thing, I don't understand why. So say you got practice squad, right? You got practice squad this year. I think it was put up to 15 instead of the normal every year of 10 because of COVID and everything like that. Why wouldn't you just have 3 quarterbacks on your practice squad? Why not? Why not bring guys in? And all this offenses, we're at 1.0 this year and it's too intricate to learn. Well, cool. Bring in fucking 3 of them then and sit them all down. Like, and you have these quarterback coaches. You have like flip, earn your money. You're going to sit down with these dudes and do this, whatever, this day and this day, and continue to build, put more minds in the quarterback room and grow these undrafted free agents of Gordon and the other guys that didn't go drafted that we were saying, hey, the kid from Hawaii, what's his name?
Paul
Dan,
McDonald.
Yeah,
Paul McDonald.
like grab these kids and bring them in and develop them. You know what I mean? Keep them in the stable, start feeding these horses. And yeah, okay, cool. They can get taken off the practice squad, but how many people are going to go out and pull somebody off?
Gordon's been on Seattle's
Yeah.
practice squad all year.
Yeah.
Anthony, my bad.
Actually, I think he's been released. He had a tryout with the
Yeah, he
49ers.
was.
He's a free agent right now, and why he hasn't visited Howard Hall to talk with the Bears to me is just stupid.
We got Big Play Bray.
Yeah,
But I mean, honestly, we got a couple linemen there, right? We got defensive linemen there. When you take the most important learning position, I feel, on any football team, the most important position of someone who needs to learn, why you don't have more of those guys on your practice squad? Because how hard is it for how much does a lineman on the practice squad learn? I get it that they're part of the teams, like getting things going and this and that, but we just plussed you up 5 guys this year. We gave you 5 extra bodies to put down there. How we're not teaching people what we want in that position is beyond me. And yeah, cool. They can turn around and be like, well, because we don't want our offense to get out and Greg Braggs can't videotape a fucking play. I get it. Right. But to say that, as I just think it's more, you get more out of having those guys there to teach them, and why we didn't take these extra 5 spots and fill them with at least 2 quarterbacks additional to Bray. I don't know.
Right. I want to add that this season of all seasons, you wanted to bring in a guy like Anthony Gordon and just stash him onto the practice squad because you had added practice squad members. You had added opportunities to just stash someone in for a developmental purposes. We all know how important it is to keep that pipeline filled. And Danny can talk much more in an expert way than I can, but Danny and I were impressed with Anthony Gordon's footwork, the fact that he threw the ball from different angles. He had that kind of shortstop second base mentality where he can throw overhand, he can throw it sidearm and so forth, something that Patrick Mahomes has made famous with his throwing style. So this is an opportunity to bring in a guy and just see. And Danny's biggest complaint about Anthony Gordon was that he was under 200 pounds. When we saw him at the Senior Bowl, the first thing when he got
hit the weight room.
Yeah, when he got onto the scale, I looked over at Danny, and Danny looked at me, and his eyes got wide, and he says, "Wow, that's going to be an issue." And when we interviewed Anthony Gordon, that was one of the first questions Danny Shimon had for Anthony Gordon is, "What about the weight? What about the muscle?" And he said that he was going to work with his personal trainer to add more weight, but to do it in a smart way. And so what that told me is that this was a project. This guy, Anthony Gordon, is a guy that was going to take a couple of years at least to develop himself into an NFL body. Danny, I want you to talk about Anthony Gordon, and I want you to talk about the necessity of bringing in quarterbacks to develop for the Chicago Bears, something that Ryan Pace has not done.
Right. And then I think it was bad you made the point that Ryan Pace in his first, introductory press conference said that he's open to drafting a quarterback every year. And yet, his record is only drafted 1 quarterback. So I think a lot of that had to do with, the fact that this roster had a lot of holes on it and he didn't have that many draft picks that he could just kind of waste on a quarterback. But I think on a quarterback, you're never wasting a draft pick, especially one that hits. So for me with Anthony Gordon was going over his tape. Yeah, he played in that, system with Mike Leach over in Washington State, but he was a guy to me that showed solid enough arm strength, ability to process, defensive coverages, and he can, like all of a sudden, he had the ability to alter his arm angle, be able to get rid of the ball in a timely manner. Has lightning quick release. About an average arm strength. Doesn't have a great arm, but he's a guy that showed mobility, ability to be able to get out, left or right out of the pocket and make some plays downfield. So I like this potential. He showed an ability and I got a good feel for the passing game, to be able to throw receivers open. That's something I really look at it for quarterbacks is, can you get a receiver in a position where you're throwing him away from coverage and getting him in an open field where he can take advantage of the yards after a catch. So that's the things I look at. And Gordon showed all that stuff for me at Washington State. Now, the weight is a huge issue with him. He came in, I think it was 188 or something like that at the Senior Bowl. His goal was to be at 206 at the combine. He came in, I think, at 192 or 195 at the combine. So he had some weight, but it wasn't up to speed in terms of what NFL teams are looking at. And you can't, a quarterback under 200 pounds. That's going to be a disaster, back there. So I think that's one of the reasons why he hasn't probably stuck on a roster. But definitely a guy that shows the potential. And talking to all those points, you guys' point, bringing in a young quarterback. This draft for me coming up, I've said it before on Draft on Tap. This is a draft that you can go out there and get yourself your future quarterback. Now, you got to, as a group, front office, coaching staff, you got to come together and say, all right, this is the quarterback we're going to build around. Whether Trubisky's here for a year or two, or now you're bringing somebody else, or Nick Foles, whatever, you got to have someone there that you see as your future quarterback. So that's why you got to come to an agreement. So that goes back to a whole different question now is Ryan Pace going to be here with Matt Nagy making those picks? Is he going to be the guy that's going to sit here and say, all right, I'm going to get you a quarterback, you build him? That's a whole different topic for a whole different show. However, the quarterback is the most important position on the football field, especially on offense. And Bobby, you're right. Bring in guys here. You have the ability on the practice squad this year to bring in even veteran guys too. Guys you might want to take a look at and see what they could do. Maybe one guy surprises you, right? The Redskins or the Washington football team brought in Taylor Heineke because he was with Ron Rivera with at Carolina. He was with the offensive coordinator in Minnesota. So they brought him in on the practice squad because he was familiar with these coaching staff. Do the same thing here. Bring in a guy that there's some familiarity with him, whether it's within a scheme with all your coaches that you brought in from the offseason. Bring in a guy that can potentially be a guy that can, at worst case scenario, he's your future backup quarterback. Just to give yourself a shot here. Tyler Bray, he hasn't been given a shot, albeit here, but I think at this point now we kind of know what he is and what he isn't. So bringing another guy besides Tyler Bray on the practice squad, I think Bobby made a great point. Again, just to bring in someone just to give you something else here to look at. Maybe you might catch lightning in a bottle. You might have another quarterback there.
Exactly. And I know we can all openly talk about the misses that this GM and the organization has had, right? But I think that this is one of the biggest ones, man. Like the development of players. Neil, he's back for the halftime update.
What's the score? I haven't watched the game yet. What's the score?
Go ahead. I know the score. I'm watching too. Go ahead.
Is 21-7. I don't feel helpless for the first time. For the first time in a major postseason game, I don't feel fucking helpless.
Who's winning?
Alabama.
Oh, 21-7? Okay.
Yeah. I thought that would have been.
I'm sorry, who's winning?
Alabama's winning, of course.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
Of course. But hey.
Where do you attack Alabama, man?
That was a missed field goal to end out the half then?
No, it got blocked.
Oh
it got
shit!
blocked.
So I can see half of my TV screen right now, and I keep doing this, and I'm sure people watching are like, "Why is this dude? Has he got a Tourette's or something?"
Mine's right over here.
I was doing the same thing with the Northwestern game earlier.
I'm recording it, so I guess I'm watching it.
I'm a lifelong Notre Dame fan, so when somebody tells me, and they're happy that it's 21-7, I get it.
Well, shit. You know what? It could be worse and it could be better. So
exactly.
I mean, the game hasn't gone off the rails. It hasn't gone perfect for either side. Notre Dame's offensive line is playing their asses off. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, boys, that's a physical group of 5 dudes right there.
Hey, what I tell you, Liam Eichenberg, man, I'm liking that kid as a right tackle for the Bears.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%.
And then Jim Nagy, the head of the
He's a right guard. I love Hainsey as a right guard. Aaron Banks, I think, could be a right. I don't think he's a left guard in the league. I think he's a right guard in the league. That's center. I mean,
we could have 4 out of the 5 starting offensive linemen be Notre Dame players.
I'm down.
And it'd be a dynamite.
Hell yeah.
That's good with me. Yeah.
Now,
They're well coached.
I gotta ask Danny and my man Neil. You know, Ian Book started off as a guy that you would consider as signing as an undrafted free agent. I think that he has worked his way in to a draft pick, whether, you know, it's definitely a day 3 draft pick. But wouldn't you know, and Danny always makes fun of me. He says, you know, I'm looking for a number 1 draft pick. Although, why are you looking for a number 2 starting quarterback in the NFL? I get it. But wouldn't you consider Ian Book into that pipeline of quarterbacks to acquire and to potentially develop to, at the very least, be a number 2 quarterback in the NFL? Neil, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, my own personal thought was that the kid was a, you know, Sunday signing at best after the draft was over, right? He was a free agent signing guy. That was his ceiling. The NFL guys that I talked to prior to that show where we talked about quarterbacks said that he will get drafted 6th or 7th round based solely on play history, regardless of how he finished out this year, how he looked in these big games against Clemson in, you know, the playoff, you know, if they made it, that just based on the fact alone that he had play history, this dude was going to get drafted 6th or 7th round because he's smart. He's from Notre Dame. He's won a fuck ton of games. He's the winningest quarterback all time in Notre Dame history. So, I mean, and the kid's mobile too. He could do things with his legs. We saw that a couple times tonight against Alabama. He made a couple of really nice plays with his legs, got them first downs in good positions on the field. You know, if we're in the 6th or 7th round, I mean, you talk about 6th or 7th rounders. They're basic guys you're taking flyers on, man.
Exactly.
You're taking guys to be developmental guys to just see what happens. I would be against seeing what happens with Ian Book. He'd be better than Tyler Bright.
Our offensive linemen, though, guys.
What's that?
I said that's where we pick our offensive linemen, though.
We should be picking our offensive linemen between 1 and 5.
I agree. I agree.
Hey, Danny, what are your thoughts on Ian Book? I know when we talked weeks ago, you were like, you were dismissive. Let's put it that way. Of right. Ian Book. Do you think that he's worthy of a developmental draft pick? Because again, you have to think about backup quarterbacks and so forth. And this could be a guy that comes in for 2 or 3 games and could provide, you know, some kind of support for a starting quarterback who is injured.
Right, and then, like I said, first of all, off Ian Book, I mean, no doubt he's played well this season. He's shown the ability. Again, he's athletic back there. He's got ability he can extend the plays with his feet. It's shown, you know, in terms of decision making in the pocket as a little bit more, you know, he's better back there as well, making the right proper reads and all that stuff. However, you're talking, you know, me as a guy, you know, root for the Bears, you know, work for the Bears, for example. If I'm the scout for the Bears, I'm saying, you know what, I haven't got my starting quarterback yet. Why am I going to go draft a backup, you know, a backup quarterback? And that's who I have in my book right now. Is just he's a guy that's going to come in and be a guy that can potentially one day be your number 2 quarterback. So, you know, he's a guy that's going to be under 6 feet tall. I believe is about 5'10", 5'11". You know, for those kind of quarterbacks, I'm not high in them. So right there, Ian Book's up to a bad start with me. But, you know, if you're going to bring him in as an undrafted free agent, hey, you know, go for it. But for me to go out there and waste a draft pick, whether it's a 6th or 7th round pick, it's going to be hard for me to do that. You know, Neil and I put him on our board in terms of, I think it was a 7th round quarterback right. on our board. Yeah, he's on our board, Aldo, as a 7th round quarterback. So
tell me, because I didn't see it.
I have it right here in front of me. I can show it to you.
Do you think it's smarter to take a quarterback 7th round, like so last year we had the, you know, the tailgate show was doing that last day of the draft, 6-hour show. I know you know, you hopped in with us for a little while, but is it smarter on your side of the ball because I'm not a draft mind at all. I know who I like and they're going to be gone. And then I'm like, yeah, fuck, who's next? But either way, is it smarter to grab a quarterback late in the 7th that you don't want to get into negotiations with other teams and an undrafted free agent side, or do you think it was smart for the Bears to take, pick Lachavious Simmons and the guys that they took in the 7th round there that kind of shocked us all?
Well, with this past draft, first of all, an overall draft, philosophy. If you have a guy in the 6th, 7th round that you feel like, hey, I really want to bring him into camp. I really think this guy's got a chance to make our roster as a 2nd string, 3rd string, whatever. And
Right.
you don't think you're going to get him in terms of undrafted free agent. Yeah, you go ahead and you get a 7th round pick and you draft him. That's if you have that much conviction on a player, you always bring him in because you never know with undrafted free agency how that's going to work out. It's like I said, it's like free agency. You gotta. It's a gamble there. So if you have a conviction on a guy that you feel like is going to come in and contribute and be at 2nd, possibly 3rd string quarterback on your roster, and is going to stick on a roster, go ahead and do it. But in terms of last year with the Bears, because they had Trubisky and they knew they had Nick Foles there, they knew that, and they had no offseason in terms of because of those COVID thing. I think they knew that whatever guy they drafted wasn't really going to have a chance to make the roster. So why use a draft pick on a guy that they probably didn't feel good about in terms of beating any of those 2 guys out. So I think that's why that didn't happen last year. So as opposed to previous seasons, that I can't explain. But I think that kind of fell into their train of thought in terms of this past draft.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just always, and I know I've said it, I think I've said it like 3 times now. I'm just totally against the Bears' way of dealing with quarterbacks. I think it's fucking horrible to keep Bray around when you know that this guy, you're never going to play him. You're not building him for anything. And Bray's like saving grace. And I know a lot of people have suffered, but Bray's saving grace was COVID. He wasn't eligible for the practice squad until COVID hit. And then COVID hit and it made him eligible for the practice squad because they changed up the rules and he got to stay on an NFL football team. So to put any confidence in him sticking around, I think is horrible. And to not be feeding your horses and not being like stocking up on somebody, I think is one of the biggest misses by this organization. I think it's more of a miss than Trubisky. I think it's more of a miss than busting in the 1st round by not like stocking your barn and just building up with people that you have.
Well, the Chiefs even brought in Shea Patterson. I think he was undrafted free agent, but they've got probably the best quarterback in the league, or at least top 3. And they're still bringing in undrafted free agent quarterbacks because why not? What's going to hurt to have a guy in the practice squad?
If you have a regular training camp, you give him all these reps. At least even if he's not going to make the roster, at least this guy's got opportunity. If there's ever a need for an emergency quarterback, you go out and get him if he's available. A guy who's been around your team, knows the system, you can kind of bring him in real quick. So even for that, if you bring in a guy like Shea Patterson, undrafted free agent. That's why Aldo and I were screaming for Anthony Gordon last year, even when he went undrafted. First of all, I was surprised he went undrafted, but he went undrafted. I would just bring him in and just give him a shot and see what we can get out of him. But
let me add this. I think what we are seeing is an indictment of Matt Nagy as a head coach. And what I mean by that is that he is so reliant on players who know his system and not a supportive of talent. So let me give you some examples. Cole Kmet, there weren't any passes designed to go his way until late in the season. He wanted Jimmy Graham, the veteran, being the recipient of passes from the tight end position. Let me another example. Tyler Bray. Why not draft an Anthony Gordon or one of the other day 3 quality quarterbacks and try to develop him? Another example. Now, the only example that I will say that he has deviated from is Darnell Mooney, because I think that he really dislikes so much of what Anthony Miller is like, that he has promoted Darnell Mooney into that second wide receiver position, and taking away the opportunities from Anthony Miller. But for the most part,
Can you blame him though?
I don't blame him. That is true. I don't blame him, but I do blame him for not supporting some of.
It takes him a long time to give up on someone, though.
I agree with that.
I blame him. I blame him for his decision being out of spite and not out of knowledge. I think his decision is out of spite for Anthony Miller than it is out of, I don't think if Miller was doing well and whatever, right? Obviously Mooney wouldn't have gone up, but I think a lot of Nagy's decision and his play calls and his play designs are kind of like, I really like this guy, let's get him involved. Or I really like that guy, let's get him involved. And I think for the Mooney thing, it was more along the lines of, let's show Anthony what he's missing, and it was more of a out of spite thing than it was. And I know Miller's come around. Miller came in his rookie year, Neil, and he had 9 touchdowns, I think, maybe 7. Yeah, maybe 7. But he came and he like blew up on the scene. And then all of a sudden he starts this wide receiver-ish, right? We all know that some wide receivers could be the princess or the prima donna, the diva of the team, right? Then he started that shit. And then he started the fighting and this and that, whatever. And Nagy wasn't going to stand for it. And I think Mooney got more of an opportunity because of Miller's attitude than he did because of Miller's play. And to turn around in season 2 and say that this guy isn't running the right routes when in season 1 he was one of your studs, to me it was kind of confusing.
There's one thing that I think that needs to be touched on as far as that goes, though, and it's that the McCaskey family is not going to deal with bullshit. Yeah. All right. They are a no bullshit outfit. All right. So, and that's the reason why Jeffrey Simmons was never considered by the Chicago Bears ever, even though he was arguably the best interior defensive lineman in that draft. He was never at one point considered to be a pick by the Chicago Bears just because he had to deal with the girl and there was questions and there was a story. And I mean, there was an hour's worth of the meetings that I had with these NFL guys when I was the pro liaison at Mississippi State. Just talk about like Jeffrey Simmons. But a lot of it's going to fall on deaf ears because there's certain ownership and general managers and everybody else that aren't going to just deal with the bullshit. And I think that's where Nagy kind of comes from on that stance, because Anthony Miller, there's a little bit of baggage there. Yeah, he's a talented player, but there's a little bit of baggage there. But are you gonna trust the guy on the field with baggage, or are you gonna trust a kid from Tulane that can walk, talk, and chew gum at the same time and is making big plays anyways?
Spent his first paycheck on a jug machine.
If I may just say, what's the baggage, Anthony Miller? What's the baggage there? Everybody keeps talking about baggage. What's the baggage? Because you throw up a gang sign against the Rams? That's it? What's the baggage?
I mean, that's kind of a red flag to me. I don't know.
Well, but that's it, right? He's not in trouble off the field, right? He's married. He's got a girlfriend. He's got a kid. He's not a guy that's all of a sudden when this guy's given opportunities. And not just because I pounded a table for Anthony Miller. I thought he's a guy that if he goes somewhere else, he's going to have a chance to be a successful receiver if he goes to another system, another team, right? This is a kid that when given the opportunity, when throwing the ball to him, he makes the play and he produces, but he just doesn't get opportunities. Now, a lot of it's been thrown up at Miller saying he runs the wrong routes. Well, damn it, where's the receiver coach? Why is he still running the wrong routes? That's what I want to know. Because when this kid has the ball in his hands, look at him as a punt returner. The ball in his hands. The guy makes plays. So get the ball to Anthony Miller. Let's see what happens.
Let me ask
too many balls for me.
Let me add, there are quarterbacks in the NFL who can deal with freelancing wide receivers much better than Mitchell Trubisky. So you put Anthony Miller on a team that has a quarterback that will survey the field and see that Anthony Miller didn't run that route because that was the prescribed route, but he ran his route to get open. I'm going to throw it to him. And so that might be the better team than a team that has Mitchell Trubisky.
But even that, Aldo, when he says he's running the wrong route, who said running the wrong route? Was it Nagy? And was the game against the Raiders, right? Against where
Furry, the wide receiver coach, came out and said that
Furry, the wide receiver coach, has got to say, right, why is he running the wrong routes? Why aren't you coaching him up, Furry? That's what
to go off of what Danny's saying, when they said he was running the wrong routes, it's not like he was running a slant when it should have been an out. They were saying he was cutting it 2 yards short.
Too short.
Yeah. So Mitch Trubisky in the pocket, instead of overthrowing the ball 6 yards, overthrew the ball 4 yards. I mean, if we really want to talk about him being in the pocket and the accuracy at that point, he really only overthrew the ball by a couple extra yards or a couple less yards than he would have. But I agree.
Real quickly here, I know that Neil wants to get back to that Notre Dame game, and I also know that Danny needs to take care of some family things. So I want to give them both the last words. Neil and Danny, stars of Draft on Tap, finish up your thoughts here, and we'll release you.
Go ahead, Dan. What? Okay. Well, hey, I know we cover Chicago sports on the show, so I just want to talk about Northwestern for 5 seconds. Mike Hankwitz today, I worked with that guy for, I think, 3 years when I was at Northwestern. Probably one of the top class human beings in the game of college football. That guy just won his 400th game today on the day that he was going to retire from coaching football. So hats off to that dude. Rock solid human beings. We called him the Mad Doctor when I was at Northwestern because he's a little bit of an odd egg, but as far as like football knowledge, might be the most like football knowledgeable dude I've ever been around in my life. So, hats off to that guy. Good job, Northwestern. Pat Fitzgerald crushing Auburn today. Almost said Alabama, watching Alabama. Crushing Auburn today. Auburn really never had a shot in that game. Good job for them winning, 2 of the last 3 years, their division title. The second thing, that shot I toasted up to you guys earlier. I forgot to tell you what was inside that shot glass. I grew up in, I told you guys I grew up in the west side of South Indiana, very Polish neighborhood. I'm pretty much almost like 100% Polish. Every time we get together as a family, every time we celebrate anything worth celebrating, we have Jeżnówka, which is a Polish blackberry brandy. And that thing is on deck anytime that we're with people we care about, people that are worth a damn, people that, you want to break bread with. And so that's why I broke bread with you guys tonight. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Once again, I couldn't be any happier than I am right now joining the group that I joined in on with. So cheers, guys. Now Strobia.
Yeah, and it's, for me, I just want to say thank you to Aldo, obviously, to the Barroom, all you guys. Working with you guys has been awesome. I know 2020 was a tough year for everybody. It's a tough year for me personally as well. But hopefully, 2021 is going to be better and brighter for all of us. The Barroom, I know, is on the way up, and we're just getting bigger, better, and stronger. In terms of Draft on Tap, I'm excited. Just like Neil said, I'm excited to be working with Neil. The expertise, the knowledge he brings, having worked with intercollegiate, recruiting and all that stuff, and having all these connections within the NFL is going to give us a lot of insight in terms of what some of the NFL decision makers are thinking when it comes to draft time. So, really excited about Draft on Tap. Excited about where the Barroom is going. I just want to say thank you and Happy New Year to all of you guys. And it's a hell of a group, and I think it's only going to get better. So thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Danny, for all you do for the Barroom, for our friendship, and brother, this whatever happens in January with the Chicago Bears doesn't matter, because the next few months belong to you and Neil Stopchinski, and then everybody else supports what you guys are doing. Even Greg Gabriel, he's going to be supporting what you guys are doing, because you guys are going to be analyzing the upcoming 2021 draft. And so you guys are going to be the stars of the Barroom, and we're all going to be doing this much more often, talking in a forum, picking your brain, you reacting to our opinions of what's going on. It's going to be a fun time. We're going to let you go. Enjoy your family. Enjoy your New Year's Day. And thank you so much for the time you've devoted to this show, and also all of the time that you've done. You've invested into Draft on Tap.
It's been awesome. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Just a couple real quick. I think we should have a roundtable about draft right before the draft. I think it'd be awesome. Yeah. And AC, I got you, bro. I'm taking a look at your Kentucky boy. So
hey, Landon Young, late round left tackle.
We got Drake Jackson as well, the center. So we're looking at those guys. We'll break them down on Draft on Tap. So if there's any other players you guys want us to talk about, just send me a tweet or something like that, and we'll do it.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right. And then there were 4. Bobby,
buddy.
RKB, AC, and Aldo Gandia. The last 4 on this 4+ hour New Year's Day show. We thought it was going to be 2, but no. It was 4. We're approaching 5. let's talk about, again, I think what we should finish off our show is talking about this Packer game. And I know some of our thoughts might be redundant, but there's a lot of people still tuning in. I want to know your thoughts about this Packer game, how important it is to you personally. Because first of all, what I want to do is I want to play a audio clip from my man, Dan Aguirre, who is the co-host of Bare Your Souls. I asked him, hey, I know you can't be on. There was a bunch of other people who can't be on, but I said, Dan, please send me some audio or video with your thoughts of what's going on.
This is going to be great.
When I heard this, I was like, okay, I got to put some music behind this. This is just outstanding. This is Dan Aguirre with his Happy New Year's wish to us, but more importantly, his thoughts about the Packers and Bears this upcoming Sunday.
Happy New Year, Aldo. It's Dan. I should be sleeping, but I'm laying awake for a myriad of reasons. One of which is the thoughts and almost prayers, not in a theological sense, of just like, God, can we get this done just one time? You know, people that were born like in the 50s and 60s, at least they had the Super Bowl run. You know, like I said, I was too young to experience that live. So my fandom really began in the late 80s. And so the overwhelming majority of my life, this team has been kicking our ass. So many times I'm like, this is the time. NFC Championship, baby. How we're going to go to the Super Bowl. Cutler, the trade. I knew it was like going to work out. And then it was like, well, okay. Win and get in 13. You know, now we've got an offense. We've got B. Marsh. We've got Jeffrey. We've got Bennett. And Martellus. And not Earl. We had him already. But it never works out. But I can only hope that this is the time. Like, this is the time I've been waiting for. And I'm full of anxiety, worrying about it being not that time. But I wish everybody well. Let's go Bears and somehow find a way to win this game on Sunday.
That is just so Dan. Dan is like in bed right now. Right now, he's in bed because he works all these weird hours. And when he wakes up, the first thing he's thinking about is the freaking Bears. It's just so good.
Dan Aguirre knows how to take my feelings and put it into word form a lot better than I do.
How about that? I mean, Bobby, you and I, you know, we've lived in Chicago. We've experienced the, you know, how devastating it is, you know, and to all due respect to Aaron and all of the Bears fans who live outside of the city of Chicago, but it's just that much extra when you live in Chicago because when the Bears lose, all of a sudden the traffic becomes tougher, right? It's
everything. Like, yeah, your kids get beat a little more. The dog gets hit here or there. You know what I'm saying? Like, just it's like people know, like when they lose, you just better leave this dude alone for a couple hours because he's not in a good mood. Like it's just how it happens, man. And like, and you see the city. The city of Chicago rides on waves of emotion, man. And you've seen it with the White Sox. You see it with the Cubs. You see it with Notre Dame. In years past, and you absolutely see it with the Bears, man. It's the only, and the Blackhawks. I mean, come on, like, you get Aldo fucking screaming 5 times on the news, and you know, you get all this stuff, and the city of Chicago lives and dies like through sports, and it is a huge blue collar, just sports, and And I know the divide, of course, for the White Sox and the Cubs, right? But it's all kind of in good fun. And yeah, you hate the other team, but really you don't hate the people, right? But you hate Packer fans, and you don't. It doesn't matter. Like if somebody's a Cubs fan, you can deal with them, and they'll be okay. And half of us have family members who are Cubs fans or White Sox fans, or vice versa, right? But when there's a Packer fan, you're like, fuck this guy. Like, like you don't even like this guy anymore. And to bring it all back into that, and to do this at home against the Packers, right? And the only thing we can really do is spoil them getting the first round bye, right? And there's a potential that we play the Packers 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah,
it's still a possibility. And I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I think we can win this week, right? Because I don't think the Packers are going to be. I don't know. Either way, I think we can win this week. Can we do it 2 weeks in a row? Can Matt Nagy dissect this Packer offense and defense and come up with a plan to beat them 2 weeks in a row? This is a team that we had just mentioned earlier that they couldn't come up with a plan to stop Mike Glennon. You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to be tough for sure. And I think it's a tough pill to swallow. It's a tough thing for us to say that we could literally be watching our last Bear football game in 2 days. And this could be the last time that Mitch Trubisky comes out of this tunnel in a Bears jersey. This could be the potential, right? This could be the last time that a lot of these top guys come out of this tunnel in a Bears jersey. And to have it all wrap up like that, it just feels like it's too soon for me. Like it can't just stop like this. Did they do this to themselves? Yeah, of course they did. Like this is where they're at on their own accord. But to have it end on the Packers for us is just the fucking city's gonna have a black cloud over it for a while, man. It's gonna be hard.
I'm with you 110%. This season has been, for me, one of the most emotional. I'm an emotional Chicago Bears fan.
Yeah, me too.
I cried after that 2018 double doink fiasco because I knew that in my lifetime, I'm 62 years old, so the chances of me witnessing a Super Bowl are quickly closing in. That's the truth. And so when that double doink happened, and I knew that the Bears had a defense that could clearly take you to the Super Bowl, but it was the offense and in that case, special teams that could interfere with that. It was for me a tearjerker. And so we're at a point here where we have an opportunity we're being handed an opportunity, because that 6-game losing streak was you don't fucking deserve to be in the playoffs. But then all of a sudden, because of what other teams did, we're being handed an opportunity. So here's an opportunity to get into the playoffs and then surprise people. And that's what I want. I want to surprise people. I want this fucking team to take the next level and get into the playoffs and then surprise people, so that you guys and I, when I'm fucking 84 years old, I'll be out here going after suffering a stroke and so forth. You guys can tell me, hey, Aldo, you remember that fucking season? Yeah, we made it and we won the Super Bowl. I'll be like, that's what I want. That's what I want. And Aaron, as somebody who lives in Kentucky and has this fucking spirit for loving the Chicago Bears, what does this season mean to you? What do you think about what are the Bears' chances, and how much would it mean to you personally if the Bears could surprise everybody and take it deep into the playoffs and maybe even a Super Bowl win?
I've been racking my brain all week trying to figure out how we're gonna attack these Packers. The Packers are a very good team. They're coached well. They've got weapons all over the field. They've got probably an MVP in Aaron Rodgers. But when it comes down to it, man, we all What is so funny? What I do?
You see this comment by 4,000 Clovers? This fucking comment is the best comment I've ever seen.
Oh, I was kind of in the zone there. And you
I'm
guys
sorry, man.
I was like, what the fuck?
I see that shit pop up and I lost it. I'm actually like, I have tears right now. I'm sorry.
I thought I said something.
Oh man, go ahead.
I lost my train of thought now.
I will tell you that where you were was talking about personally what it means to you if the Bears come through and advance to the playoffs.
Well, I mean, I haven't been a Bears fan as long as you guys have. Anyone who knows Barroom lore, I married into this. My beautiful wife is from the region, as Braggsy calls it, from right outside of Chicago and Indiana. And I became a Bears. She converted me to the Chicago Bears, and now I'm a bigger fan than anyone in her family. But as far as and I don't live in the city like you guys are talking about. The traffic just gets worse or whatever. But there are a lot of Packer fans here in Kentucky for one reason or another. The two biggest that I've heard is either I grew up, I love Brett Favre, so I started cheering for the Packers. And the other one is Randall Cobb went to UK. He was the first, I'd really say the first pretty good player to come from UK to go to anywhere. So a lot of UK fans jumped on the Packers bandwagon, and to not only make the playoffs, but make a deep playoff push, and to do it going through our hated rival who we've been so close so many times, just to come up short. It's just it's difficult to put into words. That's why I'm glad Dan Aguirre put it into words for us, because in 2 times I watched Randall Cobb break our hearts, and the double doink Aldo, I cried as well. And when it first came off his foot, I thought it was going to sneak into the upright, and it bounced and broke my freaking heart. And for Mitch Trubisky, man, because he's been scrutinized since we drafted the guy. The day after he's drafted, he gets booed at a Bulls game. So for a guy like that to go through the struggles that he's gone through, being our starter, then getting benched, then coming back and playing pretty well, regardless of who he's playing against. For a guy like that, I feel like he's like a lot of us Bears fans. We go through ups and downs with this team, and they bring our hopes up, and we come back every week. My wife, like last week, I watched that Jaguars game until there were zeros on the board. And my wife was like, I think we got this, babe. And I was like, I don't care. I'm watching till there's zero. And I do that with wins, and I do that with losses. I will sit there and watch us get just crushed just because I'm a diehard Bears fan, and there's no other way around it. Bear down.
Absolutely, dude. No, I get it. And then we're the same way. If I'm at the game, I think I've been to more games than we've lost than we won. But I will say that the 2018 NFC Championship or NFC North Championship game that we were all at, Mr. Gandia, when it was on the line, the fucking Bears brought it home. Mm-hmm. And this week, again, it's on the line. And it's in Chicago again, and it's time to do it. And we were playing for the NFC champion. That was the NFC North championship game. And it was December 16th of 18. Everything was on the line. And even though we threw, a kind of crazy pass to the baby deer, and Adam Shaheen stumbled downfield and got us a first down, either way, it worked. And the Bears pulled through when they needed to at home. Does the game change with fans, without fans? I think it does. I think the attitude of the defense changes without fans. But I also think that Aaron Rodgers seems to feed off of that as well. If you've seen earlier this week,
Thanos.
Yeah, earlier this week, Rodgers was on I forget what show it was, but
he does that Pat McAfee show.
Yeah, he was on Pat. He was on Pat McAfee, and he said his favorite place to play in the NFL is Soldier Field. Well, McAfee laid it up and gave him Lambeau as his first favorite place. He said, well, obviously Lambeau's got to be your favorite. So besides that, what's your favorite? And he's like, oh, it's Soldier Field. He's like, I love going.
You know why he did that, right? He was fucking instigating. He was poking.
Yeah.
That really, Lambeau is his favorite place, but he wanted to plant that and just tweak us Bears fans and the Bears players because he's a fucking asshole. Let's face it. I have so much respect for that guy's talents, his footwork as a quarterback, his accuracy as a quarterback, his knowledge as a quarterback. But as a human being,
he's a prick.
Yeah. Agreed. And then, like, for him saying that on McAfee, though, right? So the Bears, if you guys remember, and I'm sure everybody in the chat remembers, Mitch a couple of years ago said that he asked for the monitors in House Hall to be shut off. And asked he didn't want no interference. It was like called 10 dark, whatever.
Zero dark 10, I think.
Yeah, 0 dark 10, whatever the hell it was called, right? Asked for all this shit to be shut off because it was interference. This week, since last week, all the monitors in House Hall have been playing the comments of the Packer fans or the Packers on social media, the comments of them on podcasts, the comments, all the things that they've been saying to talk shit has been up on all the monitors in House Hall scrolling, showing these Bears players basically poking the bear, right? I mean, in a no better term, just poking the bear, being like, look, this dude said that you fucking suck, that he can't wait to burn you. This guy said this, and it's fueling exactly what I think should happen. You should feed your team that. Like, if you're trying to create gladiators and you're trying to create these fucking carnivores, you give them what's needed to make that attack mode go. And when I heard that this stuff was up in House Hall this week and they were just playing it all over the place, I was like, about time. Like, hell yeah, let's go. And
I'm with you, Bobby. And if I can interrupt you,
for sure.
That was Mike Ditka's greatest strength as the head football coach. It wasn't his strategy, it wasn't his scheming and so forth. Is that he create a chip on every player's shoulder so that they would go out there and just want to fucking annihilate the competition. They would, in traditional Chicago Bears fashion, it was Dick Butkus who taught me what Bear football is about. When Dick Butkus on an NFL Films clip said, I look across the sideline and I see a player smiling and I say, that motherfucker is talking about my mother. He's talking about my sister. I'm going to go out there and crush him. And in reality, those guys weren't talking about that. They were just smiling.
Yeah, right. They were probably like, we're going to go get a drink after the game.
Right. But he himself was creating a chip on the shoulder. And then Ditka took it to the next level where he, and it was true with Forrest Gregg and Mike Ditka, that whole dynamic between the two of them. He said, these guys hate us. They want to kill us and so forth. And he created that chip on the shoulder and Lovie Smith took it to a next level. Like I said 4 hours ago when we started the show, he said, I want to beat the Green Bay Packers. And so that's where we are at today. January 1st, 2021. Let's take it to these guys. They want, David Bakhtiari, who will not be playing on Sunday. What did he say this week? I want to beat the piss out of the Bears. Yeah. Have we heard that from any Chicago Bears player? No. We have to create that.
I wish we had, though.
Who? I'm sorry, who?
I said I wish we had, though.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
It sucks because it came from a Packer, but could you imagine if Akeem Hicks came on to Waddle and Sylvie this week and was like, I want to beat the piss out of the Packers? We'd all be like, fuck yeah, we do. Let's go.
Thank you.
So I don't hate David Bakhtiari for what he said. It sucks that he's not going to be there, and we pray for a speedy recovery. If you're a Bears fan that went on Twitter after that, I got to say this. If you're a Bears fan that went on Twitter after that and congratulated or was making a fucking victory lap for David Bakhtiari being on the sideline with a torn ACL, you're a piece of shit. And I don't want you to be part of my fan base.
Thank you.
You got to stay
much.
quiet.
Well said, brother. Well said.
And I think that is what, and I think Nagy kind of has that with the team, right? To where they're like, hey, just do your talking on the field. There's going to be a lot of talking this week. Do your talking on the field. And on the side note of it all, I don't know that this decision to turn on the TVs and all that gets made if Nagy's worrying about preparing an offense and worrying about being an offensive coordinator. I think this is another move that is a bonus of Laser calling the plays and him outside of the box. Hey, what can I do to fire up my team? What can I do here or there? Right. Because otherwise I think Nagy's stressing about how he beats this defense. And granted, I think he's still stressing about that a little bit. Right. But I think a lot of his focus is now team instead of offense. And to get these guys fired up.
Bobby, let me ask you this. Isn't carpe diem a term used often in the military?
Yeah, you see a lot. I mean, I guess it was used a lot more in the past. I mean, shit, in a month, I'm a month and a week or a month and 2 weeks away from being at 20 years. So I'd say in the, when I first joined, it was a lot. You see guys get tattoos and stuff like that, but yeah, it is. I mean, you see it a lot. It just don't see it a lot anymore, I think.
The millennials should say YOLO.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, the reason that I bring that up is because, I feel like every organization, whether it's a football team or it's a military organization or a business organization, they need to get fired up. They need, the leader of the organization has to build a chip on their shoulder. And so Matt Nagy, I don't know if he has or hasn't. We haven't seen it publicly, but he should be getting those guys fired up so that when they run out of the tunnel, they are as fired up as those Packers were, who were saying, I want to beat the piss out of the Bears. Yeah. And that's important in order to succeed in life. You got to have that fucking desire to really, really win and excel. And so if I have one complaint about Matt Nagy, and I have more than one, trust me, it's that I don't know if he gets the guys fired up as much as I would like to see to go out of that tunnel and achieve. We have seen first quarter collapses or dull play, third quarter, especially third quarter.
Yeah, third quarter, yeah.
Dull play out of this team. Sometimes, and everybody says, these Bears players love to play for Matt Nagy and so forth, but I just wonder, is he pushing them enough? Like Mike Ditka, one of the greatest things that he did as the head coach of the football team, besides getting that chip on their shoulder, is he went to the locker room of Ricky Watts. He took his shit out. Ricky Watts was a third round, I think, wide receiver. He took his shit out and threw it out. And he told the media, I don't want him on my team because he doesn't play hard enough. And there's going to be a lot of other players who are going to be thrown on this team. And so that's what I want. I want Matt Nagy to fire up this fucking football team because that is Chicago football.
And you know what? I totally agree with you. And I think that that's another big piece that's missing that Pagano is not bringing, because I feel Vic Fangio did that for the defense all the time. And we seen Fangio, pull Fuller aside and they went golfing or had their one-on-one, and he had to mentor him in a different way, right? And then we see Fangio with the Godfather style picture in the locker room, right, where he's like down on the knee and like this and shit. And you heard all when Fangio was around how Vic fired them up for this game, or Vic told us this, Vic told us that. On the Barfly Tailgate show, we had Allen Robinson on, and Robinson came out and said how much Mike Furry brings to them before a game and how much he just pumps everybody up to go. And I feel like Nagy doesn't do that because, well, Vic's handling that here, or this guy, right? Or this, whatever. And he's just become complacent in the fact to where somebody else was doing it before. So he didn't need to do it now, right? And I mean, just a few weeks ago, AC, A-Rob told us how Furry is just always pumping them up and bringing in the offense.
All about competition.
Yeah, and the wide receivers and like fueling them to want to perform better and want to do this. And there was no talk about Nagy doing that. You know what I mean? Not from him specifically. So I don't know that Nagy actually does that. And I don't know if I even would get pumped if Pagano was to fucking talk to me about anything.
Yeah, we're gonna go out here and we're gonna crush the Green Bay Packers.
Right. It's weird how he continually, every press conference, he meets the press on Thursdays, and every press conference he's asked about the deficiencies with the defense, and he immediately takes blame.
Starts with
I gotta
me.
do a better job of this. I got to do a better job of this. It's like, dude, basically what you're telling us is that you are fucking up, you know? And I kind of agree with that. If Ryan Pace is going to assess this team at the end of the year, he's going to say, hey, Chuck Pagano, I gave you Khalil Mack, the best pass rusher in football. I gave you Robert Quinn, one of the top 10, if not top 5 pass rushers in football. I gave you Eddie Jackson, one of the best ball hawking safeties in football. I gave you Kyle Fuller, one of the best cornerbacks in football. I gave you Roquan Smith, one of the best sideline to sideline linebackers in football. I gave you Danny Trevathan, one of the best hard hitting guys that can intimidate an offense in football. I gave you that and much more, and you're giving me this, the 16th, 17th base defense in football? You're fucking fired, dude.
Yeah. And how does he allow Akeem Hicks to be the motivation behind that defense? The coach should be the fucking motivation behind that defense. Everybody else should be playing for each other. And it's blatantly obvious that when Akeem is out of the game, or when Akeem is, if he's out of a game or if he's hurt or whatever, it's blatantly obvious that this defense kind of throws it into neutral, and that there is something completely missing. And I feel that that's Pagano. I mean, I know I said it before on the show, but Pagano is in my mind the number one coach that needs to go. I think he needs to go. I think 100% that he is on the chopping block and needs to be the first one out of the building, because there's no way that we gave you this much ammunition and you can't even get fucking rounds off. Like, it's ridiculous.
Aaron, let me ask you this, because I really hate calling for a man to lose his job, man or woman to lose their job and so forth. Do you think that, perhaps you sit down, Ryan Pace or whoever's in charge after the season, you sit down with Chuck Pagano, you say, Chuck, here's where you did wrong. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to bring you back next year, but you need to correct those things. Or, as Bobby says, after the season is over, you got the security guards and they're escorting Chuck Pagano out of the building, and it's done, and you're finding a new defensive corner. What are your thoughts on that?
I think he's got to go, and it's that scheme might work somewhere else that doesn't have the pieces that we have. But I sent this in a group text, I think yesterday or the day before with Bobby and the guys. When you have these guys, when you got the horses, you've got to attack. You know what I'm saying? And we've got those guys. You just named so many guys that when they're put in the correct position, this should be a top 5 defense, no questions asked. And then we get Goldman back next year as well. And I told the guys that I was already looking at defensive coordinators to bring in, and I looked at a defensive I guess he's like the second in charge to the defense of the Green Bay Packers, or not Green Bay Packers, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Terrell Austin. And the reason I was looking at him is look at how they use TJ Watt. They've made him one of the best pass rushers in the league because they play to his strengths. They don't have incredible guys in their secondary. Fitzpatrick is really great, but they put their guys in position to play well, and their offense does enough to make, they were undefeated for a lot of the season. So to me, I think Chuck Pagano's got to go, and I've already started looking at replacements. I'm not Ryan Pace, though.
Well, and Bobby, Doug asked the questions, would you all give Jay Rodgers a shot? And I'm like, hell fucking yeah. Look at what happened when Vic Fangio left. We not only let Ed Donatel, who I thought should have been promoted to defensive coordinator instead of Pagano.
Absolutely.
We also let the guy who has been promoted to the defensive coordinator shot with the Rams, Brandon.
Rams.
Why not have promoted Brandon Staley? If Ed Donatelli said, no, I want to go with Vic Fangio, why not say, hey, well, Brandon Staley, you're our man. And look at what Brandon Staley has done with the Rams and what he's done.
I think that came down to even though Matt Nagy was our head coach, he was not ready to be a head coach. He brought in Vic Fangio to run the defense, and he didn't have to do anything with it. And I feel like he tried to continue that with Chuck Pagano. Chuck Pagano was a former head coach in Indianapolis, and I think Nagy thought, well, if I bring this guy in, I could just worry about the offense, and he'll take care of the defense the way Fangio did, and it hasn't worked out. I mean, Chuck Pagano just his scheme just doesn't take advantage of the players that we have in place.
That's the whole big point there. You got a Brandon Staley who knows these players. He knows the strengths of a Leonard Floyd. He knows the strengths of an Eddie Jackson. He knows those strengths, and so you let him go. He applies his knowledge to Leonard Floyd, and Leonard Floyd has 10 sacks. Robert Quinn has 2, and so that's to me the waste of the
Padawan. The Padawan's got to become the Jedi. Like it should have been Staley. It should have become Staley from day one. My number 2, and I'll say my even, right. So I wanted Todd Bowles. I wanted Bowles brought in here. He was up for a job at the same time. Him and I want to say Bowles was what was it? Was he Nagy's? He played football with Nagy's dad or something. There's like a family relation with them that they're all somehow friends. I forget exactly what it is, but he's known Nagy since Nagy was a kid. And I think that's why he wasn't brought in because he, was friends with Nagy's dad or whatever. But I think Bowles should have had the shot. Staley should have they should have done, once Vic was leaving, they should have done everything they could have to just shine Staley's balls and make him stay, to just talk him up. Hey man, we're going to give you this and this and this. And he should have had his shot right there. I do think that it was more of a personal issue than it was an organizational issue. I think that there was some sort of, I don't want to fucking work with this guy, man. Like, I'm going to San Fran. You fucking want to come with me? Like, I'll give you a job out there, and let's go. And I think that's kind of how it got wrapped up, man. And unfortunately, there's way too many personal decisions made instead of, job decisions and who's the best for it.
Dude, I can tell you that from firsthand knowledge over the last 2 or 3 years where I've worked with professionals like Greg Gabriel and broadcast professionals who have had insight into certain things. It has a lot to do with friendships. It has a lot to do with who you like, who you don't like. One of the things that I learned working in a corporate environment is that you have to divorce yourself from personal friendships, from likes and dislikes, and you have to make what is the right decision for the organization. And so I'll give you an example. Lovie Smith, the reason why he let go of Ron Rivera, and I'm forgetting the name of the guy that he brought in as his defensive coordinator, that was all based on friendship as opposed to accurately assessing the situation and seeing that Ron Rivera was the best guy for the fucking job. It was about his friendship with the guy who was a linebackers coach, and he wanted him to be the defensive coordinator, and he let Ron Rivera go. On and on and on it goes. You have got
Good old boys network.
There you go, it is. There you go. And it just breaks my heart because, hey, Bobby, Aaron, all of us here at the Bears Barroom, we want what is best for the Chicago Bears. We don't want best what is for friendships and all that shit. No, we don't want that. We want good decisions made for what is going on with the Chicago Bears. And we have not seen that, at least in the decades that I've been following the Chicago Bears. There's a lot of that bullshit, old boys network stuff, and not good thinking in terms of bringing in the right person for the right job and bringing in and devising a team based on a vision. So again, like I said earlier, you draft a pass catching tight end and Greg Olsen, and then 2 years later, you bring in an offensive coordinator who doesn't like fucking pass catching tight ends. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's and with the March thing, I think that was just because of the greatest show on turf and trying to uncover or dust off the fucking shelf and find what you got. And I think a lot of the NFL now has become, right, especially with these quote offensive gurus and this and that, right? It's become like, how can I discover the next thing? Like there's a bunch of fucking diamond hunters and shit and gold fucking searching and digging wells and shit when there's a lot of proven people that are good and they just don't get their damn shots because somebody's trying to uncover the next McVay or whatever.
Right.
And this whole league gets into the copycat style of, ooh, I want my team to do that. And look how long Andy Reid had been around. Look how long that offense had been running. I mean, that fucking offense has been running for over 10 plus years. Well, I'm saying his style personally, maybe 20, but I'm saying at least 10, his style of offense has been running, right? When did people start talking about it? When fucking Patrick Mahomes said hike. It was never a fucking great offense until Mahomes said hike. Now Andy Reid has a fucking tree and people are falling out of it onto teams.
The enemy will be the next one. Yeah.
And they're not doing shit anywhere. You know what I mean? So like that's how guys develop trees is with Super Bowl rings. I get it, but what are these guys really doing on the outside of their places? And I don't know, man. I just think like there's a lot of people that that are here and there on everything, but when you go into the no shit how all this started or get to the foundation of thing, Andy Reid's offense hasn't been fucking great every time he's been a coach. You know what I mean? His play style, they've had the fucking brakes beat off of him. But now with Mahomes, he has the right personnel. And if you go back and watch games from a long time ago, his offense gets beat up. And he has changed up his offense to his people, and that's a thing that we don't really get to see. Yeah, the Reid. I was looking at Doug's. The Reid offense. It did get love in the McNabb era, but go back and watch that Eagles offense and compare it to this KC offense, and tell me it's the same thing, because it absolutely is not.
And what Bobby's point is that was built. It built a tree off of it in Kansas City. You didn't see in Philadelphia all of his coordinators and quarterbacks coaches and tight ends coaches getting head coach and offensive coordinator jobs. It wasn't his point wasn't that people weren't giving it love in Philly.
Yeah,
his point was he built a coaching tree off of what he's done in Kansas City since Patrick Mahomes has been drafted.
Yeah.
Guys, this has been a blast. We're approaching 5 hours.
He texted me yesterday, hey, can you hop on for just a little bit? I was like, yeah, sure.
How long have you been on, Aaron? 2 hours? 3 hours?
2 or 3.
Yeah.
I told my wife was like, hey, can you clean out from under the bed? And I was like, sure, I got to hop on and do a podcast. When I get done, I'll knock that out, babe. No problem.
We've been here about we're coming on 3.5 hours here. We're 5 minutes away from 3.5 hours.
Wives hate me. I mean, I have.
All right. She works tomorrow too. I'll figure.
My
it
wife
out.
said you're the Delilah. You're the Delilah of podcasts. She loves fucking Delilah's voice, and she loves Mr. Gadia.
That's hilarious. Well, I want to end this show by telling you guys that the Barfly Tailgate Show is a show that I look forward to every Sunday morning, because you guys bring it. You guys bring it in terms of real Chicago Bears fandom, expressing your passion, expressing your knowledge, expressing your opinion, expressing your hopes for this Bears team. And that captures what we are all about here at the Barroom. And then I think one of the other things that we discovered today on this New Year's show is that we need to do this more often, where we bring together 6, 7, 8 people from the bar room to talk about.
I love picking Danny's brain.
Right?
Man. I wanted to ask him about Mac Jones, but we just didn't get around to it.
Well, trust me, you will get your opinion. And Danny sent me a message. He says, I had such a good time. Anytime you want to do this, and we should do this more often, we should do it. And I think that this should be a kind of weekly or bi-weekly thing that we do here, is just get all of the bar room football passionate Bears fans to talk about Chicago Bears football. And also, I would love to have Ron on, Doug on, all of these guys in the chat.
Ravi, I don't know if he's still in there, but Ravi's in the chat every Sunday.
Oh, my God. And Ravi has some very, very passionate.
Got some spicy takes.
Yeah, he does.
Well put. So we will definitely do that. That's going to be one of the promises that the bar room is going to transform itself to in 2021, is to have more of these multi-opinion things. StreamYard is giving us this great avenue to provide that for people, but also not just Bobby and Aaron and Badge, who, by the way, had to leave us in the middle of the show and we weren't able to give them an appropriate goodbye. But Badge, we love you. Thank you for everything you do. Your badge of honor is such an important part of the bar room, but much more important than that, it's an important part of the human journey that we are on, and you've led that in such an important way. So thank you for that. And thank you, RKB, who also left us without an appropriate goodbye. Thank you for all you do. You are a firefighter, and we know that the time that you invest to this is very restricted. And so we appreciate the time that you devote to sharing your opinions about Bears football. And again, to the guys to the left and right of me, Aaron Current and Bobby Phelan, you guys are my buddies, I appreciate you guys so much, and lending your voices to what we're doing here in the bar room is so important to me personally. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys to say whatever you want about this upcoming Bears game against the Packers, to share your Happy New Year thoughts or whatever you want. And I will start with, look at Aaron. He's getting nervous right away. I will start with Aaron Current.
I want to say shout out to all the barflies, all the listeners that come in and week out and join us in the chat and express their feelings with us. I call it my weekly therapy session every Sunday, and I love it, and I appreciate Aldo for giving me a shot. I've always been a huge sports fan, and I've never had an outlet to be able to, like, my wife gets tired. She calls me a walking ESPN. She gets tired of hearing me talk about sports, but this is just a bad motherfucker. But I love coming on here and being able to talk Bears football. You guys even let me sneak in a little bit about Kentucky here and there. So shout out to all you guys, and Happy New Year. And shout out to everybody who's on the show today. I don't get to check in Danny Shimon's show very often because, we're all busy. But I'll definitely be checking it out this offseason. I love his insight. And I'm like Bobby. I have guys that I like that I think will fall in our area. But I don't, like Danny will tell you, guys that are in the 6th and 7th round, like how they're going to project into the NFL, which is just, it's just crazy to think about it. So shout out to him and the man, that's
everybody, man.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
And it's a great show you got that was put together. Although you started these two bad motherfuckers. You started this thing off with Mr. Mike North and the Goon and the Tooch hopped in, right? And then Chris Gonzalez hops in, then Neil, Danny. Everybody came to play today, man. And I missed a little bit in the middle there, but and then Badge and KB and AC and Mike and Neil. Neil's like Well, I feel like Neil's like part of the family now. I talked to the guy on Twitter a little bit here and there, but never been face to face. He's taking family shots and breaking bread with us and shit. And then everybody in the chat that stuck this thing out for the whole time and hopped in, hopped out, whatever, back and forth. None of this happens without you guys. We greatly appreciate everything that you guys bring to the table. And, just to the family and to everybody that's, struggled through 2020 and going into a new year, man. I mean, this COVID thing isn't going away. It's not like magically at midnight, fucking this morning or last night, whatever you want to call it, that it just stopped. Right. But together, pushing into a better new year, less surprises. I think we got this thing to a point where everybody knows what needs to be done. So, I mean, we can all make it a better year together. And, and then, just to my boys, to the tailgate crew, man, I think we had a great year. Collectively, we've all had some shit happen to us here and there and some personal stuff or job type stuff. But either way, man, we're all always there, for each other and that. And I appreciate all those guys so much, man. And then, just an overall happy new year to everybody out there, to all the Bears fans. Like, this is what we wait for. This is what it is, right? We wait for a fucking head-to-head game against the Packers to put your fucking dick on the table and find out who's going to bring it. And that's it, man. Like, this is what we want. Like, all the shit that gets talked on Twitter, it all comes down to this, right? Because whatever. I mean, it'd be great if it was an elimination game between us and the Packers where one goes to the playoffs, one doesn't. I'll take that every day of the week because fuck it, right? But we got lucky this year. Like with everything going off, the playoff tree has been changed and there's a 7th team now. So, hey, we're going to get in. Maybe we get in being the 7th team. Maybe we get in being the 6th team. Maybe we play Green Bay 2 weeks in a row. Who fucking knows? But Sunday morning, we will be here Sunday morning live on the Barfly Tailgate Show. We got Mr. Terrence Young joining us. And for those of you who don't know who he is the man who announced the Riley Ridley pick for the Bears in that draft. And he's also a huge Bears fan, always out there. He'll be joining us on the show. And we also have Austin, and you can find him at Uncle Mike on Twitter. It's not Mike North, but you can find him at Uncle Mike on Twitter. I think it's Uncle Mike 21. I'd have to look. Whatever. I'm not wasting. Either way, so you find him on Twitter, but he's part of the Lakeshore Live podcast. He's going to be joining us for Packer Week to give us his thoughts. And then we've already talked to a couple of the guys. We're hoping that this isn't the case, but I would say a seasonal wrap-up show. We're going to have some of the Bears players joining us. So we definitely have 100% confirmed. We got one saying like, oh, our season ain't ending anytime soon. So that's what we like to hear. And we'll see how that goes, but we'll have a couple of the players hopping back in with us and, we'll go from there, man, and see how this thing goes. But definitely let's push for this playoff. I hope to see you all in February. Can't wait to just, be on here doing this thing, man. And either way, I'll leave you guys with a bear down, but thank you, Mr. Aldo Gandia. We appreciate everything, man.
Hey, guys, I mean, this to me is such an important part of my life. I have worked professionally as a broadcaster since the time I was 17. I was able to be able to get a paycheck for my abilities to communicate via film and video and so forth. So I've been doing this since the age of 17. And then about 8 years into my professional career, I was working over at Channel 2. And at the time, Johnny Morris was the head of the Channel 2 sports department. Johnny Morris, for those of you who know, he was one of the great Chicago Bears wide receivers. And he transformed his career as a Chicago Bears receiver into a broadcaster and telecasting Bears games, telecasting the shows with Mike Ditka and so forth. He was one of the greats. And every time I was working in public affairs TV, every time I would walk by there and say, man, I wish I was working in the sports department because that was my true love. And so fast forward to, 40 years later, I'm into semi-retirement, and I say to myself, and my wife says, what do you want to do? And what I want to do with sports and to do it from a fan's perspective. And so that's why I am so delighted to be teaming with Bobby Bombs and Aaron Carrant and so many of the other people and delivering Chicago Bears information, opinion, passion with these guys like me, that we will get together in a bar, have some shots, and talk about Bears football, and be looking at our watches and saying, "Shit, my wife is probably on the my wife is upstairs right now, probably
waiting on last call."
He said he was going to be done an hour ago. I got dinner on the table, so that's where I'm at. But I wouldn't trade this for anything other than my family's good health and so forth. Those things that are a little bit more important than sports. Right. I love these guys. I love Bobby. I love Aaron. I love Danny Shimon and Neil Stopchinski and RKB and Badge, my man, Badge, who does so much for the Barroom outside of just talking football. He goes out to find these important human interest stories and charitable stories. That's so important to what we do and amplifies who Aaron is, who Bobby is. We're good people. We want to help people. And Badge is the guy that's out there and making that happen and putting a face to that. And we've raised substantial money for our charitable endeavors. And so God bless you, Ryan Badgley. So I can go on and on and on for the next hour or so talking about how important this is to me personally. And I hope that for all of you people who listen or watch us on YouTube can appreciate what we're doing. We're just Bears fans here. We're just
fanalists, baby. Fanalists.
Exactly. Hey,
just the fanalists.
I can go on for an hour talking about the importance of a fanalist, because I really, really do believe that fanalists sometimes can detect things that the professional football coaches and scouts aren't detecting.
I'm pretty sure I trademarked that name. I think I made it up. I'm going to fucking have to copyright it.
Well, you should. You should. Well, and during the off season, I promise you, we will be talking much more on this topic and many other topics, because this is just a blast. This is so much fun, and I'm looking at
NFL year round. You know, once the season's over, then you got the draft, you got free agency.
Let's just call it. Why don't we just call it Fanalist Friday, and we bring this round table design on a Fanalist Friday, and we just kind of rotate people in if we can. I don't know if Friday works, but Fanalist fucking Tuesday doesn't sound as good. So
Oh, hey, Bobby, I love that idea. That's a great idea. And it's not like, if somebody can't make it, then the whole show shuts down. No, if I can't make it, you and Badge and Aaron take the lead on it and blah, blah, blah. Everybody that's in the chat room now, they all want their voices heard too. And so we have the opportunity here to give their voices an opportunity to amplify their opinion on things. And so we should totally take advantage of that. I love the Bears community. I love Chicago Bears Nation. I love the Bears Barroom. And we've got something special going on here. Let's keep it going. I don't know what 2021 is going to look like for the Barroom Network. I have no idea, because every year we change. There's been dramatic changes in 2020. We had the 100 Proof guys, Shane Marsaw and Draft Dr. Phil. They're no longer a part of us. We brought in some professional sportscasters and broadcasters. We don't know if they're going to be back in 2021. If I've learned anything as a professional in this business, is that shows get canceled, people get moved, and blah, blah, blah. We don't know what 2021 is going to look like, but I know this: Bears Barroom Radio Network, the Barroom Network, is going to be here, where we will be talking about Chicago Bears football. And if it's just me, then you're stuck with just me. But I'm hoping that Bobby and Aaron,
I'll be here with you.
Thank you, brother. and Danny and so many of the other people are going to be here talking football with me. And those of you in the chat room and listening in, I want to give you an opportunity to express your point of view too. Love you guys. I can't wait to hear what you got to say about the upcoming game against the Packers.
It's only going to be a 5-minute show. We talked about it all today.
Yeah, we already talked about it.
No,
I'm just kidding. We'll be there.
No, trust me. I got a feeling it's going to be more like a 3-hour show because I've got sound bites already collected from Matt Nagy, Mitch Trubisky. Well, so many things for us to react to. And I know I am dying to hear your opinion on what those guys have said leading up to the week. And I haven't started this yet, but I'm also collecting sound bites from David Bakhtiari when he said, I want to beat the piss out of the Bears. I want to collect sound bites about Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to get you guys fired up.
All those going to be playing videos. I'm going to be like, kill.
I'm gonna be like, well, it starts with me. We need to fix this. Start with me. We need to put guys in the right position.
So we got so much to talk about, and win, lose, or draw.
31-7 Bama. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh no!
I just looked up and saw it.
That hurts. But whatever happens on Sunday, we will be here and we will be sharing passionate Chicago Bears thoughts. So I'm so excited about teaming up with you guys on this. So, guys,
we put out more content than anybody else. I mean, we've got a show every day. You've got Cubs talk, Sox talk, Bulls talk, TV shows,
balls talk.
I mean, Manscaped does promote us, so
That's right. Manscaped does promote us, and I've been talking to some people in the background about maybe talking about some porn. You guys in? You guys want to talk about some porn? Bobby?
It's already on my phone. No, I'm kidding.
Aaron, you want to talk about some porn?
I don't think so, bro.
Although was at another family party.
I love it. Guys, again, thank you very much for everything that you guys do for the Barroom Network, and I can't wait for Sunday, the Barfly Tailgate Show. You guys are going to bring it as you always do. God bless everyone that's been listening to us and has been a supporter of the Barroom Network. We really appreciate everything you guys do. And until Sunday, when the Barfly Tailgate guys are on, we'll talk to you then.
Bear down.